we're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
You just drag them down. You'll always be alone.
You're a disappointment. They were never your friends.
Why do you even try?
Why would anyone be friends with you?
You can't take the pressure. Everyone will always be alone.
Breathe in the wild. With the strength of the bear. Drive of the ram. The will of the boar. And the cold fury of the phoenix. The storm rages through me. Unshakable. Breathe out the spirits and fight.
problems here. CFO are putting themselves in a really weird spot. The Necton coming in
the
though.
back line. They bring in the Nocturne. Gemini locked up by carries for just a second as he gets out of there, and I don't think anybody from CFO was ready for this one. Mission tries to drop his full combo, and they do get a lot of damage. Holo trying to get out of there. Rest manages to slice and dice him down. It's Gemini and Koala just hanging on for dear life, but they are going to fall here. M&M just keeping them zoned, and they get themselves the full wipe in exchange for just 2. That will be...
Fine in most of these fights. It's about how Enzo can block out the explosive casket. Can Lee Kai find those angles?
Will be the case here as they go in for the fight, slice the dice. Colvin Mig and Lekai gets bursted, but not down to 0. Here comes Minji around the side. The second wind after that crescent strike does split everybody, and this is going to be enough for Beyond Gaming to win this one. Blinking health bars on all sides. I don't think it's going the way. They do manage to secure the Herald, but the shutdown onto Uniboy means big goal to the pockets of Beyond Gaming, and they just closed the trap on a Konge and Lilvi. Enzo as well, left out in the cold, stunned, and pulled in for 4 kills and a triple for one. Cyclone, that'll be the killer combo. Wako gets caught into the big combo. They get the shutdown, and here goes that hostile takeover. Husha gets clapped on by it as they just look for the finisher, but Minji takes Konge out of this one. It's still anybody's fight as it turns back and forth. Lilvi too low, shut down by Minji. The second wind effort from Mega Bank Beyond Game. It's coming up huge as Uniboy forced to flash, trying to deny Lee Kai, but no, he will not be, as 3 kills coming from Minji.
Going for a big engagement.
That's a setup. Oh, they might be able to do it here as Holo goes in. That's a really nice start. As Vision is taken out of this one by M&M. The rest is buying a whole lot of time. The Death Realm zoning just about everybody away. Wise came for the fall. Gemini gets that reset, turns into Camille himself, turns onto M&M, and wowzers, it's done to the rescue. Huge execution, even with the perfect setup. Frank Esports just have absolutely nothing, and the Shelly charge comes in again. Pretender trying his best misdirect right now, but Gemini has eyes on top of him. He might just get away, but...
Yeah, the situation resets that Alex is actually going to stick around. Teleport coming through. This is it.
Okay, this is it. I mean, Frank Esports go to the next round or impunity for a game 5. Wisecam's here in line to send out the ulti, but uses for the great ulti, flashes himself jackpot here too, but no one's on M&M, and that's a free of Velios. Fighty runs into certain jets though and gets out alive. It's a double kill.
They have no one else left.
KM. I don't know.
2v4.
They're dead. They're actually just dead. Pretender flashes. Okay, well, Jackpot runs in. He's dead next. Okay. Now M&M on the Elder. 50-50. You know, it goes to the Rumble. M&M still flashing against an Elder team. He's going to do a Velios thing. Everybody dead. A quadra kill.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
You just drag them down. You'll always be alone.
You're a disappointment. They were never your friends.
Why do you even try?
Why would anyone be friends with you?
You can't take the pressure. Everyone will always be alone.
Breathe in the wild. With the strength of the bear. The drive of the ram. The will of the boar. And the cold fury of the phoenix. The storm rages through me. Unshakable. Breathe out the spirits and fight.
problems here. CFO are putting themselves in a really weird spot. The Nectar coming
in
in
the
though.
back line, they bring in the Nocturne. Gemini locked up by carries for just a second as he gets out of there, and I don't think anybody from CFO was ready for this one. Mission tries to drop his full combo, and they do get a lot of damage. Holo trying to get out of there. Rest manages to slice and dice him down. It's Gemini and Koala just hanging out for dear life, but they are going to fall here. M&M just keeping them zoned, and they get themselves the full wipe in exchange for just 2. That will be...
They should be fine in most of these fights. It's about how Enzo can block out the explosive casting. Can Lee Kai find those angles?
Case here as they go in for the fight, slice the dice, Kolbamig, and Lakai gets bursted but not down to 0. Here comes Minji around the side. The second wind after that Crescent Strike does split everybody, and this is going to be enough for Beyond Gaming to win this one. Blinking health bars on all sides. I don't think it's going the way. They do manage to secure the Herald, but the shutdown onto Uniboy means big goal to the pockets of Beyond Gaming, and they just closed the trap on a Konge and Lilvi. Enzo as well, left out in the cold, stunned, and pulled in for 4 kills and a triple for 1. Cyclone, that'll be the killer combo. Wako gets caught into the big combo. They get the shutdown, and here goes that hostile takeover. Husha gets clapped on by it as they just look for the finisher, but Minji takes Konge out of this one. It's still anybody's fight as it turns back and forth. Lilvi too low, shut down by Minji. The second wind effort from Mega Bank Beyond Gaming's coming up huge as Uniboy forced to flash, trying to deny Lee Kai, but no, he will not be, as 3 kills coming from Minji.
Going for a big engagement.
That's a setup. No, they might be able to do it here as Holo goes in. That's a really nice start. His vision is taken out of this one by M&M. The rest is buying a whole lot of time. The Death Realm zoning just about everybody away. Wise came from the ball. Gemini gets that reset, turns into the kill itself, turns onto M&M, and wowzers, it's done to the rescue. Huge execution, even with the perfect setup. Frank Esports just have absolutely nothing, and the Shelly charge comes in again. Pretender trying his best misdirect right now, but Gemini has eyes on top of him. He might just get away, but...
Yeah, the situation resets at night. Alex is actually going to stick around. Teleport coming through. This is it.
Okay, this is it. I mean, Frank Esports go to the next round, or Impunity for a Game 5. Wirecam's here in line to send out the ulti, but uses for the great ulti. Flushes himself. Jackpot here too, but no one's on M&M. And that's a free of Velios. Fighty runs into certain death, though, and gets out alive. It's a double kill.
They have no one else left.
KM. I don't know. Nice.
2v4.
They're dead. They're actually just dead. Pretender flashes. Okay, well, Jackpot runs in. He's dead next. Now M&M on the Elder. You know, it goes to the Rumble. M&M still flashing against an Elder team. He's going to do a Velios thing. Everybody dead. A quadra kill.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
You just drag them down. You'll always be alone.
You're a disappointment. They were never your friends.
Why do you even try?
Why would anyone be friends with you?
You can't take the pressure. Everyone will always be alone.
That I won't stop fighting till you understand that I'll love you till the end of time. Till the end of time. Till the end of time. Girl, I want you every night. Come on over. Girl, we do this every time. Come on over. You always get what you want. That I won't stop fighting till you understand that I'll love you till the end of time. Till the end of time. Till the end of time. Love you till the end of time. Girl, I want you every night. Come on over. Girl, we do this every time. Come on over. Love you till the end of time. Till the end of time. Till the end of time. the road, sky turns to gold. I've seen the sign on the skyline, the urge in my soul, gotta let go. I've had enough of the hard times, got a taste of the sun, now I gotta reach the horizon, yeah. Are you coming along? 'Cause I got the current to guide me, let it guide me. I'm coming home. I'm coming home. I start anew, sky turns to blue, waving goodbye to the moonlight. I'm gonna drive, follow the lines, leading me into a new life. Gotta take.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the PCS Summer Playoffs for 2022. I am Devin Pyrotanks Young. I'm joined on this broadcast by none other than Mr. Nightstar, and before we get into today's action talking about the matchup, I want to give our wonderful sponsors a shout out, both to CTBC Bank and China Airlines. We're flying high and they're always by our side. Nightstar, how the heck are you, man?
After yesterday's series, I'm glad we got to today's series. It was definitely a rough one yesterday.
A little bit, just a little bit, but at least it was fast. Now I'm looking forward to our two teams playing today because it is a rematch of the spring finals between PSG Talon and CTBC Flying Oyster. This is going to be an absolute banger. We've already seen CFO in the playoffs so far, had to fight their way up to get here, but PSG, this will be their debut in the postseason.
Yeah, PSG, extra time to prep. Hopefully they don't disappoint us like what came out of TCG yesterday, because the extra week of preparation did not seem to work out for DCG, and maybe they were sort of fighting through some of the ring rust, which can sometimes happen because of the extra week of downtime where you're not playing meaningful games.
Yeah, I think the difference might just be that PSG should be fairly used to this, right? They're a team that almost always comes out as the #1 seed. They have so many titles at their backs that this is a squad, despite having a couple new members in the mid and jungle, have been consistently able to achieve this #1 seed. It looked close for a little while. It's kind of crazy to think that we had a bit of a chase around before we finally got to this point, but PSG yet were the #1 seed. CFO, of course, facing them off tonight. Had to take out Frank Esports, your boys, to get here. Nonetheless, Frank, of course, still survived down in that lower bracket where they will face Deep Cross Gaming, and that is, in fact, going to be happening tomorrow night. In addition, we will also see J-Team taking on the loser of this matchup the night after that. So all the teams left in playoffs, still very, very exciting. Some high-level League of Legends here. I don't know who we're going to send to Worlds Night, so I really don't. But I have to say, I have not necessarily expected some of the results we've had so far. Beyond Gaming taking out Deep Cross 3-0, as you mentioned last night. That was a stomperooski, and they are one series away from making it back to Worlds.
Yeah, BYG making it into winners finals. Definitely a bit of a shocker. I know both you and Clement took them to win this series, but I don't think it was in this fashion because
I did not predict a 3-0. I will fully lay my cards on the table. That being said, speaking of predictions, we are actually quite close in the standings. It is me, Clement, and Hysterics currently predicting PSG for this one, but I know you and Rirchu are calling it for CFO, and should you get that win, you're going to be tying up just about everybody else except Jake there, who would end up being one back. It's very close in the caster prediction race.
Yeah, the caster prediction race, I mean, if it ends up being PSG, it's going to look a little bit more lopsided. But yes, PSG, we just don't know what their form will be. Expectations are, of course, high because historically they've done well with the extra preparation. And because they still retain 3 of their historical members, we do expect that trend to be somewhat consistent. PSG, nothing surprising here. It's Hanabi in top lane, Burry jungle, Gory unified Kaiwing, and of course the highlight of this summer roster has just been Gory putting on an absolute show.
Absolutely. I think PSG have found quite the identity from their mid laner. Their jungler has not necessarily had the same level of impact. He certainly hasn't had to, but we'll touch on that a little bit later. And I think this couldn't come at a better time for PSG because they have had some struggles on other sides of the map. I think Unified and Kaiwing have definitely not looked up to their usual form. And Hanabi has struggled a little bit in this meta where he's been pushed back to his former weak side identity. For PSG, keep in mind, this is a team of 4-time PCS champions and a runner-up as well. And you want to talk about who they were that runner-up to? Well, CTBC Flying Oyster, new in the league as a organization, but 3 of these members, Gemini, Mission, and Koala, were part of that 2020 Machi Summer Squad that did end up taking them out, going to Worlds. That was the last time any of them raised a trophy in this league, and you have to believe they will want to take PSG out and put themselves one step closer to that situation. They were so close to going to MSI in the spring. One game made all the difference for this squad. I wouldn't be surprised if they're out for revenge today.
Oh, absolutely. There is just so much firepower in this lineup. As we get the stats comparison, it is, of course, the mid lane, as it's Gory versus Mission. Both of these 2 mid laners have been absolutely bonkers when it comes to damage output from the mid lane. So Gory with an absolutely absurd 34%, but Mission not, I mean, he's 4% away, but he is a pretty clear second.
Yeah, I think we're probably looking at our number 1 and number 2 mid laners in the whole league. A little bit of difference in champion pool. The Azir should really be in there for Mission. It's just banned against this CFO team so often, which should tell you a lot. And in terms of the damage percentage, not even the DPM, the percentage, honestly, Mission, the only reason he doesn't lift, I think, as heavily as Gory does, is because Rest makes up all the difference. Rest is the player that does a fair bit of damage for the team compared to Hanabi's meager 20%. So we'll get into the specifics of that as we go into games, because we're moving fast tonight. We're in picks and bans already. Poppy Aphelios banned away by PSG. I like this. They have done their research.
Aphelios, of course, a bit of a surprising ban, but in the context of this particular matchup, I think that Aphelios will be a sort of staple in this pick ban phase. And the clear champion left available right now to me is going to be that Kalista. Kalista, of course, this is 12-14, so hasn't been nerfed. Extremely strong. Allows you to snowball around the bot side, secure dragons, get early dragon tempo, and just kind of close the game from there. So it actually is left available. The Sivir's going to be the ban coming from CFO, and yeah, there we go.
Not surprising at all, as the bottom lane focus should come through here. For CFO, you have to wonder if maybe this is going to be an instance of a takeaway, one of those big tank supports, engage supports like the Nautilus. It has been something that I think Kaiwing has been pretty happy about, the reemergence in that bottom side of the tanky engage supports. He's looking more comfortable on CFO for there. Oh, please, please, please.
There we go.
Oh, game number 1. We got a Draven for Shun. This is already a very spicy draft.
I like the Draven pickup here for the side of CFO because Shun and Koala are probably our most lane dominant duo in the league. They just generate absurd leads by themselves, and it is really highlighted by the fact that Gemini actually only spends about 10% of his time around bot lane, which I believe is the lowest in the league. But we also get CFO locking in the Zir. It's going to be a denial pick from Gory, and PSG actually go for the Talia. Talia is an interesting move here because while I think CFO are going to be really comfortable on the Talia because it gives mission playmaking capabilities, I'm not so sure about PSG because it means that Gory can't just 1v9 these team fights as hard as you might see on other champions.
Yeah, let's break down a little bit of what we're seeing here as we round out the first phase of picks and bans. Yeah, Ashe support coming through, a lot of range, a little bit of slow. It should be able to keep that Renata Glask at arm's length. PSG have changed things up a little bit. The Talia in the mid, as you said, means that Gory won't necessarily be the primary damage dealer. I say that, and then I realize, well, Talia can do a lot of damage as well. But it seems to me that this is going to change the focus in the matchup, especially in the laning phase and beyond, for PSG and CFO, and Mission getting his Azir back. It's not just a denial pick, it's also a champion very heavily banned against his side. I feel like this draft in game 1 looking really bold, but good for CTBC Flying Oyster.
Yeah, and looking at the second phase, I think the clear pick that might get left available is going to be Renekton, and I think for the side of CFO, it feels like it should be a pretty clear rest pickup here, just because it allows you to pretty much play full court press with this composition. You know you're going to be shoving in pretty much all of these lanes because you have lane advantages, and it also makes it very difficult to tunnel in onto the bottom lane of this Draven, because you know you want to send attention there, but if you just leave Hanabi on an island, he could very much just get pummeled into the ground by a Renekton.
Yeah, the question for me is, do they do it blind or do they save for a counter pick? I know we talked a little before broadcast kicked off tonight that it was not typically what CFO does, and they don't. This time they will take Sejuani blind. Now, technically this is a jungle flex, but somehow I don't think so.
Yeah, it does leave up the possibility to be a little bit more flexible, though, with this last pick. So even though it might still end up in that top lane, it gives CFO a lot of options, and this is probably one of the smartest red side drafts we've seen from CFO in a long time, who really just haven't performed well in the draft phase while they've been on red side. PSG, they go for the Trundle pick, of course. Sejuani showing means that they are able to lock that in for themselves and steal away the resistances. And a couple of hovers here for Hanabi. The game plan can certainly work and functions very, very well against a fairly immobile backline of CFO, but they end up going towards the Renekton regardless. That's a very fast lock-in.
It's the Sejuani jungle. They were clearly prepared for this eventuality as they leave the Renekton open. Aatrox comes through for rest. So it does start to look a little bit more like that full court press coming through. I think they've got some late game insurance in the form of mission, but for the most part, CFO got a lot of firepower.
You also have a ton of range, right? You have Draven, Ashe, and Azir. And the best part about this composition is the fact that because you have an Azir with his extra range, it allows you to just constantly proc these Imperial Mandate procs coming in from Ashe later on when she does hit that Mandate spike. So it is an incredibly impressive composition coming in from CFO, and from the side of PSG, I not sure if they have enough mitigation tools to slow the game down to get to that mid-late game point where we expect to see perhaps their teamwork come out on top.
Yeah, I'm curious. I think one of the big strengths of PSG is when they do get into 5v5s, they always seem to be on point. We have talked a little bit in the past about, how there has been a little bit of time communication-wise getting up to speed with the jungle mid, the rest of the team. Obviously, Gory has played in the LPL in the past for FPX as recently as spring, but, not a native Mandarin speaker. And of course, Buri, this is his first major league and his first league outside of Korea. So that has been a bit more time. I am wondering if that has improved even further over this past week. We haven't seen PSG for a couple. They've had time to watch tape. They've had time to practice. Let's see what shape the defending champions are in as we load up onto the Rift here for a rematch of the spring finals.
I cannot wait to get into this because CFO have just really started out this series with a really intelligent draft. I love this all around, and more importantly, I love the fact that they have this Ashe pick locked in. Hail of Blades Ashe does so much damage, and you farm that early gold. Koala already starting out great here for the side of CFO. And the thing is, when it comes to CFO drafts, what's interesting is that typically they save their last pick for Koala rather than rest or mission, but because Kaiwing early picked the Renata in the second phase, it means that they can save counter pick for their soul laners and go for the Ashe pick earlier.
Yeah, that is a really curious thing that worked out well for him in this game, and I'm just really looking at the other side of the board to see what PSG are going to do here, because it's not like they have lanes that will all just straight up lose, right? Like, we talk a lot about the strong side for CFO, that they are just really, really good at laning phase overall. I do think, Mission is not necessarily going to just push in Gory just based on the champion difference here. They're both very roam heavy. Top lane matchup, it is an Aatrox. However, this is into a given Renekton, which is an old Hanabi champion, and we have seen him flex on it in the past.
Hanabi staying very far forward. I like this position coming in from him. Unfortunately, unable to deny all three melees. I believe he was able to deny the XP from one, but that will be important if he wants to look for a level 2 trade, as we also get level 2 trade in this mid lane for Gory and Mission. The key thing for Gory is that because he's on the Talia and not on the Azir, his playmaking when it comes to team fights is going to be a little less or a little more limited than the Azir, and it's going to boil down to how explosive can he be in this early mid game with that ultimate.
Even explosive. Shun, he has to flash out of this one.
Oh, it's close.
So it's Unified. There's going to be Koala following forward. He gets first blood for himself, and wow, almost using that one as a bait, and Kaiwing still very healthy, but all that started off of a handshake, and Mission going low in mid lane. This is already both teams out for blood.
Gory low on resources here, though, and because he doesn't have the Ignite, it will be difficult to secure this kill onto Mission. But going back to that bottom lane trade, it's a little bit tragic, right? Because Kaiwing does land the handshake and pulls him into the tower. But this bot lane duo has way more damage coming in from the both of them. Whereas on the flip side, Unified's the only one with damage. When it comes to Renata, it doesn't quite have that same oomph. You want to look for short trades, but yes, top side, it is a nice response coming in from PSG, but it doesn't change the fact that it's already a sizable lead in that bot lane, even though it doesn't show in the gold values. The fact that you deny EXP from a Kalista, these trades will get worse and worse.
That's going to be trouble, because Unified has had some struggles this split, and comparing to Shun and Koala, there is just a level of strength there that they have been able to show. We're going to take a look at the full replay from what happened up top. Buri in full vision. Rest knows this is happening, but he can't really stop it, and he ends up burning his flash a little later. I want to see how that one happened. Looks like he fancied his chances, knowing he couldn't really get out of danger any other way. Was hoping the tower shots would do the work, but a good juggle at the end does result in the PSG turn back. So gold still stands in CFO's favor. A lot of that going to be reflecting down to bot side, as you mentioned. But it feels like every lane has solo kill potential here, Nightstar.
Yeah, for sure, because of how explosive a lot of these lanes are. We're not looking to scale into the super late game, right? The only one who perhaps does is going to be the Zero. And Mission's in a pretty comfortable lane. He's not really under a ton of kill threat in this instance. So, again, for CFO, this is the best draft maybe they've had all year, even including spring split. So I'm very happy with the results. And for the side of PSG, this is really sort of a testing moment, right? Because they've had, again, the extra week to prepare, and we expect, or we have high expectations for PSG as an organization. So we hope to see that they don't come out as flat as DCG did.
Yeah, I think we hope nobody comes out that flat, to be completely honest. That's full two-dimensional. Now, one thing worth pointing out here is the difference in the jungle approach, because, you know, this is borne out in the stats. Gemini just not nearly as active in getting involved in the lanes. He's much more of a power farmer. You can see that reflected as he actually starts off on this Mountain Drake solo, which he can do because lanes are pushed in and Gory's back. The difference is Bury has been everywhere on the map, in the mid lane and the top lane. He shadows a lot of his lanes, but he has been ganking more, and I do like to see that out of this young PSG jungler.
Yeah, and it's taken a little bit of time to ramp up, right? And no doubt it's been a bit of a factor with the communication, just because of the fact, well, Bury has needed to learn Mandarin. So a bit of a ramp up curve for him. Thankfully, you know, he's progressed pretty steadily. So we'll need to see how well it performs here, because Hanabi level 6. Rest though has to take.
Yeah, he hits it as well. Let's see if he survives this time around. Hanabi taking a lot of damage on that tower. The sustain. Hanabi is going to go down, and now Bury flashes out, and Rest is even able to live through it. Fool me once, and, well, Rest says not the second time. Gemini, meanwhile, down to the bot, has no level 6 yet for the Ice Bola. Look to take some Krugs and ding it. They're going to set up the long play.
Yeah, unfortunately, that play just goes terribly wrong down in that top side, and it leaves their bot lane also possibly exposed. I'm not sure how close Gemini is to level 6. Gory is going to show on that ward, so there's a chance it's going to be a 3v3. Oh, level 6 take by Gemini. He's in a perfect spot as well.
Yeah, they don't see him just yet. It's going to be 6 for
waiting for the wave.
He's still on level 5, waiting for this wave to get set up. Koala. I think they might go for it. Absolutely, they can certainly get a single target. The cleanse is back up on Unified though, so you have to think maybe Kaiwin's the target here. Actually, without the level 6, yeah, this turns into a 3v3. They don't think CFO want, so they will back away from that one. A lot of time invested by Gemini. However, he did get his counter jungle on.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter too much either, because he already has the EXP lead, so he has a little bit more flexibility and just burning a little bit more time, shadowing his lane. Whereas on the flip side, Bury, he's lost so much of his jungle. So Gemini has so many options available to him. He can look to gank, or he can take his entire top side jungle, which is fantastic for Sejuani, and it's a brilliant start for CFO, further accentuating how they like to play the game, which is much more lane focused, and almost a nice opportunity offered up by the Ash Arrow in the hands of Koala. And that's another thing that you bring to the table as an Ash support, right? You can gank mid lane from base. And then you can just go straight back bot lane if you choose, or you can make rotations. There's so much flexibility for playmaking potential on the Ash.
Yeah, Koala going on a roam, getting himself some vision. And speaking of, he was able to use the hawk shot earlier on to actually secure quite a bit and track Bury that allowed Gemini to really make better moves around the map. But now PSG are making some moves of their own. They found the Rift Herald here, looking to start this off in full vision, though. Gemini, Mission, and Koala all responding. Rest could come down as well. This is dangerous, but PSG realize they are in a gold deficit. They have to make something happen here, and there's no dragon to flip on the opposite side, so if they can walk away with it, this is a good play.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to contest from the side of CFO, because looking at bot lane, Draven gets alone time with the tower, secures himself a full solo plate. I mean, that's sort of half the value of what you're going to get from a Rift Herald charge anyway, so it's not bad, and you're focusing more and more gold into this Draven, which is the big thing. So once he gets that, it feels inevitable cash in because of how far ahead he feels. It's just going to be such an explosion of power on the side of CFO. So the next target is, how does PSG find a way to get those stacks ripped off of Shun?
Yeah, that is going to be the challenge. You know what? It occurs to me that Shun has not actually shown a Draven competitively in his rookie year here. So I'm curious to see how well he's able to make that debut. Of course, was a standout player in the spring split. Still showed up when it counted in the summer, but he had to share some time with Atlan as well. The team wasn't 100% sure what they wanted to do with their starting roster. But yeah, solo farm, solo experience time. He had already managed to shave off some plates, and now he's getting a wave freeze, or at least looking to set one up. 10 minutes into this game, CFO have themselves a 2,000 gold lead, not to mention that dragon. Although Mission, he's not in too much trouble there on that worked ground. The Unraveled Earth does find Gory for return fire, and this is something that not a lot of teams have given Mission. This Azir has been banned away from him so consistently. We're starting to see why, as he's holding his own against our top mid laner in the PCS. And for CFO, they were slow stacking that wave down in that bottom lane to set up for a possible dive attack. With the chunk out onto Gory, it does mean Gory will be forced to use the teleport to try and keep his health bar as high as possible, but also be in a position to try and bail out his bot lane if they do need the help. And look at this ward coverage constantly coming out, and it's a fire dragon for our second Drake. So this is massive. And for the side of PSG, they do need to look for an opportunity to contest, but if you're going to contest right now, it also offers CFO the possibility to cash in. Might just do that. Even bringing Rest down the long way. He does not have teleport. Here comes the Weaver's Wall. Gory looking to cut him off, but Gory just cuts himself off right now as Gemini does go wide on the Ice Bullet. Gory forced to flash out of that one, and the hostile takeover. The re-engage where they needed to, but they're going to try and secure the Drake. Taken by Bury on the smite, but now the chase is on Shun going forward. And they actually are in danger of being sandwiched. PSG managed to find the play. They get a knock up on Shun, but let's see what else they can get out of this one. Rest right in the middle of it all, mixing it up in that ultimate form, and the target is found. Mission taken down by Hanabi on a call to make the slice. The dice, and now they're on the chase here. CFO dropping as they take the Draven out. He does collect some stacks, but it's a triple kill for the big Croc, and CFO get rocked. Oh man, Hanabi comes massive with the Renekton. He comes in with the teleport to that mid tower. He shows up and slaughters the side of CFO. That early game advantage that they had from just laning prowess, this was the concern we had, is that PSG still very good teamwork. And if you give them the opportunity to try and 5v5, if CFO don't have enough gold advantage, I do think PSG will be able to find those openings. But it almost goes really, really poor at the start, right? Because Shun, able to take 1v1 against Gory, he gets heavily chunked out. But look at here, Shun now without mana, it really limits his capabilities to kite this fight out because he doesn't get the extra move speed or to stand aside. And while it felt like it still could have gone well for them, unfortunately, Hanabi, you know, he is much, much stronger at this level 6 breakpoint than the Aatrox is, even though Aatrox will eventually overtake. But Kai Wing out of no man's land. Yeah, nowhere for him to go. He bails himself out, but it doesn't matter. Another stack taking Unified Force to flash under tower. The dive is going through regardless, and they are looking to get a little bit back for themselves. We don't really have a chance to stop and talk. Another kill goes through. The gold was even, but now it started to flip yet again. It feels like in the lanes, CFO are unstoppable. But as you said, Nightstar, the team fighting prowess of PSG, it shines again. Nonetheless, despite the dragon going over and the Herald charge, gold being evened out no longer, as CFO are looking to finish off first brick down bottom. This is what makes this matchup so tantalizing, right? Is the fact that CFO just have very, very clear advantages over PSG. But PSG, of course, reigning champions, better team fight players. And it just comes down to, how do they manage to beat CFO?
even with these disadvantages. And we get to see the replay. Kaiwing, I mean, he's just split, right? And Koala on this Ashe pick, for sure, it just says, hey, you guys just can't early pick this Renata, otherwise we will body you. And so far in this game 1, it's definitely been an Ashe diff. And that's allowed Shun to now cash out to 3-1-1. Has the collector completed, and in this particular game, you're not really worried about the durability on a lot of these champions, and you can really shred through them pretty readily.
Speaking of shred, oh man, a slide and glide into Unified, being pushed all the way through. Another stacks cashed in. Now Kaiwing chunked down to 0.
Good night.
The whirling death comes through. He is going to go down through the bailout. Another kill stacked up by Shun, and now they move their way up for a Herald play. CFO, man, they're like sharks. They smell blood in the water, and they just do not stop until they found their target.
And let's just say this has been a very stark difference than what we saw Draven game number 1 yesterday. Came out from the side of DCG. They didn't play around it. It fell behind early, but in this particular game, he picked an extremely strong duo lane, had Gemini hovered nonstop in that bottom lane, and even though he did fall at the dragon fights, they were constantly just continuing to try and force feed Shun. Finally, he gets that first kill. All of a sudden, it snowballs even further.
Yeah, he's getting very, very ahead. You know, I was going to talk about it before the action started right up again. It seems like it's just right on cue, but I think that Collector was just a flat-out buy. Hasn't even got boots yet compared to his opposite number in Unified, but hasn't needed them. Has that speed boost, and now another item milestone completed. We got to talk about it because you mentioned it in the draft, but that Imperial Mandate is finished for Koala.
And this is a massive damage spike for CFO. His wall comes through, doesn't quite get the section off, and that could have been massive there and just resetting the situation. But more massive is the fact that Gory lost his crown prop. So for this next dragon, he is pretty squishy. So if Mission finds the opening and they don't land on the Unraveled Earth,
oh,
he's gone.
Oh! Gory, he buys some time for himself, and now the fight is on the side. You can see Rest and Kaiwing duking it out here as the PSG will bail out, and they do get away without losing any life, but they certainly lose control of that dragon. CFO will be able to take it. Now, with the Ocean Soul being the play this game, I don't even know if it's going to get that far considering the action so fast. I'm curious. PSG are not done contesting this as they bring in Gory off the fountain. It's a very long flank. Let's see if he gets it. Unraveled Earth doing some serious work here, but Shun staying relatively safe. Looking to stack this up. There is the hostile takeover. However, in goes Hanabi. They focus in the pushback and the other side. Shun gets another one. The dragon is all but forgotten as the fight is going down here in the front line. Rest just tanking it all up as Shun follows through and cashes in yet again. Money for the Draven Honey. Let's go as he takes himself number 3.
He gets 3! And now Bury and Kaiwing, they could be caught out as well.
They are?
Shun
Is he gonna get a fourth?
This could be the unofficial penta, but the slow is enough to disengage the situation.
Should have had boots.
Holy I mean,
he has boots. What am I on about?
He does have. I mean, the slow is just insane. If you
every
level
back
up
he buys a
second.
tier 2 item. This is ridiculous. How much gold does he have? I need to see this.
1-in-1, 700 gold bounty, and it really showcases the mechanical talent on Shun. Even when he's just pressured here, does manage to find the angle in front of the side of PSG. The blank's not creative enough. Kaiwing, of course, not on an engaged support in something like the Nautilus or a Leona to force a pick or hope and pray for a pick here. The Renata just doesn't quite do it, especially when they don't have the area control provided to really force them into that Renata ult.
Full item difference between Shun and Unified right now, and we were worried about this from minute 1. After the shove got on, that Shun would be a problem for PSG, and he certainly has been. This is one of the reasons he is such a star player, was our rookie of the split, if I recall correctly, last spring, and just looked so darn good. And now in his sophomore split, Still the first year of competitive play and already a potent weapon against the more experienced side of PSG Talon. Almost 20 minutes on the clock. It's 10 kills to 5 and a huge gold lead for CFO as they open up full control on this map, taking the tower in that mid. Herald gonna get dropped up top, it looks like, to try and get number 3. I wouldn't be surprised if this team tries to rush for a Baron if they can get an opening.
Yeah, Kaiwing throwing out the ultimate code. This is a fish.
Yeah, looking for a pick, but Gemini is able to tank through
Not good
most of
enough.
it here. As Bury getting a little bit low in this mission, zoned out of the fight, but it doesn't really matter too much because they have the flank. Rest finds Bury as well with those chains on. The chase is through. Shun gets another. That's 9 kills for the Draven, and they just keep charging. Top lane, another Shelly charge will go through and chunk out that turret.
For the side of CFO, it's such a brilliant game, number 1. No doubt we're going to have some sort of focus come down onto the Draven. As Gemini comes over the wall, and you can see in the side, like, Rest is just zoning off Hanabi. Even though it's sort of a wet noodle fight in this instance, the fact that Hanabi can't force past Rest to try and force that team fight pick is big, because that's their only reliable engage. Bury on this Trundle pick, yes, he can try and generate some picks with the pillar, but the range of engage isn't quite the same as something like the Renekton, who has that point-and-click CC.
We're seeing the weaknesses right now of PSG's shift in strategy, right? Without Bury being the main damage dealer, him trying to set up plays in the Weaver's Ball, it's just not quite the same level of impact, and they haven't gotten to choose their own 5v5s the way they would like to. That the best fight we saw out of them was the Infernal Dragon fight, and it just hasn't worked out. Now the timer is starting to run out on Hanabi's Renekton. He was able to survive lane phase. They even got a successful dive off, and then one failed and fizzled out. He had good setup in some of these fights, but now CFO can stiff arm him. And I want to give credit to Mission for that as well. We've seen some pretty good Emperor's Divides out of him today, and now we are seeing the setup on the early Baron play, and they just have so much damage that they can shred this down. It's in full vision, but Koala, he's just zoning off. Here comes the Weaver's Wall. They will catch Koala. He's forced to flash away, but it just buys enough time for the Baron to be secured now into the funnel. PSG could be in trouble. The arrow does get dodged, but look at the back line. TP coming through here for Rest, looking to sandwich them off. Mission in the choke. They find the damage. Bury going to be locked up for just a second. Rest is tanking through it. I think they've got away. Mission does not want to go for the alley-oop play just yet, and he's not going to need to because they've got the Baron on 5 members. The siege is on Nightstar, and CFO in full control in this first game.
At the very least, the side of CFO don't have great ways to just auto the tower, so they don't take towers very easily. However, they can just slowly choke them out, though, because they will be able to use the Baron Cannon minion to shove this, and we'll get that tier 2. It's just a matter of do they go for more. Nice little shove there.
Okay. Mission gets caught, however, Unify takes even more damage on the back, but they can't quite finish him off as he flashes away from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and the cannon creep, that's going to be the push on the tower, just barely, but it is shoved by the Talia into range. Teleport up top. Meanwhile, his Mission had already back to base to heal up, means that they can keep the siege going as they just look to crack this base open very early. 23 minutes on the clock. However, Mission does get caught. No flash this time. Down he goes, and I think PSG managed to defend. They can turn their attention onto Rest here. Gemini looking to come around the side to try and block, but has to ult defensively. CFO, they bite off more than they can chew here. Flash forward. Kaiwing doesn't land the handshake. But Bury has a pillar on. Koala's caught. He might go down as well. PSG, I think they found an opening here. Could be a dragon turn for them.
Unfortunately, the rewards for the pick isn't great because it's going to be a second dragon, but unfortunately, it's only an ocean on the table, so they don't get big damage stats to try and swing the game back into their favor. But for the side of CFO, it was definitely an oversight, right? Because they didn't reset after the Baron, so you're holding on to 300 gold from just the Baron buff on each member, and then they continue to push these towers. They get that tier 2, they push for the tier 3 on 2 lanes. Ooh, so it really is just too greedy coming in from the side of PSG, or from the side of CFO, and it does get punished by PSG. So nice punish there, but it doesn't change the fact that CFO are still 9k gold up.
That's the big sticking point right now. Like, you've negated a possibility of Ocean Soul, but that's not the win condition for CFO right now. The win condition is just shove your face in because we have a Draven with 9 kills, who is currently on 3.5 items compared to the 2.5 item Callista, who has had very little impact this game. A couple of face calls.
Gory with
the red
the wall.
stacks. Here we go. Gory trying to cut them off, and he does manage to isolate Gemini, who's able to just dash right over it. So a lot of mobility from CFO allows him to get away, and meanwhile, Rest has solo time on this tower. Mission going to join him. If they don't overstep, PSG is going to have a really hard time cracking this siege.
Yeah, so now CFO can slowly ease their way in. Again, they don't have great ways to just take town. They are going to have to kill or find a kill or a pick. Chunk out a bunch of these health bars to then allow themselves to walk up and finish off these towers. But they've done a good amount of chip damage. Hanabi, nice little sidestep, should keep his life. And this is where things will slow down for the side of CFO.
You say that, Mission, he almost gets caught yet again. Gemini is able to tank through. There we go. PSG still fishing for a pick. It's a nice combo that Burry and Gory have between that pillar and the seismic shove. It's what got Mission last time around, and he does not have a flash. Rest, though, really feeling himself in this game. They were prepared for this counter pick, and it really does go back to the draft, Nightstar, because CFO were not really known for having the cleverest of drafts in the regular season. They were just, you know, a little bit more Hulk smash. But we got Professor Banner in that Game 1 draft.
It was definitely a bit of a draft clinic coming in from CFO. And now it's really up to them to slam the door shut, right? Because the longer this game does go on, even though the scaling is not there on PSG, CFO's execution around the 5v5s can be a little bit suspect. So PSG, even though this, like, the timing window on this composition has definitely well expired, you do not want to take a bite of this meal.
No. It's bad for you.
The possibility is still there. Yeah. And if CFO overextend themselves, especially Mission, because he doesn't have a stopwatch or a stasis available to him, it's just going to be sort of doomsday for a little bit.
Speaking of stopwatch, you see Shun picking up his as well. He also gets the Infinity Edge completed. So, yeah, at this point, you basically need to just brute force your way in for the win. But PSG, yeah, despite the composition not doing them any favors at this point in the game, have shown time and again against all manner of opponents that they can still fight toe-to-toe. Keep in mind, in the regular season, PSG did not get beat by this squad. It was 2-0, their all-time head-to-head, very close. That's just because the playoff series have been absolute bangers, not just in the spring finals, but you have to also think of that 3-1 result that CFO won in the winners bracket finals. And it did look like they might very well be our MSI team when that happens.
Yeah, overall, CFO did have a 5-4 win record in the playoffs. So they've got the one game advantage when it matters the most. Unfortunately, they didn't win the series that mattered the most. This time around, they can change their fortunes. Hanabi on the flank, though. If he face checks into anyone, it's going to be problematic.
Oh, they're going to catch him on this one. He has a flash, might have to use it. Slices dice. Here comes Furry, the Weaver's Walls coming. Cut them off, but they've already shredded through Hanabi's health bar. He puts on the dominance. Let's see if he can last through this one. The Emperor's Divide cutting off 2, and Rest is more than happy to go toe-to-toe with the rest of the squad. Gemini taking up a lot, finally falls down. Furry gets bailed out, but immediately goes down again as Shun picks up a legendary kill and starts aggroing the Baron yet again with no smite on the PSG side. There is zero hesitation from the Flying Oyster.
Not a bad attempt coming in from PSG using that wall, and I mean they're gonna try and come back into it, but because of teleport, there's just too much damage.
Oh no! That funnel! So huge right now. He does take a lot of damage and hand shook to the side, but immediately pops his stopwatch. Buys enough time for the team to reposition, get into place, and nothing Hanabi can do will deny this Draven his due. Huge damage coming out of CFO, and now with only Gory and Kaiwing up to defend, the push is on. This could be it, barring a hold.
Unified should respawn in time to defend one of these Nexus towers. And CFO, They are looking to just go for the end in game 1. 14 seconds left on Unified. They have Gory up available, and CFO, they recognize they can't just straight up end the game here. They'll go for double inhibs, and I like that pivot because of the fact that you have Unified coming up, and we already saw once. They overstayed their welcome, got punished, wasted the rest of their Baron because of that, lost the opportunity to get more. So this time, yes, they are indeed learning. So CFO learning on the fly.
Yeah, who says oysters aren't intelligent, right? Now the buy comes through for Shun is officially full build at 30 minutes in the game. Has himself that Guardian Angel. They'll be able to take another Dragon. This is going to be Soul Point. I don't think it's going to go to Soul, to be honest.
Yeah, it doesn't really
matter. At this point, both these teams have long game times in the regular split, but this is going to be a little bit different here. 30 minutes on the clock. This should be the death knell unless PSG can pull off a miracle inside their base. There's always the possibility. We've seen them turn it around, but the odds are so stacked against them.
Yeah, and the big thing here is because of the low range on the side of PSG, even if they pick off the Azir, the Draven will still be able to do a lot of things in this fight because he's not really troubled with his own range. He's not going to struggle to find autos, and he is full build, so even this front line is just going to melt like paper to him. Ult lands on Skywing, doesn't really matter. It will be a reset of the situation, but double super minions coming in, and Hanabi's not going to be enough to clear him.
No, they may be able to take out Rest in this one, but immediately it allows the... it's a good push for CFO. They take out the turret. The super minions still manage to take out that Nexus turret. Just splitting and pulling PSG apart. There's nothing they can do as they come apart at the seams here. CFO have broken the base wide open. Rest even getting away without burning his flash, and PSG Talon left to scramble. Let's see if they can hold this out. It'd be a heck of a miracle, but they get the catch on Gory, and he gets taken so low, forcing out the Renata ultimate into the Fate's Call. However, they've got the catch on Hanabi. That Croc is getting rocked. He gets a little bit of a dominance on, but still CFO are hanging tough in this one. The last of the Nexus turrets are going to go down here. Rest chasing Unified all the way back to the fountain. He manages to get away here, but it doesn't even matter. They look to pad some stats. They'll take Hanabi out of this one. No, they don't just yet. He finally gets Koala, but that is it. CFO with a double kill for the Draven, hunting for the third, will take game number 1 over PSG Talon.
And it was just an absolute draft heaven coming in from CFO. They stomp the early game. They get kills into this Draven, and while CFO were able to get a kill around the Dragon area onto the Draven, that was it. He finishes the game 13-1 in 2. This man was so large and in charge. It wasn't a flying oyster. This is like a flying whale.
That was quite big. Yeah, we do have a whale in our league, but certainly Shun was showing up massively today. The strategy was fairly telegraphed, but it was something that PSG simply could not stop, and they will have to change things up going into draft number 2. I think this was all the more unexpected because CFO, not only have they struggled in the draft phase comparatively to their execution, they don't typically do that well on red side, Nightstar. Yes. This is like, I think this is only their 5th win on red all split.
Yeah, red side has been a slight struggle for the side of CFO just because of the fact that, again, they like to save counter pick for Koala, and as a result, they sort of overly rely on their solo laners just being that mechanically good in really odd matchups, when they could just counter pick top lane and just throw the entire map into a dizzy. So that's what happened in this particular game for the side of PSG. I think the big focus is Gory on Talia. He's not bad on Talia. It's just that he can't 1v9 on Talia. And that's what PSG need, because Unified hasn't been that same bot laner that we saw last year or the year before. His form this year has been pretty underwhelming by his standards. I'm not saying he's a bad bot laner. I'm just saying we have a lot higher expectations, and in this particular matchup, Shun is just much better performer.
Yeah, I also think Kaiwing has had some struggles as well. His positioning has been a little bit suspect, and it's why we were glad to see bot lane engage tanks come back into vogue, and I was a little surprised that, I do know close to Renata, it's a popular combination. Seems like it may have been a bit of a bait here. I think I would have liked to see him on something like a Nautilus to set up picks. You want to try and find that Draven, burn his cleanse, or the Muma would have worked well also. So I do think the phase 1 ban focus, like the Aphelios doesn't have to be banned out. It can be. It was a little bit of an attempt. I like everything else. I like the focus on the jungle from Gemini, but they were still able to flex into the Sejuani, and that was right up Gemini's alley. Bury focused on shadowing lanes. He did fine, but he fell behind, and you saw the difference in impact there. It was kind of night and day outside of the laning phase, and I think that's something PSG are going to have to work on. Hanabi with the strong side top lane, it's all right, but it's not the value we need in the late stages of the game. And let's see this fight. This was where PSG were at their best when they were able to close the trap.
Yeah, this was the one fight that it looked like, PSG might have had a little something going for them. They dodge out onto the ultimate of Gemini, so even though it starts out poor for Gory, Shun is stuck in a position where he doesn't have a whole lot of places to go, and the trap coming in from Hanabi, Renekton, of course, level 9, extremely powerful with his base stats. And this was the moment that Mission found himself caught out, gets picked off, and there were a couple times where the moments where PSG had their good times was because Mission ended up overextending himself and offering himself.
Yeah, it does happen occasionally, maybe a little bit rusty on the Azir mechanics, but he pulled off the plays when it counted. This was another fight around the Ocean Dragon. Gory was peppering Rest and Gemini with damage, but these just weren't the hostile takeovers you're looking for, and Hanabi goes in thinking they're all fighting each other, but they immediately turn Hanabi into a pair of crocodile skin boots, and now with Rest on the chase, it sets up Shun to start getting kills. Gory can do absolutely nothing but limp away until he just takes a big axe to the face, and yeah, this was, I think, the moment when it started to get very out of hand for PSG, and I think you are right. I think we will probably see some attention paid to the Draven, just because after a performance like that, you have to.
Yeah, it's either to the Draven or it's to the Azir, right? Because if they had Azir in that moment, it's possible you get a nice flank angle, you get the shuffle, the shove, the Draven into your team. That could generate a pick, or just the fact that later on in the game, Draven can't walk up because then he takes 2 Azir autos from two or three soldiers, and he's pretty much out of the fight. So I think more attention will be on the Azir, just because of how well it can do into the other picks that CFO might want to bring out.
Yeah, I think one of the issues of trying to ban focus on Mission is you also inadvertently hurt your own mid laner. They do have a fairly shared champion pool. I would have loved to see maybe a Sylas coming out of Gory this game. I think it would have allowed them to stick to targets. But as it stands, they are going to have to retool a little bit. And here's how the game went. From the beginning, it was, CFO rocking it on lanes, but PSG came back into it for a little bit, and then it all got out of hand. It's pretty easy to see how it all went down. Really want to give Rest some props. After that first gank dive attempt up top, he wises up. He outplays the 1v2, stays alive, and from there we're off to the races, because with all the Draven stacks and the slide and glides and the Ash arrows and Ice Bolas, it's easy to forget that Aatrox was putting in serious work.
And there's just so much CC to try and navigate around for the side of PSG, but MVP goes into the hands of Shun.
Oh yeah,
and it's
clear. Who else could it be?
Yeah. This man was just so damn fed, and he wasn't lobbing axes. They were sharp enough, but really he was just lobbing trucks.
Yeah, there was not a whole lot that PSG could do the moment that he started to get the damage. At the end of the game, he was a full 2 items ahead of the Callista, and it just was a massive bot difference, bot gap. He was never really even under pressure in lane. Despite the fact that Bury was very active, he was focused more on top side, more on mid side. I think PSG are going to need to adjust because the lane bully Shun is back. This CFO fully revitalized, and they take game number 1 in style, really. I don't know how else to say it.
It wasn't even close. So game number 2, PSG, they need to reevaluate, get more priority for Gory in this draft. Maybe they stay on to blue side regardless. red side swap might be also a consideration. We don't want to see, you know, first blue side all 3 games. You gotta throw something to change it up, and maybe it comes in game 2.
Well, we'll have to see. We're gonna get that answer pretty quickly, but first we'll be right back after this break.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Oh my. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
I couldn't find nobody else like you. Been let down each time that I've tried to find another, but I always come back to you. We're a perfect match made in the fire. You know you can't fulfill my desires. Many try, but I only got you in my eyes. In my eyes. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving, your loving. Oh my, your loving. Oh my.
I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody.
Nobody. Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving, your loving. I give you everything that I have, but it's never enough. I try to take you through to the end and love you till the end of time. You always get what you want, that I won't stop fighting till you understand that I'll love you till the end of time. Till the
And welcome back, everybody, to the PCS Summer Split Playoffs for 2022. We are one game done and dusted in this best-of-5 rematch of the spring finals between PSG and CFO. But before we get into our discussion for Game 2, I want to once again extend a wonderful shout-out to our sponsors for both CTBC Bank and China Airlines for being with us and making this whole thing possible. Now, CTBC, Nightstar, they're not just Taiwan's top financial institution. They're also sponsors of a team that are currently 1-0 up. The all-time head-to-head is now tied 7-7. Nightstar, Flying Oyster certainly flying high, and we will not be changing anything in the side selection. So what are PSG going to do coming into Game 2?
I think it certainly has to be a change in priority on this Azir pick. Mission clearly showing he's really good on the champion, and even then, you also have to just look at the impact of Gory in that particular game. Yes, he got 2 picks onto Mission. Unfortunately, though, again, the damage on Atalia a little bit lower. Unless if you're one of those elite LPL mid laners, it's hard to find those plays in the late game when you are behind. So just give him the Azir, give him the Silas, put him on one of those 2 picks very early on, and that might change how PSG are able to find these come from behind fights because he has that playmaker.
Yeah, I think that Talia was just not quite the same level of impact. He wasn't really able to do the same types of things because he does love himself some damage dealers, and CFO know this. They are going to ban away some of the comfort picks. So far, the only change is Kallista's now banned by PSG.
PSG banning away the Kallista, which tells me they aren't very well versed on the Draven and that they want to put Azir priority utmost on this first pick. And they're actually going to ban away the Draven as well.
Wow.
If you look at the Draven matchups, Draven hard stomps both Zeri and Sivir. So now CFO are put in a spot where most likely they'll just go, okay, I thought they would go ahead and handshake the Sivir Zeri here and go ahead and ban away the Azir, but Azir left on the table, Zeri left on the table, Yuumi left on the table. Those are the clear things here. As PSG,
it's neither.
Yeah, they take none of the. Yeah, all right,
okay.
It has to be Azir.
All right, let
here.
me. Yeah, I think they're going to let the handshake Zeri go over. The Aphelios has been the most played by far for Shun, and I think they may have identified that that is a bigger threat. That being said, the Azir being open means Mission gets having the crack at it, and I am getting a little bit worried for PSG's mid lane, because what do we go to from here? I mean, so far it's been some quirky games. There was a Yone, a Galio. None of them have found wins.
It could be something like a Yone. Does do reasonably well into the Azir. A Galio might be more playmaking potential. He did look pretty good on it. Unfortunately, it's just another one of those cases where he just runs out of damage at a certain point. They go back towards the Talia, and I don't hate Talia as a pick. It's just, if you're not ahead and you're playing from behind, that's not one of those tools that Gory can just bring a win out of the depths for you. And CFO, it looks like they want to go back towards this Sejuani, and this could be Sejuani support. We know Koala as a player has an exceptionally deep champion pool, so I like this possibly triple flex option.
Yeah, it gives CFO a lot of choices. They've clearly stepped it up in the draft phase. For PSG, I do like the change-up to put Kaiwing on the Nautilus. It was a very highly contested champion through the split. I think he's at his best when he's able to set up engages. You can try to get those hooks, the dredge lines landing onto Mission, maybe onto Shun as well. If you can delete a priority target, that changes those fights a lot quicker. Into ban phase 2, we have Ornn off the board yet again. For Hanabi, I almost kind of want to see him back on tank duty. It's a triple flex for that Sejuani. You know what else it is, Nightstar? It's also a takeaway, as it's one of his most played champions this split.
Yeah, definitely the game plan coming in from CFO. Just try and pinch Hanabi's weak side top lane pool, and maybe they even double down, right? On this pick, they go ahead, lock in the Renekton, force Hanabi in a situation where if he wants to, he has something like the GP available to him, maybe he opts towards that, but it
When
again
come in?
would allow CFO a couple of options for this last pick. As they go ahead, ban away the Braum, maybe hoping that Koala does lock in the Yuumi, because then you throw down a bunch of attention bot lane, and if you kill the Zarya once, well, you get 2 for 1, right? Because you get the Yuumi as well.
Leona ban, so PSG now trying to pinch on Koala, but if this is a support Sejuani, it's a big old debate. So we'll have to see what the answer is. CFO are going to reveal something here, and with the Renekton left up on the board, they might just opt into it blind for rest. He's certainly shown himself to be no slouch on these aggressive champions.
Yeah, and if PSG get a little bit too tunneled in on to the Trundle pick, that might be something they opt for again. But again, you even though you do have the Nautilus, you are lacking on just go tools, right? It's going to be fishing for picks rather than just saying, we are going to kill this man, right? And this
I would change things a bit. The
Vi coming out here helps in that regard. It's basically the Nautilus of the jungle, right? You have a point and click ultimate, you cannot dodge away, and I think, in my opinion, these responses from PSG are because the Zarya's on the table. So 2 point and click CCs, and they get the Gnar for themselves to boot. This is, of course, a very old school matchup, Renekton Gnar, and Hanabi should be well versed in that regard.
He will be, and despite the nerfs, Hanabi probably historically the best Gnar player in the league, as CFO playing around with some enchanters on the bottom side. I'd love to see it any which way. Koala has played just an absolute grab bag of supports this split, but Renata has been his most. And as they sit on that hover, it's going to get locked in at the end of the day. This is shaping up to be a beastly team fight. A little bit more focused on the early, but late game, Zarya Azir coming online. I kind of think they've got a smoothed out scaling curve here.
Yeah, and when you look at the comparison between a Yuumi or Renata, Renata offers you a little bit more during the lane phase, and it allows you to really hard counter the dive focus that looks to be coming out from the side of PSG, whereas you go for the Yuumi, weaker lane phase, and also you want to be a little bit more proactive when using the Yuumi ultimate, since it does take a little bit before the lockdown does come through. However, for the side of PSG, they're just going to be hard diving into the backline, so the Renata makes a lot more sense in that regard. So once again, CFO saving counter pick for Koala, and he does come up clutch. So yet another draft where I feel like CFO have a small edge coming out.
Yeah, I think this time around the difference is that there are a lot more gotcha tools on the PSG side. If they can string them together early on in the game, they can find these dives, they can set up advantages. They still are lacking a little bit in the damage out of Gory, but I like the Cephalios pick on Unified. It's a much more comfortable champion for him, despite the fact that he hasn't been up to his normal form this split. It still gives you a fair amount of late game insurance. There's comfort in the top lane. That matchup is something that Hanabi knows inside and out. The question marks for me are going to be the two Korean players, really. Buri and Gory, I feel like we need to see more from them here, because Gory has been our pretty much our best mid laner all split, but he's not been pinched all that hard until today.
Yeah, getting a little bit targeted in the pick ban phase, and also just the fact that he gets his Azir denied away once again. Goes back towards the Talia, and this time around, I like the fact that they combine it with the Vi, a little bit more kill pressure in this mid lane or mid jungle duo. So for PSG, I think the approach is going to be throw a lot of attention into this mid lane, allow then, once Gory hits level 6, to start traversing the map and really hit up the side lanes, naming that bot lane, and try and set up for a bot 4v2 or even a 4v3 dive situation.
And we got to remember what these teams are fighting for, right? Because as we've talked a lot about the kind of new rivalry that's taken form, it's a head-to-head overall from the start of the year till now. at 7-7, dead even, including that first game. Both of these teams want to go to Worlds. And whoever wins the series is just one more series win away from guaranteed.
Yes.
Our top 2 teams both end up the World Championship in the PCS. One will be in the main event. One has to go through plans, depending on who wins the grand finals. But PSG have been our representatives for a long time. They are the 3-time champions, back-to-back-to-back. And they even have another one from 2020 spring, the first split of the PCS. But that summer, the one blemish on their record, well, it was Machi Esports with the side of Mission Gemini and Koala that did it. And you bet they would love to be back at that big event, hoist the trophy again for the first time in a few years.
Yeah, Rest playing well with the vision. But Hanabi on the Gnar, of course, being that range champion, should have a pretty reasonable time in this lane. And it's when it comes to just straight up lane phase, all eyes are on Koala and should in this bottom lane. Are they able to hold their own against Unified and Kai Wing this time around? Because this time around, it's the Affiliates Nautilus that should have the lane advantage. It's going to boil down to Koala being able to disengage well and find good short trades to keep this lane in a good spot. But when it comes to lane influence, with Bury on this Vi pick, should be a little bit more influential and have a little bit more playmaking than the Sejuani. It's just a matter of where does he turn his attention to, and I feel like it should be mid.
Yeah, he was shadowing mid a fair bit previously. You know, we talked about the difference between these two junglers. Gemini tends to rock a very, very low jungle proximity. He's more of a power farmer. The Sejuani works wonders for him because you're not really going to be involved till 6 in a lot of cases. Bury, it's the same, but that Vi does have some options. And speaking of, he's in the mid lane right now, waiting for Mission to overstep. But Mission
great pathing
does play to strong side, as there's the start down on bot. Kaiwing does get hand shook as he dredge lines in, and the damage trade looks like it goes pretty close to even here. A little bit in favor of PSG, I think.
Yeah, a little bit more towards PSG because they are going to have just a slight bit more sustain, but this could be a
for a dive.
very
There's
early
no Narbar.
dive.
There is no Narbar here, and Rest is feeling himself. Remember, patch 12.14, this Gnar suffered some serious hits. It's an old Hanabi favorite. One of the reasons we thought he might struggle. His champion pool.
Oh, the wave
definitely drained,
cut
but
off.
the wave gets cut there.
They
Gemini
can't do
does
it.
take a tower shot. Hanabi. Oh
They
boy.
shouldn't be able to do this. This dive is taking way too much time to...
I don't think it's happening
Yeah.
at all.
A really smart play coming in from Hanabi, being able to cut off the wave before it actually hit that tower. And Gemini, I mean, he does the best thing he can do in that moment, is just sit in the bush, recall, and apply invisible pressure onto Hanabi. Bury now up in this top side, showing himself on the board, so things kind of go back to neutral.
That actually helps PSG a lot. Like Gemini, Gemini is just a little bit faster on the draw in the farm game. I think that buys a little bit of breathing room, and Bury able to match means, unlike last game, he should probably have ult about the same time. Kyling on a roam gets some warding down of his own bottom side, so all things considered, the PSG early game plan is going well. Hanabi not even losing out in the farm game to Rest. Not by that much, as the wave will crash.
Kaiwing could look for a flash play here.
Oh, into the hook, and actually, Mission isn't able to get in the clear in time, and it looks so easy for Gory to finish that off with a threaded volley for first blood.
And there was a bit of a misplay coming in from Mission with the hook coming out. He should have just gone ahead and flashed for it. Gemini going for a little bit of harass, gets flicked back. He's in trouble.
Shove. Bury was there, and he does have the Vault Breaker. Now the damage is on, but Bury tanks a few tower shots. They can't finish it. No mana for Gory. So unfortunately, they don't get a 2-for-1 special, but already a much better early game out of the PSG Talon side.
And we were talking about, hey, it has to be a play into this mid lane, open things up, open the map, and give Gory opportunities to start making plays with this global pressure offered by the Taliyah. And so far, step one has been accomplished. They found a gang into the mid lane. Mission, though, still has his flash, and you better believe if Kaiwing does show up again in this mid lane, Mission will use that flash instead of trying to shuffle his way out.
Yeah, I'll have to. That's a respect play at that moment. Now Bury and Kaiwing going to duo it up and setting up Death Brush. I think his game senses were tingling, or he saw him just off the edge. And I really like Kaiwing on a tank champion. Like, I loved him in previous splits on Enchanters, but pathing-wise, he feels so much more comfortable. He's able to throw his weight around a little more. There's a reason Nautilus is such a heavily contested pick in our region.
Yeah,
it does buy some time for Shun to move forward, though.
It opens things up, too, right? Because then instead of just trying to track Bury and his jungle pathing, you need to be weary of the second ganker, which is going to be Kaiwing on the Nautilus pick. So it helps alleviate things for Bury as well, make his job a little bit easier when he starts making his moves around the map. And it is a nice first blood, but at the same time, CFO still not really phased by that first blood gold.
No, I think if anything, you do have to worry if Mission starts getting camped. He does have a known tendency to get a little tilted. But yeah, right now, they don't seem to be in too much trouble. The handshake does go through, and I think the thing that's allowed Kaiwing to get his roam on and get that ward coverage up, I think they probably saw Gemini, unless he was able to sneak around the ward vision, is that there just isn't as much pressure for this lane. Like, compared to a Draven Ashe, Zeri and Renata Glask is, it's not all that bad. Also, you're not playing on a timer, right? Because Unified has Aphelios. There's a reason they put so much prio on this champion. Sure, it's a little behind in CS, but I think Unified's right in the middle of his comfort zone.
Well, it's still going to have a bit of a range issue as the game progresses, but you're not going to be lacking the damage, which was a big issue in the previous game on the Blizzard. Even though he was doing all right, but more attention in the mid lane. It's 2v2.
Both junglers. Bury spotted, though. Mission knows this. There is knowledge. They're going to try and get the bait play on. If he doesn't dash the wall, Gemini is still in the dark. Gory stepping forward here. Playing with fire and into the immediate ice bola. They find the damage. The blue smite's on, looking for the extra. The shove back. However, here comes the turn into the Emperor's Divide. Bury caught on the opposite side of the map, forced to flash away from that one, and nobody goes down. But a whole lot of summoners expended on the PSG side.
Oh man, Gemini with the spidey senses, knowing that surely with the level 6 Vi play, you want to make a play into that mid lane, right? And it was just perhaps a little bit too telegraphed, right? And as a result, the match is there, and it's the side of CFO that come out with the summoners today.
Oh yeah. Right now, despite the fact that that play did end up fizzling, PSG have been able to play it pretty well across the rest of the map. Gemini going to start on Herald, and Bury is here to contest. Mission is here to join. We might get our first proper skirmish of the game if this commitment happens. Here comes the Weaver's Wall. Gory finds Mission. This time, your respect flashes that. He still gets shoved onto the unraveled earth. However, now he's going to have to hope he can slide and glide his way to safety. There he goes, but the Herald has been stopped. Rest tries to keep it aggroed, but it gets tired, gives up the chase.
With Kaiwing making his way over, it does mean PSG might have the ability to just commit to it, but they actually end up pulling off. So this is feels like one of those classic PSG setups where if it's not a 90-10, we're not just we won't take that play during the early game. It's we want to be super sure, and that might just come from the fact that, again, the communication might not be fully fleshed out, but they will eventually turn their attention towards this Rift Herald
and walk away with it. So extended, a little slow, a little cautious, but they do win the race, slow and steady. I think CFO a little bit behind in the gold game here, but they do have some late game power for themselves. We are definitely in for a less bloody match thus far, as we take a look at how the gold has shifted over time, now into PSG's favor. Despite some play attempts made mid, not yielding any further results for the Taliyah. I do got to hand it to PSG. They're not looking too bad. 10 CS down in the top lane for Hanabi, but he has not been pushed out too far. He hasn't been bullied too much, and he hasn't even had any help from Bury this time. And that Gnar, we talked about a win condition for CFO being, hey, maybe they can shove a lane, maybe they can win one up in the top because Hanabi is having a hard time. Well, he's been able to keep this Renekton at arm's length. As Bury is hoping to do the same, but he does get bodied by the rest of CFO, and Shun was right in the middle of that with the lightning crash, doesn't get the kill, goes to Gemini, and that opens up, well, just about whatever the heck CFO want. I think this will probably be a late first break.
It's going to be a late first dragon because of the fact that it is Cloud, so not as much battle stats, but the side of PSG, they are getting a little bit feisty here.
It's not 90-10, Nightstar. I think they look at it wistfully, back away from this one. The gold game just about even. CFO will pick that up. It will be an Infernal next time, and that is a Drake worth fighting for.
Yeah, that's for sure. The only issue is it does feel like CFO have gotten what they wanted, right? And that's scaling time for Mission and Shun on these scaling carries who will outrange the side of PSG. And with this Renata as well, you know, even if they try and overforce a dive with the Gnar, the Vi, and the Nautilus, you have ways to easily turn things around. So I think CFO are in a bit more of a comfort spot, and if they get dove under this tier 1 tower, the response was there from Gemini once again. So far in the first 2 games, it does feel like Gemini has a good read on the situation and sort of out-jungled Bury to a degree.
Yeah, I mean, there's a big experience gap, right? I mean, Gemini has been a mainstay of PCS for a long time. Again, he was part of that Machi core back in 2020, and he's been playing, I think, going back to like 2017 even. Whereas Bury, this is his first Premier League. I mean, he was coming from Challengers Korea previously, and he's in a region where he's had to learn a new language himself, even from scratch, compared to Gory, who's had a little bit more time on an LPL roster and knows Mandarin. But that is a difference, and I think that's something that CFO have identified as a point of strength they can use. Gemini has also been really, really good at just being where he's needed for counterplays. Yeah, reading the map, but also being able to react. And I love the Sejuani flex because it's given CFO so many tools to work with in draft and beyond.
Yeah.
Skywing. It's caught. He's fine.
It's fine.
Again, he's a Nautilus. He's okay. Yeah, you know, that's Renata. She dead. Yeah, maybe.
Just a nice stat. So, of course, with Nautilus, it is PCS Nautilus, right? So
that's true.
So far in playoffs, we've had 10 games in Nautilus. So far, it's had a 90% win rate. So
it's a good champion. It is. I will hear no slander against Nautilus. Other regions don't know how to play it. That doesn't mean it's. Yeah. It's a good champion.
So it is, you know, that ray of hope when it comes to PSG fans who, you know, this game so far pretty slow. So both teams comfortable. I think the scaling champion.
I think it might speed up soon.
Oh yeah.
Even with Gemini, it's still a 3v4. That tower's going down. Weaver's wall to cut them off. It will get interrupted by Gemini, but on the opposite side, you can see Shun flashing over the wall into the lightning crash over. Koala's going to be left for dead. And oh, they cut their losses down at 1, but clearly CFO were not ready for that collapse.
I'm surprised they didn't go for a teleport play with Mission. Him having the teleport available and knowing how telegraphed that dive was, they could have gone for it. They try and outplay it in a undermanned situation. Doesn't turn out very well. And PSG, they find the play that they were looking for, right? We talked about, hey, we open up Gory, and now Gory can roam and attack this bottom lane. That's exactly what happens. And for the side of PSG, they also get that first tower. So it's a 1,500 gold lead. Not the largest lead, but you'll take what you can get.
Well, and up against the side of CFO, who are legendarily solid in the laning phase, right? Having a lead at 16 minutes feels monumental, and you can see Gory has started to emerge as a bigger damage-dealing threat, going for a little bit of a slow roll on the build, but as the Seraph's already finished, or excuse me, not the Seraphs. What am I on about? Compared to the Ludens from Mission, so he gets himself his mythic first. There we go. There's the Seraphs. I was a few tier stacks away. Starting to see mythics come in through the board. Trinity Force for Hanabi, who has been able to hold his own against this Renekton, which means the table should turn a little bit in the later stages of the game. CFO clustering up in the mid and actually realizing it's a dangerous place to be, so they do respect the distance, and now both teams kind of looking at each other from across the river.
Hanabi with pretty sizable Gnar bar, so if a fight were to break out, he's in a position to respond and turn the fight very easily. Shun is going to have to play a little bit careful. Of course, he has his mythic completed, but the difference in mythic spikes is definitely notable, because Unify will be able to make some plays with his Gale Force. Also has a little bit of safety, whereas Shun, the Zeri again doesn't really come online until you hit 3 items. Even that 2 items can be a little bit tough.
Oh, they find Hanabi though, and his Narbar is not quite up yet. As they look for him, he actually is able to flash and hop away. But the second wind effort, here comes that hostile takeover, dodged and flashed by everybody, but PSG do lose a couple of crucial summoners for this dragon fight.
Yep.
I think they might have to cede the ground. Hanabi does not have TP just yet, so they back off, realizing maybe they can get some chip tower mid instead. Well, CFO Dragon Stack, it's online a little later this game, but it is online.
Yeah, and this time around, it's going to be a Mountain Soul, so this is going to be a very relevant soul. So the next 2 fights should come around this Dragon. Mountain, also very, very good for Zeri. Gotta be caught out, but, I mean, it's a 1v1 against jungler, so he's perfectly comfortable there. We'll have to battle for the Krugs.
The battle for Krugs. It's the truest battle.
Absolutely. And Gori, this time around, he gets to play forward with this Talia pick, whereas last game, he wasn't really put in a position to even have a chance to succeed. So playing Talia from ahead, definitely a much different game than playing Talia from behind.
It was a better draft from PSG. I think they still gave over some power picks, but they didn't face as much early pressure from CFO due to the way the compositions panned out. I like this Vi, even though we haven't seen the cease and desist, I think, come out really once. The early gank pressure was still there, and Bury was able to keep pace with Gemini this time around, unlike what he did on the Trundle, which was kind of just fall behind. So Bury has definitely stepped it up in this series. I also think that the difference in lane pressure down bottom has kind of made all the difference and allowed Kaiwing to roam. That combined with Hanabi just playing, rather than taking the Renekton to try and survive early against an aggressive top like Rest, just giving it away, taking the Gnar matchup, even despite the nerfs, he's had a big impact, and now the Gnar ultimate is still a threat for those team fights that PSG are so good at.
And it's just another one of those tools that has a lot of team fight pressure, right? So another way to find a lot of CC to create space for then Unify to try and carry these fights. Also rocking the cleanse, so even if he does get hit by the hostile takeover, has a way to cleanse out of it. And
it's a very different game than game 1. I think we approached 20 minutes with something like 8 or 9 kills at least. Now we have 20 minutes with 3 total, almost as many dragons, and even that's slow, but that's just nature of how things have shifted.
And that's also the difference between PSG when they're ahead, right? They slowed the game down really, really hard. They're not a team that pushed the pace.
Unify dodges. Good Gale Force pop. Just out of Gemini's range. You could see them looking. They're still fishing Nightstar, but they haven't been able to find it. Without that crucial ultimate now, PSG gonna hit the go button. They find Gemini isolate, although he does get over the wall, shoved right back into it. The hostile takeover comes out to buy a tiny bit of time, but PSG, they know they've got the kill onto Gemini. And with Gnar into the wall, they've caught the Renekton as well into the handshake play. He flashes and slices and dices, so he'll stay alive, but gonna be burning that dominance. No smite. If this was CFO on the other side, I'd say it's Baron time. PSG, they're a little less hasty than that as they go in for the big play. They find Mission, he pushes them back, but he still takes the damage. Unified with the finisher after that Moonlight Vigil. And PSG just know the limits of what they can get away with.
Oh, Shun, he's searching, trying to find any sort of target he could chase down with the extra movement speed, but unfortunately unable to find anyone there. But that's also the reality of the situation. Only 1.5 item on Zeri. Even if these fights do get a little bit chaotic and a little bit messy, Zeri doesn't quite have the damage to fully capitalize on the situation quite yet. As we get to see, it starts off with the Ice Bullet, does come short. Really nice play from Unified to dodge out. But not too shabby of a trade, right? You're okay with trading those cooldowns, but this is where, you know, PSG do showcase some of the team fight power they have, right? Wall comes in, they're able to play a bit of an isolated situation there. They also get the follow-up CC onto Rest to force out his flash. And this is yet another overextension coming in from Mission. He still hasn't built a stopwatch, which for most part, a lot of these mid laners are going to build stopwatch early on for these team fights. Mission isn't one of those players. He just builds more and more damage, just saying, I'm good enough that you're not going to punish me, but I think that was a mistake.
Yeah, Brains versus Braun, and I think PSG's Brains winning out right now. Have themselves about a 2,500 gold advantage in their favor, and kills on Gory, a kill on Unified as well. He picked that one up, and now Lord Dominic sends his regards. So with the Mountain Dragon live on the Rift, PSG at the inside track, they can cut the legs off this Drake stack, but CFO, it's not as easy of a Baron take, but they could still threaten it, and you have to think it's a team that is just crazy enough to commit to it. If they get the catch, it's going to be Mission once again caught by PSG. Cease and desist as he shoves him in, but that only helps PSG as a big multi-man Gnar against the wall.
Shun's still
Means
alive,
they can open
though.
up here, but Shun trying to do the work as they try to fire down Hanabi. They will get the kill on the second one. After Rest gets a bit of a bail up, and now the turnabout happens again as they lose the Croc.
Wall comes
You
through.
have the Weaver's Wall coming through. They've isolated Shun, taken him out, and Koal the double into the triple, and Gory is on the board. Huge this game. That's going to be the Baron play.
And it's such a big punish onto Mission once more. Doesn't build the stopwatch, a key cooldown that they need to stay alive in the vent. They try and go for a pick. And the tools, the safety tools he has just aren't quite enough. Bury, though, exceptionally low. He still wants to stick around to use the smite, and it's really a smite fight, and he does fall short. Mission there to say hello to this fallen jungler.
Yeah, you know, I feel like you have to try that, Gemini. Like, at this point,
Yeah,
you know
absolutely.
the other jungler's low. It's a 50-50. Like, you pull off the plan, you're a hero. Sometimes you're a zero. But you know what? It's worth it. It's worth the try.
It's definitely
Let's see
worth
this
a
play
try
again.
because it's still, again, a very young jungler. So you want to test the nerve as we see, again, he doesn't have the flash up and he plays this far forward, doesn't respect the catch potential on the side of PSG, get punished there, and this looked like it could have been a Zeri moment. And if this was 3-item Shun, it definitely would have been a Zeri moment. But it's not, because it's not 3-item Shun. So a big difference with power spikes has allowed PSG to now play their macro game and slowly just outmaneuver CFO.
Taking control, and look at the item difference in the mid. I mean, Mission had a great time last time around, still had some positional errors, but wasn't punished nearly as hard. This game, it's a huge difference. Gory is fully online in a carry role because the Talia, just finding the frontline picks, has been nailing these seismic shoves to just set up the play. And Mission, yeah, no stopwatch here. It's going to be the Shadow Flame.
He could have
boy.
stopwatch. He could have had stopwatch because, you know,
He could
it's
have had
about
many
450
stopwatches.
for the Amp Tone, and you can sell your Doran's Ring. But now the wall comes through.
Yeah, I think the slow tilts come in here. Mission is having a hard time with the Weaver's Wall, cutting them off from that tower. PSG polish off another one on the Baron push. And you see the difference in how these two teams win games, Nightstar. We saw in game one how CFO prefers to play, and now this is PSG, a page ripped straight out of their playbook.
And PSG with the 7k gold lead, and with no Dragon Soul on the table, this is them just taking the game at their pace. Eventually,
You got scaling the match.
eventually they are going to have to pull the trigger though, right? Because Shun, once he gets to that third item, with the fact that it's Mountain Rift, it does get incredibly scary because these choke points are going to become a lot more constricted to try and sidestep these electric charged lasers. So that is something to hopefully not look forward to if you're PSG, right? So you
do
like
gotta close it out soon.
Try and find the killer blow sooner rather than later.
CFO are going to mobilize to try and defend this. But they've got Hanabi on the side lane. He's more than a match for rest at this point, especially once the Narbar is up. And wave clear is still there for CFO, so they can actually stop this for now. Hanabi just trying to keep this jungle clear so they can get their flank on as he throws a few more boomerangs into rest back. It's going to be the end of that for now. Baron has been outlasted, but they lost a few towers for it.
Yeah, Gory 6-0-2, incredibly strong. If he finds a pick, he can definitely burst anyone out at this point.
Ooh, they've got him locked up for just a second. Even though they take Gory out of the fight, I still favor PSG in this one. Although the Gnar was a little bit late on the uptake, and here's the turn from CFO. A second time again, blinking health bars, but they do have themselves a tower in their safety zone. Rest.
The hook
Hanabi, they hook back unified, and it's a big old shutdown. CFO, they're back in the game.
And it comes off the back of a pick onto Gory. Still has a stopwatch available. The chain CC was just way too good from CFO. They managed to just choke him out and finish him off before the stopwatch is able to come through. That's actually a game changer because you see he has that flash available. If he's able to stopwatch, buy more time, flash out, reset the fight, remember how much damage is on him, he would have been able to mop the rest of it. But because he goes down early, it makes life so difficult for Unified. As again, like, he's able to throw out the ultimate, but look at how many autos he's able to get. He's autoing this turret because of how far forward the rest of his team is, so unable to follow up on the damage. By the time he's actually able to start autoing, the fight's already over. He's got no friends left, and they just easily turn onto him.
Yeah, that was huge. It seemed like both teams wanted to make the play at the exact same moment, but Gemini's ultimate was critical there, and clearly PSG just weren't ready to make the full play. You had Hanabi around the side as Narbar wasn't fully up yet, so he couldn't commit to the play. When he finally did, it was a big multi-man Gnar, but it was way too late. So now, CFO have an opportunity back into this game. There will be a Mountain Dragon coming up in 40 seconds. Baron just 10 seconds after that. PSG know this. They have to set up for the set play. But CFO, they've got all their tools. They've got a fair bit of their summoner spells left. So do PSG. I think we might be in for a proper 5v5.
Pyra, Mission, he does have the Void Staff.
Yes, he does. Still no stopwatch, but at least there's 6
have
stacks on the Dark Steel. He's just got to position better, man. This is Mission living dangerously, all right? It's what he does.
Yes.
Mission improbable.
And it's going to boil down which mid laner gets picked off. I think that's what the fight is going to boil down to. A huge zap comes
Weaver's
out.
Wall. That Weaver's Wall isn't going to be the engage, though. It's a defensive play. Now they look for a second wind. It's CFO. They might be daring PSG to just flip for the Dragon.
This is a Dragon Soul, so Baron is a better trade out for the side of CFO. I like this move coming in from them. They don't have vision control around the Dragon, right? So this is huge. The side of PSG, what do you do?
Already down to half its hit points. They're looking to snap the trap shut. Hanabi on the side doesn't quite have the Narbar just up. This will come down to the smite it's taken, but do they have the fight on the opposite side of this one? Hanabi just whiffs it on the Gnar ultimate. You can see Shun completely untouchable. Will they be able to find this fight? Hanabi a little bit low, backs away. Mission Gemini taken very low into the back of the pit, but nobody's there. They're going to keep moving on this one. Mission staying alive. Rest with a chase down Unified on the run. And they lose Kaiwing. They lose Bury. They don't take a Baron down with the TP back into mid. CFO just going to go from objective to objective.
This is a bit of a premature TP coming in from Mission, but the side of CFO, they will turn their attention over to this Mountain Dragon, and it does look like they just want everything. They're grabbing the red buff on their way out. And Mission, with that teleport, able to secure mid lane wave pressure. That CFO can be a little bit more greedy and secure the dragon afterwards. We see the replay. Claw does a fantastic job of just zoning Hanabi off until the very end, but remember, Shun's on the Zeri, so you can't lock him down. They don't have any backline pressure. Where's the backline pressure? And on the flip side, Unified, he gets caught by Rest. And once more, like the Philios, yes, he can do a lot of damage, but against this composition of CFO, he doesn't have the range to compete against the Azir, against the Zeri.
Yeah, that's the problem. They needed to get in there a little sooner, and you can start to see some of the limitations. Hanabi was kept at arm's length. Shun was able to stay safe. And Hostile Takeover did a little bit of work, bought some time. At the very least, split the team up. And I think that's the critical thing, is that now CFO, they've got the Baron buff on. They've got Soul Point. And Rest is not useless on this Renekton. With that Gargoyles build, he's just going to be a big old stat stick to absorb all of the pressure.
And he has a stopwatch.
He does. It's going to be harder to take him down.
Guess who still doesn't have one?
Well, hey, in his defense, in Mission's defense, he's got 8 stacks on the seal. He's got a needlessly large rod. He's got no room, right? What he has to sell something, Nightstar.
This time he has a large rod. So, you know, he's packing a ton of damage. But if they find the pick onto Mission, that's a big takedown, because even if you do get onto Shun, he has the escape tools, and he also has a stopwatch of his own. So it's very hard to lock down Shun in this instance. So all your attention is onto Mission. So he's basically playing bait, right? Because Shun, level 16. So he's got the maximum amount of zoomies, along with the 3.5 items, means he should be able to clean up these fights if too many cooldowns are burned onto the Zero.
Yeah, right now there's not much to take on the map except jungle, so CFO are doing exactly that, hoping to bait PSG out of their comfort zone. This tower in the top could fall pretty quickly, and Hanabi's not really got the Narbar to try and defend it, but the rest of the team is at his back. The next dragon may very well decide the game, as it is going to be Soul Point for CFO. For PSG, they need to keep this one going, but they got to that dangerous point. Nightstar, you were talking about it like 10 minutes ago. Hey, PSG, they're in control, but they're going to have to start making plays. They did, but they lost out. And all of a sudden, CFO, they got back in the game. They got the tempo advantage. They've got pushing lanes now. But they will have to go home, as there's nothing for them to take here.
They have a massive scaling advantage as well. Though the big difference here for the side of PSG is that they have ways to punish overextensions. Right? Before, they weren't able to force a catch because they were on a Renata, they were on a Trundle. This time around, they have plenty of catch tools. Difference is, they also need a little bit of damage to finish off those picks.
They need Gory to stay alive. It really comes down to these mid laners, right?
Yeah, he still has stopwatch. Hasn't used it yet.
Wouldn't you rather have an 8-stack Dark Seal? No. At this point, he'd probably have a Medjai's, actually. But, yeah.
Yes, if it was a 20-stack Medjai's, you better believe I'm taking that 20-stack Medjai's.
Gory doesn't seem like a casual Medjai's enjoyer, though. I think he really needs to make sure he's got that stack before he builds it.
You know, fair enough. Mission, though. He
seems
like a guy who would upgrade to Medjai's if he was on 4-stack. You know?
Oh, what's he waiting for?
He's been sort of playing the ego game. Just saying, hey, I am just too good of a player that you cannot touch me. Unfortunately, it's bit him in the butt 3 times.
It has, but I mean, hey, all things considered, the picks have been fairly impactful on both sides. I mean, that PSG are still really feeling the sting of the one-time Gory got caught. Buying time here, CFO just keeping these waves cleared. It's going to be Dragon and Baron up pretty soon, and I think CFO can try and bait it out both ways, but that Soul is very tantalizing.
Soul, very, very tantalizing. And if CFO are able to get into the river early on, it makes it incredibly difficult for PSG. But CFO, perhaps
teleport flank,
greedy with the.
This is in vision. Rest gonna be completely caught, and he slices, gets stunned. Tries to dice it out. There's the Dominus on, buying a little
Team is
time. The
catching
team
up.
scrambles to get to him. He's forced to flash away, and they use Gemini's Ice Bullet defensively. CFO, that was an extremely optimistic play, and it gets smelled out immediately. PSG ping out Dragon.
They're gonna turn their attention over to the Dragon, but remember, PSG, they may be able to deny Soul, but it doesn't change the fact that the side of CFO, they can just get Baron, right? Because they
Right
get
back
a
to
choice.
it.
They have a choice in the
It's
matter.
already
Now,
down.
PSG, they
Flash
have
and
the
dash, here we go. Kai Wing, they're going to go in this one. They do manage to get a big burst on to
Shun's fine.
Mission, and he gets a
Shun's
bailout
untouched.
just in
Shun's
time for the
untouched.
Emperor's Divide. Do they have enough to take this one down? The Baron's still alive in this qualifying time. Here comes Shun, going huge, and Gemini on the front line, buying even more. Here,
Unified,
Koala getting
no.
taken out by the Baron on the
1v1.
back. It's going to be Unified going so low, but Gemini, no, he falls. Shun, he gets the kill, shoved, no damage to follow up the triple jump for the
by
Zeri.
himself.
Finally goes down, but Gori and Nanavi are still hanging tough in this one. Koala is desperately trying to back. He's forced to flash away. Woo! What a fight.
What a fight. PSG finally managed to
Gets the
find the
execute.
5v5. And it comes at the best time yet. Around that Baron buff with Soul Dragon up and available, they are able to find those kills on the Baron, get the extra gold, and now they can also turn their attention and deny Dragon Soul mission.
Caught again.
Caught out.
No stopwatch.
Caught out.
Mission does get a bailout at the very least, but
But that's it.
Yeah.
That's all his contributions in this fight. And even though Shun and Unified were untouched, the moment Shun takes the straight up 1v1 against Unified, that's exactly the situation he wants for Unified, right? Because it's in those few situations that an Aphelios will beat out on the Zeri. Otherwise, Zeri just slowly whittles everyone down. But now it's PSG turning the attention over to the Baron, having that Dragon taken off the table.
Yep. Already off the board. Weaver's Wall gets cut up every bit of Gemini here, and he just gets locked up.
Hanabi
for
doesn't
this
have
to be secured.
Mega.
He doesn't, but the chase isn't there. CFO.
Okay.
This time they hesitate a little bit. So PSG off the back of that fight, off that opportunity they were given. Ball is back in their court. They take full advantage of it by cutting the Drake stack down again and getting the Baron for themselves. Ooh, nice start. This game just keeps on swinging. It is 38.5 minutes. We're in the late game now.
So tense. And
I do like that skin on rest, by the way. I wanted to say that all game, but we finally had a bit of downtime. Nice start. That's like a Yu-Gi-Oh! Renekton. That looks like a dual disc. Look at that thing.
oh yeah.
It's time to duel. 1v1 me top lane, bro.
Unfortunately, he hasn't had the opportunities to take the straight up duels against Hanabi.
Nah, not this time.
Yeah, he's had his moments against Unified though. And
That's true. Surprisingly.
taking stock of the itemization, we have the Zhonya's completed by Gory, so he's still going to be very difficult to catch out. Finally, we do have Mission buying up the stopwatch after he secures himself the wizard hat. And Shun also onto a GA, so he's full build. The big ticket champions are max damage.
Highwing able to get away as the dredge line windup was already completed. And Gemini burns his Glacial Prison. That's a difference maker. Unified, though, clipped by the Ultra Shock laser. Yeah, Shun is starting to sting. It may be no 9-kill Draven, but it's still a Zeri with full build.
Yeah, late game Zeri, just so much outrange potential. And also look at Koala. He's built himself a Zhonya's as well. So this is probably the last fight.
Tower goes down. Weaver's Wall does allow PSG to just finish that one off. They're right back to the mid lane now as the minions come in, making the most of their Barons. Still have a minute on it. Hanabi's Narbar must be respected. PSG, they're breaking the base on this one. That's number 2 tower. They haven't got the inhibs, though.
Quarter side of CFO, you're just looking for a little bit of chip damage. You have the extra range with the Zero, with the Zeri. If you chunk out one of these frontline tanks to 50%, that forces PSG to go ahead back off. Very difficult for them to overforce the issue. But PSG go for the recall, reset the situation. 2 minutes until Mountain Dragon. CFO still have that as a win condition. Because if you look on the side of PSG, again, Unified would be really the only person that's really able to punch through this mountain shield along with the extra resistances. Even though Talia, very strong, doesn't quite have that late game.
Yeah, rocks on rocks, not quite as much damage as you would hope for. CFO looking for that win condition to bolster their defenses and therefore be able to go in without fear. Stopwatch for Mission may yet be the difference maker. 41.5 minutes on the game clock.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Look at Rest's build.
He's tanky boy.
No, it's not just that. He has GA and he has Gargoyle. If you needed more stasis or survivability, it's harder to get more than that. He's also
That's the best you
looking
can do at this point
to get the Randuins, and with this build, he takes a pretty decent chunk of damage against Talia. But this is a pure, I'm a 1v1 you Unified, and you can't outplay me.
Rest definitely shown he's confident enough even in the late game Renekton. CFO looking to deathball this up. PSG split it out. Next Dragon coming up, 20 seconds. Man, we've had so many Elemental Drakes this game. Can you believe it's a 42-minute game and the Elder hasn't made an appearance yet? The shove onto Gemini, they pull him back, they bait the trap, and that's going to be the jungler gone. Furry.
Economy on the backside.
That's going to be that
free
Koala
hitting.
ultimate, not quite enough. Maybe they can get enough out for this back one. That's going to be Mission. He gets
Done.
caught. He's taken down.
Done.
Unified's there. Should in the back line, but he doesn't have any backup. And now he gets popped into his stasis. But they've surrounded him here. Shun trying for the outplays. He opts the wall. Looks to bait this out. Here's Rest and Koala. So many of these stasis effects, but they're not going down just yet. Shun gets outplayed. Gory on the side. That's going to be everyone but Rest out of this, who finally falls with the death timers so hot. PSG going to do this one.
And PSG, they even up the score in the series. It's 1-1. And as we said, pre-game, it comes down to PSG executing better in the 5v5s. And this time around, they weren't far enough behind in the early mid-game that they were able to dictate the game at their own pace. And CFO found their moments, but it wasn't enough.
We got ourselves a series on our hands. PSG, it took them 40-plus minutes to turn the tables, but they certainly did. And CFO now, all things evened up once again. That all-time head-to-head, standing in PSG's favor again. My goodness, what a series we have already had in 2 games. Cannot get 2 games differently than those two, I think. It was just such a different tempo, such a different pace.
And the Philios pick played a role in the game, but I think most importantly, it was how PSG played around the mid lane to Leah in this game number 2 over the game number 1. They threw in a bunch of attention, had the Nautilus to try and force picks onto Mission. And Mission in this game number 2, abysmal is what I can say, because he just got caught time after time after time, didn't opt to use flash in moments where he should have instead of the glide, and also didn't get a stopwatch until very end, and unfortunately didn't have any impact with it.
No, I think a lot of the fights that went south were just because of Mission getting caught. I mean, he did have some near moments that, despite that, managed to get some plays off. You could see Koala giving him that bailout in the Baron pit. It just didn't do enough. And yeah, it really, comfort level a lot higher for PSG. It was still a very hard-fought game. They did have some trouble, a few critical plays going awry that got CTBC Flying Oyster back into it, but at the end of the day, it was just better 5v5 and better preparedness that allowed PSG to take it at the end. The execution was there, but this was, I think, a game really worthy of our 2 likely top teams in the league. Based on what we saw last spring, even though this was number 1 versus number 4 seed, it was oh so close in a number of games, tiebreakers and all that. CFO are going to now be the one, are now going to be the ones having to adjust a little bit. I think they were hoping to stomp some lanes up top that kind of got taken out the window. They really need Mission to step up his positioning. And I hope they can teach an old dog new tricks, because that did start to feel like one of those mission tilt games where he just fully commits to his strategy regardless of what is happening.
He fully embraced the zoom, and he went straight down the middle.
It's a technical term for that, Night Star. It's called running it down.
Yeah, we'll avoid full committing to that one. But going into the next game for CFO adaptations, right? Do they go onto blue side? Do they prioritize Azir or Aphelios in the next draft? Because it does seem like Aphelios might play a critical role because of how much lane pressure you can exert. This time around, Shun, Koala, yes, they had the better scaling with the Renata Zeri, but Unified looks much more comfortable when he is on Aphelios and being able to actually lane than, you know, everything else when he has a good lane.
I think that's a great adaptation for them if they can do it. First pick blue side, it's CFO's specialty. They are a little bit better on that side of the map, a lot better on that side of the map generally speaking. So for the first time they will have that selection. Let's keep our eyes on this game though, because very back and forth in these fights. And it seems like Mission just keeps playing so dangerously. It's not just the lack of stopwatch, right? It's like, what are you doing when your team's there? And then he delivers Hanabi to the team.
Into Shun. Not just like the rest of the team. It's into your priority carry. And thankfully, Shun able to still get one kill out of this, but it wasn't a great situation. Koala did have some pretty good Renata ultimates because of just sort of the setup with how PSG wanted to just force their way into CFO. It just wasn't enough because you should have a second carry with a ton of damage besides the Zeri. They just never had it.
I didn't realize how close that last fight was. If Bury had gone down and the reset comes off of the bailout, like, I think that's a different fight. But this, here it was again. It started out looking really good for CFO. They never secured the Baron though, and yeah, like everybody splits up a little bit, and it's Gory really just delivering so much damage. And even though this fight's basically over, you think you can salvage it. Rest just gets stun locked into the wall, and there it is.
Gory, of course, no doubt gets the MVP. But it was, again, one of those team play moments. The side of PSG just outperformed CFO as a 5-man squad. So many of these fights came down to the straight up 5v5 or I should say 5v4 because of the side of CFO faltering at the start of these fights. And when it's uneven match, it changes the calculus, right? Instead of those 50-50 fights that PSG might not be willing to take, it all of a sudden does turn into a 90-10.
Yeah, and then PSG are pretty confident to hit the go button. You can see they had some peaks and troughs, but they were able to bring it right back around, not letting CFO get that Mountain Soul win condition was a huge thing. Making sure that they could find the picks they needed to set up the fights. And Gory, night and day performance from game one. It wasn't the Talia that was the problem. It was setting him up for success. Really got to hand it to his jungler and his support for doing exactly that while the rest of the lanes were holding their own. And of course, Gory wins the MVP. I said it before, I'll say it again. These are our two best mid lanes, and Gory definitely showed who's number one.
In back-to-back games, we have our MVP having 10 plus kills. That is
it's almost like that's
nuts.
An indicator or something, right? I know KDA doesn't mean everything, but in this series, it certainly means a lot.
It is nuts with how focused the gold is.
94.7% kill participation. Yeah. What did he miss? A solo kill?
That's a tough one to say.
I can do that math fast.
He didn't get the kill onto Koala executing.
That's true. That is true. Nobody got that one. Koala actually got. Yeah, it's curious. I'm not sure, but either way, we're tied up 1-1. This is absolutely delivering as a series. Could be in for a very long one as things go forward.
Strap in.
Oh, I'm so excited. This is going to be so good. So looking ahead, changing things up. Maybe we'll see CFO going over to blue side. What else would you like to see out of the draft?
CFO they could still stick on to red side. I don't like, or I don't hate their red side looks, right? From the draft perspective, I think they've been really, really good. It's, of course, just if you go on to blue side, they do have to be weary of, hey, maybe we do give up the Azir, and how do we play against Gory's Azir? Or do we just change up our bans completely?
Yeah, well, we'll have to see. We are going on break. We'll be back in just a few for Game 3 of the series. Don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss it.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
How long can it last? You ask me. As long as you want, if you give it a try. But you still got a past, you ain't past yet. You gotta let go and leave it behind. Can you tell me now, baby? You gotta let me know. If you're all in, can you say it aloud, baby? You gotta let me know. So just say the words. I know that I can't get enough. I feel the vibe every time we touch. Oh yeah, you can decide. And who you trust. Give me a sign. If it's right, then we can climb on waterfalls. We can climb on waterfalls. There ain't nothing stopping us. We can climb on waterfalls. We can climb on waterfalls. We can climb on waterfalls. There ain't nothing stopping us. We can climb on waterfalls. Leave all the confusion behind you. So many doors that are open wide. We'll start something new and exciting. Nothing to lose and no reason to hide. Can you tell me now, baby? You gotta let me know. If you're all in, can you say it aloud, baby? You gotta let me know. So just say the words. I know that I can't get enough. I feel the vibe every time we touch. Oh yeah, you can decide. And who you trust. Give me a sign. If it's right, then we can climb on waterfalls. We can climb on waterfalls. There ain't nothing stopping us. We can climb on waterfalls. We can climb on waterfalls. We can climb on waterfalls. There ain't nothing stopping us. We can climb on waterfalls. We can climb on waterfalls. We can climb on waterfalls. There ain't nothing stopping us. We can climb on waterfalls. You promised that you'd give the most, and it started out like oh so close. Now it's hard to keep you on the phone, on the phone. No matter what I do, you're never satisfied. You don't believe my words, although I never lied. Are you a devil in disguise? I don't get why you're so heavy on my mind. You're so heavy on my mind. You're so heavy on my mind. Heavy on my mind. You're so heavy, though I'm not ready for it. Because you're heavy on my mind. Promise that you give the most. And it started out like oh so close. Now it's hard to keep you on the phone. On the phone. No matter what I do, you're never satisfied. You don't believe my words, although I never lied. Are you a devil in disguise? I don't get why you're so heavy on my mind. You're so heavy on my mind. Heavy on my mind. You're so heavy, no, I'm not ready for it. Because you're heavy on my mind. You're so heavy on my mind. Heavy on my mind. You're so heavy, no, I'm not ready for it. Because you're heavy on my mind.
Welcome back to the PCS Summer Split Playoffs. Here in the upper bracket, we have had quite the brawl. PSG Talon versus CFO all tied up now at 1-1. Before we get into our Game 3 discussion, I want to extend another shout out to our wonderful sponsor, C2BC Bank, for always being by our side, and China Airlines as well for this playoffs. It has been fantastic so far this series. I'm excited to see what Game 3 brings us. Nightstar, we've got a change of side selection, though, I'm hearing.
Yeah, we are going to have a side swap. CFO opting to go over to the blue side. This is sort of what we expected, right? As the shift in perhaps champion priority has changed from that Azir to the Philios. And we'll see how both of these teams address that in the ban phase. As you know, I wouldn't even be surprised if maybe PSG, they just ban out the entire bot lane pool.
It's possible. I mean, you've got to try and keep Shun down best you can. That game 1 Draven was deadly. Now, the Zeri still got online, but I do think that Aphelios, there's a reason that was a high prio. It clearly made a massive difference for Unified in terms of damage output. Laning strength, of course, is going to be CFO's. And if they can use it, if they get the advantage for themselves, that's big. Maybe, though, they just sack on that bot lane pick. They go for an optimal choice early on. Although that mission is here. It giveth and it taketh away. I guess we'll have to see as we are into it right now. Ari Silas off the board, targeted yet again at Gory. PSG haven't buried their bans just yet with that Poppy being stuck.
It's going to be Poppy, Callista, maybe even a Draven ban in this instance. But if that happens, it does, of course, leave up the Aphelios. And for CFO, I think they are considering if they want to ban Aphelios or the Azir on this last ban.
Yeah, do you give it over to Gory potentially? Okay. Vi ban against, interesting. You know, I kind of like this adaptation. You force him into something more like the Zinzao.
Yeah, something that doesn't have instant kill pressure onto that mid lane. Perhaps alleviates the pressure onto Mission. So, it might just be going straight back to the Azir. But for sure, you pick one or the other, right?
They first pick Sivir.
Okay. But this
All right,
also
well,
leaves
that's
up
a little bit
Azir and Aphelios for PSG, and I think they would be very happy with both of those situations.
Yeah, I think you're right. If they take both right now, they've given themselves a fair bit of comfort, some power as well.
Azir is okay.
It is okay. Kind of like the Aphelios a little more for Unified, but we'll see.
Yeah, Unified will get the Zeri locked in, so it's going to be a handshake, and it's not the worst off trade. Yes, Aphelios is going to be able to lane a little bit better, but here you're able to match the scaling of a Sivir with the extra range and terrain control coming in that the Zeri does bring to the table. And interesting that the side of PSG seemed very comfortable in the Talia Azir trade.
Yeah, I mean, I think for PSG, it's almost daring mission to play it again, but we'll see what CFO add to the mix. With the Wukong locked in for Bury, that makes it actually the first time he's been playing this champion. And now for CFO, Nautilus be a good takeaway against Kaiwing. It sets up for the Sivir nicely. We'll see if they just opt into the Azir. They do for mission. Third time's the charm, apparently.
And you know who isn't there to visit? Nautilus and Vi. They cannot go to his mid lane because they're banned or on his side. So this time around, it will be CFO's Nautilus that will perhaps make the difference. And this would be an interesting hover, of course. The Kali did get buffed on 12-15, but we're still on 14. So it will be Talia locked in the end. A lot more team fight power coming in from the Zeri Wukong combination, but once more Gory put onto the Talia, he's going to need to look to have playmaking around that mid lane or have the ability to clear out and start attacking these side lanes.
Or do a little bit of both. Now PSG into the second ban phase, get rid of the Sejuani, which has kind of been the ace in the hole here for CFO's side as they've been able to flex it around. Of course, support already shown and locked, and CFO sticking to their guns, getting rid of the Ornn, trying to pinch Navi's pool as per usual.
With the Ornn banned out, they might look for either the Gnar or the Renekton bans to come through as well. And it will be Yumi instead, so leaving both of them up available. PSG, I think if they wanted to pick one, it would be the Gnar here. It does leave counter pick to Kaiwing, which is not something we see a whole lot out of PSG.
And they already have support shown, right? You have to think maybe they would end up on a support pick here, and they do. If this holds, it's the Rakan lock-in to pair with the Zeri.
Plenty of engage tools coming out from the side of PSG. I like this look coming in. They've clearly adapted from game number one and say, hey, we just didn't have any go tools. We need a couple more of them. Rakan also one of those sort of enchanter-esque champions that can gank for you in the mid lane. And for CFO, this is a pick I really want to see. Gemini on the Lee Sin is a completely different beast in the jungle, and it will get locked in. So now it just boils down to what the blind pick will be. Gnar and Renekton both available. You know, it's got to be one of
takes the opposite side. Yeah, I mean, I do like the team fight potential. Again, we've been harping on the nerfs, but there's the possibility there. I think PSG, one of the issues they've run into with this composition is it's a very squishy one. So if they take away some situational tankiness and comfort, Hanabi put into a potentially bad situation. That is the lock for rest on the Gnar. And yeah, Gemini on this Lee Sin, 100% win rate this split. Comfort for him as well. I do like this comp coming out of CFO. Good old Sivir, let's just run at him, set the plays up, pinballs for PSG. They might just double down on the power, maybe give Hanabi a strong side for a change. And it's the Kennen.
Okay, the Kennen does get locked in. Still a very strong laner and has some team fight potential value later on. The core thing will be if he does get put behind, and if CFO are able to address their flanks, it will be very, very difficult for PSG to actually get value out of the Kennen. However, with their setup, they have they can play from a multitude of angles. And the thing you can't say about CFO is that they're pretty much a front-to-back comp. The Azir and Sivir will be grouped up on top of each other. So there's high value coming in from this PSG comp, and I feel like they've done enough in this particular draft to give them draft advantages moving into this third game.
You can really see it take shape with the preferences, though, on both sides, right? It's exactly how we've seen in both games. One thing they had in common was how the teams like to play it out. CFO, they do front to back. They do like to death ball it up. On the opposite side, PSG, they're always looking for the flank angles. Both teams giving themselves the tools to do what they prefer. But as you said, I think this is the first time in three games in the series that we've seen PSG have looking like a better draft. So maybe it's all about that red side, huh?
It could be. But the thing is, CFO on blue side are a completely different beast. They've had a vastly better win-loss record on blue side, whereas on red side, they've actually been below 50% when it comes to regular splits. But this is the playoffs, and this is where these games matter the most.
This is where it counts. It is the upper bracket. Even for the teams that lose here today, they will have another chance to climb their way up through the lower side. However, the winner goes on with one series separating them from the World Championships appearance. As I've mentioned before, both these teams chock full of players with that experience, but on the blue side now, CFO, they're the team that have not been able to go in a while. They're the players, I should say, that have not been able to go in a while since this squad only formed together at the start of this year.
Koala, good flash.
Level 1 shenanigans. Gory sniffs this out, though.
All
We're
right,
underway.
Highway. Flash, do it. Oh.
That's some game one stuff. Get out of here, Night Star. We got, here's the thing. Shun just wanted to deliver that pizza. 30 minutes or it's free, you know, but doesn't find a target. It's actually going to be a pretty far back start for PSG. They're really expecting a late invade.
And Gemini, of course, onto the Lee Sin. I think that's the most unique pick in this draft because we haven't seen a ton of Lee Sin at all during the split. Yes, PSG also get themselves a cannon, so we can talk about that right afterwards. But Gemini, historically, hasn't exactly been an early game jungler. We saw a little bit more of that in the first two games while he was on the Sejuani. And the Poppy also one of those champs that he's being able to perform and gank. But Lee Sin is just something else. He can both carry and still gank on this champ. So I am really keen to see what he can do with this champ because there's always that outplay potential, the dream kick scenario.
Speaking of outplay, nice ricochet into the, or rather, ricochet damage coming through for Shun. There is always a huge value upside in a skilled Lee Sin player, and it is worth keeping that in mind. On the opposite side, the interesting about this game is Bury is taking his first competitive Wukong in the PCS. So that's going to be a little interesting. And Wukong is a champion that has kind of seen a rise and fall in the meta. Did get hit with Nerf Bat. Can't remember how many patches ago. We are still on 12.14 though. So for those of you wondering, we do keep talking about it. It's because, yeah, we're a little bit further behind while everyone else is looking at that 12.15 hotness, looking for more. We'll talk about that later because Koala does land a really long-range dredge line. Does allow Shun to send the boomerang blade out, and the Sivir already starting to do some damage to that squishy bot side.
Nice little flick there.
Same matchup yet again, and it feels like lessons have not been learned. Yeah, I just hope Mission builds an earlier stopwatch this time around. I'd love to see that. Ooh, Gemini, level 3 gank. Let's go.
Yeah, Hanabi, though, has a pretty sizable wave. He's bold.
He is. Rest is on top of him, and they will go for the chase. And he gets
the chase.
Nailed with the boulder. Stuns up. Just needs that Q to land. No, the flash going forward. Gets it and safeguards just in time. First blood secured by Gemini.
Oh, look. Wukong, though, around the corner. Doesn't actually try and go for the 1v2, though. Would be pretty bold.
Monkey see, monkey no do.
Yeah. And CFO, like I said, Pyra, Gemini on the Lee Sin is just a completely different jungler. If I had to rank junglers, because we did have a vote on who we said, you know, are all-pro junglers. I didn't have Gemini #1, but that's because I couldn't isolate just his Lee Sin games. If I could do it, he would be Z tier. He is beyond the best jungler in our league.
Wait, so is that bad or good? Is it like a wraparound thing? Like you're so good that you go back to Z?
Z tier is like 0.
Oh, you mean like S tier?
Yeah, it's beyond.
Yeah, okay. Oh, it's even
God.
more power.
Yeah.
I've never heard Z tier before. I would usually think that's a bad thing, but I am not enough of a zoomer for all of that. You need to teach me the ways, Nightstar.
Maybe another gank
Gemini
about
again.
to come through. Oh, Bury does sniff
Bury sniffs this one.
something.
Agori does still get hit though.
The flip
Look
could
at the
be
damage. Oh man. And Mission just wasn't able to move with the wave state, but still, that's just with an Iron Spike whip.
He's already got 1 kill on the board. And the amount of pressure he's applying here, forcing these recalls and also forcing Bury to now pay more attention to where the Lee Sin is going to slow down Bury's level 6 points as well, because he's needing to try and keep track to keep his laners safe. And now Mission can be a lot more. This time he can play with the ego that we saw in game number 2, because his jungler is just stronger right now.
Giving him a lot of attention. Although Kaiwing is also here. Ooh, that Talia taking some punishment. Kaiwing sniffs for a pick, sniffs forward, but doesn't find anything as Koala's matching on the pressure. Even Bury puts an appearance. Everybody's partying it up in this mid lane, but Mission is wise to it, playing a little smarter now.
Yes. Now we get maybe some time to talk about Hanabi, of course, getting this cannon, a historical pick for him. So he's not going to be too out of sorts.
He knows a lot of these top lane matchups, but even though it's strong in the laning phase too, I'm curious to see what Rest does. If Rest is just trying to play it more for the team fights, as he typically has been stepping it up in laning phase. But right now, he's had a harder time cracking the nut that is Hanabi.
And on this cannon pick, if he gets ahead, it will throw CFO into a bit of fits, right? Because if you're using your shuffle to shove out the cannon, it will allow free access for then the Wukong to get into the fight. And also just the fact that you have to pay attention to Hanabi, right? If you throw the ult onto Bury and Hanabi is ahead, he just kind of one-shots your entire team. It's once more, it's 2v2 in this mid lane. We're gonna see a lot of this as the series moves forward, because I think CFO, they've understood, hey, if they bring people, we also have to match that pressure. Mission has not looked the same when he gets caught out in lane.
Yeah, 6. Yeah, things are very different. That's going to be that heal forced out.
Gemini 6.
Bury puts an appearance once again. Gemini 6. Yeah, this is the difference, right? Is that just like game 1, Bury set a little behind the 8 ball. Can't quite do the same thing. Hanabi, level advantage himself. He lightning rushes forward, gets that stun. Instantly, Kaiwing reacts flash for flash. Ignites on, but he does withstand the pressure. So the shoe's on the other foot up top side. Rest is the one under fire. And yeah, this cannon will look pretty familiar to any of our viewers from MSI. I mean, that was the last time Hanabi played it up against the side of G2 Esports, and I believe T1 as well. Did manage to showcase his muscles on that champion. Kaiwing, caught up by Koala. He's able to battle dance to safety again. Just everybody's in this mid lane. It's party over here.
It's an absolute party. And that might not be CFO's comfort zone, because they've had... they look to just dominate that bot lane more often than not, and now that it's more about the roam game, that might put CFO a little bit off kilter.
Starting off on this Herald
this
first,
is pretty bold position.
Yeah, he backs away now. That's going to be bringing Rest down as well. The wall does come up. It's cut off by the Herald. I think they've probably got the comfort for this. Hanabi could be setting up for the big play. Look at that as he's spotted in that brush. They're going to try and bait PSG in. Gemini getting down with that smite, but here we go. They've locked up Hanabi as he tries to rush forward to get the big multi-man stun. They will take Shun out of the fight. As the dust looks to settle here, it's 1 kill in exchange for that Rift Herald, but it was secured by PSG.
And look at the entire time. Mission is just on that mid wave, and now Mission could just die once more as they are
no
setting
flash.
up for the pick. They have
walks
even
out.
Zeri hovering, who can join very, very quickly, and Gemini helping out and keeps his mid laner safe, but it's once more just sort of a knock on Mission. Being a little bit unwilling to move out of the mid lane. Yes, he's getting CS advantages. It's not quite there. And we just need him to be a little bit more active in helping out the team. You can see he's just zoned off at the bottom half of this map. So that's a lot of the team fight power. You don't have that shuffle. And Shun, he's a Sivir. He can't deal with this flank pressure without the Azir.
And the Zeri gets not only a kill, but the farm advantage off the back of it too. So, yeah, it's a different type of play, and you can tell that CF aren't quite as schooled in it, quite as comfortable. Another shove lands onto Mission, and, well, he is just going to be backing away from that one. We'll have to see if they can do a little bit more with this. At the moment, PSG are the ones in the driver's seat.
And if this game does become really, really slow, it will get a little bit more difficult for Gemini to find these pick-off plays, as people will get more and more tanky, right? It's going to be harder for him to one-shot anyone getting into that backline. Now the chase is on for Gemini and Koala.
If they can get him out of this one, Gemini actually gets that
Kick in.
kickback,
Oh,
and he
Gory.
fancies his chances, but no, Bury's there, and they've got just enough. The second wind effort from Koala looks like it might have been ill-advised at first. Mission a little bit behind. So they do just lose Gemini, but that was close. Look at Gory's health bar.
And it's once again a fight that PSG take where Mission isn't able to join up effectively. So he gets zoned off. They're missing his damage once more. And PSG, they are constantly just cognizant of Mission's positioning and able to limit his effectiveness in this game number 3 so far.
Yeah, that has been one of the weak points of CFO throughout the series. Mission getting caught and getting zoned. The Azir given away, and you can see why. Ori is a little set behind in farm, but map advantages in favor of PSG all across the board. They've got themselves just shy of 1,000 gold advantage, and still haven't dropped that Rift Herald that was picked up in the chaotic play up by the pit, sitting in Unified's pocket, and we'll see if he just drops it for a quick charge.
Yeah, and the other thing here is Mission in games 1 and 2 has gone for the Ludens into the Shadow Flame. So a lot of burst potential on his ultimate and a lot of poke potential. And I'm interested to see if he continues that trend in this game, because it is a pretty squishy squad on the side of PSG. But if you're going to execute around just like a one-shot combo, I would love to see the early stopwatch, because you can get in with an aggressive shuffle, but then you also have the ability to stay alive because of the stasis. Whereas before, you want to go for a multi-man shuffle, but you don't have any ability to stay alive afterwards.
Yeah, the second wind is really important, right? So they send the Rift Herald, which was just sort of an opportunistic grab into mid, just get some plates, and try to bait a red buff play. Gemini is feeling it, but he's playing just beyond range of the brush, and they still try for the chase and instantly knock him up for days. But he flashes and tries to dash to safety. Bury says, not today, and bops him over the head.
That was a fantastic trap laid out by the side of PSG. And it comes off the back of, now you've got leads in this bottom lane. And for the side of CFO, once this Lee Sin starts falling behind this Wukong, it does get harder and harder to play the game, because Wukong will have the ability to outduel the Lee Sin, but also has a lot more effective and usefulness when it comes to playing out these team fights and Mission. I mean, he's just eating them up like Eggo waffle.
Yeah, and you know what happens when you eat too many Eggos? You get a little sick. Koala, he is taken so low, burning down from the Ignite, and he will limp away with single digit health. Ooh, it's every summoner burned on the bottom lane. They didn't get him.
Oh my god.
Oh, that hurts, man. Here comes Mission with the slide glide. Does fail as he's forced to flash away from that seismic shove of Gory. Really look for the aggressive play. And here comes the rest of PSG. All right, well, couple of attempts. Nothing ventured, nothing gained.
And PSG, the adaptations have been massive, right? Because you have Shun on a Sivir. Yes, he can definitely carry. But the big thing here is it doesn't have the 1v1 potential, right? So now Kaiwing is able to leave the lane. When you look at this 3v3, the ability to play the map from Bury, Gory, Kaiwing, you have to give them massive advantages over Gemini Mission Koala. Right? Because Koala would love to stay in lane and just continue to ground pound the 2v2, but now he's forced a little bit off kilter, try and make plays with this Nautilus, and I mean, he's not bad on the Nautilus, it's just Mission's a statue in the mid lane.
Yeah, that's rough. Furry is able to chase Gemini off of trying to solo sneak the Herald by just looking at him. And PSG, you know, are starting to control the pace of the game. It's a slimmer gold lead, but they have a dragon advantage. They have the map control, and they can look for more here. Gory could be caught out. Ding's level 11, though, and is able to get out to safety. Rest is now joined in. Everybody once again starts to look for the mid lane. Mission, Gory, trading love taps, Sand Soldiers, but Mission does get caught, instantly bursted, thanks to the combined efforts of Unified and Kaiwing. Meanwhile, PSG continue to work on this Herald as Rest tries to keep them under fire, but I think they get the last laugh there. They do, and they will take Herald number 2.
Once more, Mission misplays his hand. If Mission doesn't clean up his play, it's going to cost them this series. Because even though Gory did struggle in game 1, he didn't gift over massive advantage. He was just ineffective on the Talia. Here, Mission not only is ineffective, he's also making PSG stronger by giving them continuous kill gold or free pressure in this mid lane. They've constantly just gotten more and more out of these flashes or catches. And now Mission will go to a side lane, so maybe that helps create opposite side map pressure for his squad.
It has taken a while, though, right? And I think Mission has definitely shown that some of his more stubborn tendencies have become a bit of a liability here. Glad to see. He does he does have his Ludens complete. Of course, it's going to be matched by the Crown of the Shadow Queen on the opposite side. As we already know, the Talia stepped up big. And yeah, Infernal Dragon being live is a pretty big Drake. PSG, it looks like they're just going to use Herald as a distraction. Mission is very far forward here. Ooh, who's distracting who, actually? Herald gets the charge in, finishes the play. They'll bring the wave as well out from downtown, finding Koala as Shun is forced to leave his support for dead. And they keep on pushing. They might even get another Shelly charge out of this.
Yep, should be another charge. And Shun.
Just done by Unified. That's going to be 2 towers for the price of 1. And they can still work on that Dragon Nightstar. Mission was barely able to take a tower while all that was happening.
At the very least,
one up top.
They do respond with 2 towers of their own. Yes, it's lower value, right, because it's tier 1 towers, but it's still gold at least being answered. And PSG now, they have 2 dragons tier name. Of course, this is the patch 12.14 where dragons did get buffed, so early dragons have a lot more value.
Especially that Infernal Dragon.
It's not only Inferno, it's also the Mountain, right? So they're doing a lot more damage, and they're harder to kill. And because you're going for the Ludens build against any sort of magic resistance that PSG builds, it just gets even better because you do have that extra durability from Mountain. And even then, remember, extra magic resistance added on because of the durability patch, that's free stats.
Well, you know what they say about elemental dragons, Nightstar. They protect, they attack, but most of all, they stack.
Absolutely. And
CFO, Yeah,
the
CFO
adaptation
are trying to
is
make moves.
going to be them building on a lot of Merc Treads because it is double magic damage threat. So as the game progresses, the positioning of Bury and Unified does become more and more important because they need to carry a little bit more of the damage.
Oh, Gemini, gonna pick to separate, trying to fight it out over the Grump, but Gemini just gets the worst end of that one as he is going to leave Mission for dead, who was again out of position. Thought he was safe under tower, not the case.
Mission getting absolutely picked on. I know one of the memes in the Chinese community is, you know, if Mission's not 0-3 after the lane phase, then, or if he is 0-3 more after the lane phase, then CFO are going to win because he's just absorbing so much pressure. It's not really the case in this series. He's been very ineffective, and
it's just mistakes compounding, right? I mean, I think the map awareness, we talked about coordination on the PSG side, especially with, you know, the whatever lingers of the language barrier. Seems like CFO are the team that are playing a little disconnected. Game 1, they looked fantastic. Game 2, Mission just was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and we're seeing it again here in Game 3.
Mm-hmm. It's been quite problematic for the side of CFO, who started out the series so good, right? They came out and stomped PSG in game number 1. Just have not had the answers since. They've been able to, you know, win a couple fights. Hasn't changed the outcome of the game necessarily. They need a big team fight win here because they're down 2 dragons. They're already missing those stats, and because it's Cloud Soul, even if they do get a couple of these under their belt, it doesn't help them win team fights.
Yeah, it is a little bit disconcerting to see this happening on the blue side as well. Typically, we see CFO kind of get a power-up from being on that side of the map, but maybe they baited themselves out with a couple of these picks here as PSG was hoping to bait them into another pick. Nonetheless, still the tempo, the gold, and the dragon advantage all in favor of PSG here. Rest being shoved by Gory, looks to push back on him with those boomerangs, but he doesn't have any help. Exhaust is on, it gets spent, and now PSG realize they can look for him, but maybe he's going to be the one baiting them in the Meganar as a lot of help still. Gemini Mission at the back, and it's just TPs expended on both sides as PSG looks to turn it on yet again. Hanabi joining the fray. Gory, he's the one isolated this time, and Mission would love to pick him off. He does, but he will pay for it with his life.
It's 1-for-1 in the mid lane exchange, and you gotta say that does favor CFO. It will slow things down just a little bit more. Stem the tide, stem the bleeding. As they...
And CFO doubled their kills.
Yeah, exactly. They've doubled up, and more importantly, Mission's on the board. 1-3 now has the completed Banshee's Veil. So there is a lot of magic resistance stacking coming in from CFO. So these fights will get a little bit more interesting as we progress, because we do need to see that Void Staff come out from Gory, as we do see Void Staff complete on Hanabi, but no stasis on Hanabi. So that's also something to keep track of. While he's able to blow up the back line, he himself can also get blown up very easily.
Yeah, I think it's a very bold build, but so far it's been working out well for him. I think Bury's had a huge impact in this game, set up a lot early on. And keep in mind, Unified has just been stacking kill after kill. That Zeri definitely going to be much further ahead of the Sivir and also have a great late game impact. Yep. So the tables have definitely turned as far as the bot lane's concerned, and I just feel like the Sivir has not really had an opportunity to shine, and that's your best player, Shun. You need him to have a big impact. PSG now looking to set up for this Cloud Dragon. This would give them Soul Point. We'll see if they can do it. CFO aren't keen to give them the opportunity, but they have to keep an eye on the potential Hanabi flank. They do not want to get sucked into the slicing maelstrom. Oh, but now here comes Gory's wall. They cut off a few of these members here to kick into the side. Mission going to get that shove back, but the fight split on multiple fronts here. With Mission, he just barely gets out for the skin of his teeth, but PSG, they're split between a couple different members. You see Rest, Shun, everyone, they're opening fire, and it's open season on PSG Talon. Shutdown gold to Shun. Gory, still a threat, even with low health bars, as Kylie gets that knock-up onto Shun, using the spell shields to their utmost effectiveness, and they will be able to get the wipe and only lose Koala.
Oh my god, CFO have done it! They find the one big team fight when they were looking for. And this is huge for them while the dragon isn't that impactful. The amount of gold that they got from that fight swings the gold from a PSG 2K gold advantage, and it flips sides. Now, as we get to see the replay, they know that they have to address this problem coming in from Hanabi, and while Buri does get a great engage onto the back line, Hanabi is a little bit too late, and by the time he gets there, they split off. And on the flip side, Gemini, Koala, able to buy so much time that it allows CFO kill, exchange front lines, and then start collapsing, recommitting to the fights. And when we talked about the identities of these compositions, yes, PSG have a good matchup because they can attack from multiple angles, but if they fail to execute on that point, CFO's front to back damage is just insane.
There was too many angles. They tried for mission and they just couldn't quite finish him off, and so much was expended for the deletion effort. PSG were stretched thin. Unified was split up for the rest of the team, and that's when the turn came. Rest and Gemini just had a huge front line, and Shun getting shut down gold is massive. We were just talking about the Sivir needing to get an impact. Rest cleaning up some kills as well. It buys him a Randuin's pretty much flat out. And yeah, CFO. It feels like the longer the fights go, the better it looks for CFO, whereas it's kind of the opposite for PSG. They want to get those quick fix. That Banshee's Veil, real good buy there for mission. Spell Shield coming in handy.
Yeah, it does. And yeah, for PSG, their execution at the start has to be really, really clean, because that's where the teamwork is going to showcase through. Once things
Also,
get hairy, that's where the individual skill shows through, and that's where CFO can look to start turning some of these fights.
Yeah. Now, they do have to watch on the CFO side that that 3-item Zeri doesn't just blow them up. But they're starting to get back into it. The longer, more extended fight's going to be in their favor. They've got a pretty beefy front line between Gemini and Rest. And Koala, as long as Mission and Shun can stay alive, it does start to look a little better for them. The game plan is online. They have the 4-1. Rest is able to just duel it out with Hanabi, who, hasn't really been able to have the big impact ever since that great play where he outlived, and still got the Maelstrom off over at the Herald Pit earlier on. Now things shift a bit, and maybe CFO find a way back into this game. It's been a very unorthodox series, I think, outside of Game 1 for this squad.
Yeah, and just look at how tanky CFO are. They have so much magic resistance already stacked up, but in addition, they have a locket. So that shield is going to absorb a lot of extra damage, and it gives you that extra magic resistance on top of it. So CFO, they are a very, very chunky meatball. And it will be tough sledding for PSG to chew through them straight up. But what have we said that they've been good at? It's been generating picks before the full-blown 5v5.
Yeah, they have to do it, though, and they're going to try right now. Here comes the slicing Maelstrom into the back. They look to split the rest of them up, and they do get a shutdown under Shun immediately. Koala's going to drop. This is PSG's comfort zone. Even though Mission shoves the back with the Emperor's Divide, they still have cleaned up 2 of the 5 members, looking for even more as Rest is forced to scoop and flash his way to safety. That's going to open up the Baron play. You better believe that looks like a 90-10 right now for PSG.
And for the side of CFO, they're going to have to pull out really big play of their own, because Rest, he's trying to get that Gnar bar still on cooldown, of course. And maybe if they have the cooldown off, they can look to maybe go for the YOLO play. This is going to be a stretch, though.
They might trade for it here. Let's see if they can peel them off. That
Elise in.
Sonic Wave's going to go in. Gemini looks to sidestep. That Baron's kind of pulled off right now. And
this can happen.
Invading Rest is very low. He steals it away. Gemini managing to get himself the Baron. Mission takes Buri out. And just like that, CFO keep on the turn going. It's going to be the knock, the root, the stun. Everything locks up the Talia, and Shun even gets the kill credit. Now that is a spicy meatball.
And this is why Gemini's Lee Sin, even though it has petered out in the mid game, this is why it's so dangerous, especially against a young jungler. especially someone inexperienced like Bury. It's such a tough smite fight. Why? It's because you have that extra execute damage coming in from the Q on top of the smites. The bonus damage there is just too much for Bury to deal with. He loses the 50-50. CFO will also deny that third dragon for PSG, and things have become once more super tense. We could just go into another 40-minute game.
I think we very well could, although I'd be a little worried for PSG in that case. It's a great setup. They managed to get themselves into a perfect position. They take out Shun before he's hardly able to do damage. Mission stays alive critically, and then Rest blows every one of his tools to get away, and we're going to quick tab into the Baron play. But, man, we got to see this smite, because that is a bit of an EXP gap, and the fact that the Narbar completes for Rest just in time, it is beautiful with a deficit in numbers.
Q2.
Boom.
Q2 and smite, too much damage for them to deal with, and then the turn coming in from the Zolaners. These extended fights where all of a sudden CFO can just size you up and just say, all right, how do we chomp you down? Yes, they do lose their jungler, but Gemini is, of course, very happy to exchange his life for.
He did his job.
Everything that they got.
So in the aftermath, it's another Cloud Dragon picked up by CFO, just cleaning up on the map. And now the Baron pushes on. They have about 50 seconds to work with it. Should be able to break this base. And even though the Weaver's Wall cuts them off, they're still fishing for opportunity, have that gold lead, and have the confidence, I think, to really just keep the siege going. They do get the knockback onto Hanabi. Keeping themselves split means that he can't find those gigantic Kennen flanks. Looking for the big old Smeb ulti. Doesn't end up happening. And yeah, 31 minutes. I mean, we could be in for a long one, Nightstar, but then again, CFO find another fight. Maybe it's a short one after all.
CFO win this fight in the base. It will end the game. But for PSG, this is still a very strong Zeri, right? So there's still potential for Unify to pop off in one of these fights and carry the game. And it does become a little bit harder, though, because the thing you can't do when you're stuck in your base is flank on the sides. And that is the key factor for this composition, especially since Hanabi still doesn't have a stopwatch of his own on that Kennen. So if he goes in, he's hoping everyone dies.
He's got mission syndrome, apparently. So, yeah, I think CFO, as long as they can keep at least one of their two big carries alive, it seems that they can turn a fight. And going from 0-2 to 3-3, Mission has really got himself back into this one. That Banshee's Veil has paid for itself time and again. And the Sivir's back on the board with items. Obviously, you'd rather be the Zeri in this situation. Nonetheless, team play, it's CFO that have found the way into this off the back of an incredible hero Baron play by Gemini in the ensuing fight that got them back on the board. Remember, we are 1-1 on the series. The winner of this one goes to match point. The stakes, incredibly high. You go into the upper bracket final, face off against Beyond Gaming for a shot at Worlds.
You have two chances.
Yeah, a second chance. Yeah, the loser, you go down to face J-Team, who are going to be itching to get back into it after taking a walloping from Beyond. And that's the elimination match. So what a stark difference between winning the series and losing it.
It's not like it gets easier by going into the lower bracket.
Exactly.
Right?
There's no MFTs or impunities to stop anymore, right? Yeah. It's like, nope, you gotta go through the big boys.
Yeah, there are no freebies left in our bracket. And Rest, this is a 4th item hull breaker.
Whoa, what a throwback.
And this is such a late purchase, but they are pretty committed to just setting up on the side, it feels. And it also means Hanabi can't ever take a 1v1. No. I will say, though, they are sort of running out of base to attack from the side of CFO, that it might not be the most worth buy. That being said, still solid stats. It's not a negative All right, it might be a negative purchase, but
It's,
you know,
it's a
I'm
fun
trying
purchase,
to
all right?
justify it.
Rust he's trying really hard to have that side lane value. I mean, hey, Rust is having a great game. Let's not deny it. That laning phase, it was looking a little bit sus. We thought, okay, this is the chance for Hanabi to have a strong side play, but clearly Rest Yordle reigns supreme, and he's feeling confident in any sort of 1v1 shenanigans. He has been hitting the Gnar ults where it counted, and honestly, I think he's kind of out-Nard Hanabi this series. If you just look at the 2 games, CFO can easily clean up this dragon, put themselves at soul point. Yes, the Cloud is not the
it's not the killer blow.
It's not the killer blow. Nonetheless, I mean, you're real speedy after that. Keep that in mind. I mean, the stacks do really stack up, and if you're trying to chase people with a Sivir, you're gonna go vroom vroom.
And the big thing here is that it gives Shun ability to actually kite these fights with the additional move speed. When you are that immobile AD carry, you're gonna have to trust your footwork, and having faster feet can aid you in that regard.
So much MR too. The Mob Melmordia is completed for him as well. They really are just not going to allow the Kennen or the Taliyah to deal that much to them. Everybody looking at each other. This Baron fight could be a big one, but they do get a pull. It's not onto Buri, though. It's onto the clone. Rest whiffs on his ultimate. Unified able to get out to safety. Some big tools expended. But PSG don't fancy the fight. Again, we talked 90-10. This does not feel anywhere near that.
Yeah, not quite that 90-10 moment. Hanabi, I think he's really close to the death cap as well. Has 2 large rods, so looking for 1,100 gold. Maybe that's the break point.
Could be. It's a
Just
big burst.
knowing how
he's
much
been able to
magic
delete
resistance.
Shun already.
Yeah.
Again, you need
be
to
a lot
delete.
harder though.
You need to delete Shun and/or mission. Like that's kind of the goal, right? If you can do that, you win the fight following up. But CFO, they have the inside track on the Baron. Oh, Gory's actually getting caught here, and Rest is, despite getting shoved seismically, feeling himself in this one, has the Narbar completed, and he's going to be Mega for right now. And I think this might prompt CFO to start this so fast as he plays Bodyguard, getting the stun off onto the Buri clone. And here comes the Weaver's Wall from Gory. That's the peel off on Baron, and it's just going to reset. But Gory takes a lot of damage as he gets far forward, forced to flash out of the dredge line range. CFO are playing with their food now. They know they've got the advantage.
Gory does have teleport though, so he'll go for the recall, and he can come back full HP. But Rest looking to stop that. That's actually huge. Gory.
Yeah, he does.
Now he can't join the team fight with a full.
He might even just die. Here we go. Rest. He's looking for that auto right now. Baron's gone already, and man, Rest for MVP. This guy is running full distraction.
Now we're seeing this game just teeters on which mid laner makes that first blunder, right? Because now, like, I hate to say it, that it comes down to which mid laner fumbles first, but that's how tight these fights are, and a lot of it is predicated on being able to eliminate the big carry when it comes to these team fights for either of these squads.
For sure. I think Unified is arguably a bigger carry than Taliyah this game. Nonetheless, a flying start for Gory has been really snapped shut here, as he just wasn't able to get a whole lot done outside that laning phase, and has been held to a mere single kill. Mission gets back on the board outside of lane, and his positioning has gotten better. He still doesn't have a stopwatch, but you know what? That Banshee's Veil does more than enough in terms of defense, and he has gotten a lot better at playing closer to his team's stronger sides. Rest on the side lane is completely unstoppable.
He's a menace.
And there's nothing Hanabi can do about it. CFO are looking to push this in with the press.
Now here's the thing, now Rest is actually getting big value out of this Hullbreaker, right? Because he's constantly playing away from his team. He is a problem that cannot be addressed by the side of PSG. But they need to figure out an answer. Otherwise, they have double super minions streaming on in.
PSG going to try to attempt the miracle hold here. It's 38.5 minutes on the game clock. CFO would love to go to match point. They've already knocked PSG to the lower bracket in spring. Are they looking to do it again? One Nexus turret, half its health remaining. CFO do not present a target. Oh, first damage.
So much damage!
Yeah, they're going to be able to finish this one off, and it's just a slow roller to the
Open
end.
season.
Back
Recall
away,
coming in
Mission will
from
be able to TP in.
Mission. Yeah, teleport come back in. This should just be the end. They have to go now.
It's just Winions. They have to make the play. That's going to be Burry putting the go button on, but it's just not enough to damage to split the focus. They just don't have it, and this is going to be it. CFO are able to finish the job, close it out into the Nexus, and we are going to game 4 with a CFO match point.
CFO are the first ones to get to match point, and it looked so doomed from the start. Mission just still playing really far forward. This time around, though, he doesn't get punished in the same way. They've made adjustments. They've pulled Kawhi constantly over, and this time it pays off, right? Because of the fact that if Mission doesn't fall too far behind, Rest should they can start participating because the damage isn't quite there to burst them out because PSG isn't that far ahead. Now, for PSG, though, I don't hate what they attempted in the draft. They just weren't able to hit the power spikes or pull the trigger early enough, and this just might not be the kind of composition that they're comfortable with.
Right. I think that the Zeri needed to make, like, the Zeri was able to do a lot, but everybody else on the map was having trouble. I think this Kennen, it didn't stay alive long enough outside some early fights, and you could argue that that was just a result of not going into the Zanya's build, but I also think Kanabi was basically held to like kind of a single job in that game, and he just wasn't able to do it after a while because Rest just completely outscaled him on the side lane in the hole breaker. In addition, Gory didn't get to pop off on the Talia this time around. He wasn't able to be nearly as much of a damage threat, and the itemization coming in from CFO just completely denied his impact. So it was pretty much unified or bust. And the Zeri can work wonders, but you need the rest of the team to be pumping out the damage as well, and they just did not allow it. So I really want to credit CFO for adapting well to what they've been seeing out of the PSG draft. I think this is a level of strategic growth that we weren't necessarily used to seeing from them over the course of not only this regular split, but even last split. So they're really growing right before our eyes, Nightstar.
And they've now tied up the series again.
Yes, they have. Overall, they're 2-1 in this series, but in the all-time head-to-head, I believe it stands at about 8 games apiece. So, who's going to come out ahead at the end of the day? I don't know, but again, CFO have already managed to knock PSG Talon down to the lower bracket.
Yes, could be a repeat.
They could do it again. It would be the exact same scoreline if they take the next game.
It would be. And for PSG, again, I didn't hate the draft. It was just maybe not their comfort zone because, again, they love their 90-10s rather than the 60-40s. They don't necessarily force plays, and that was a composition that you did need to force a little bit. A lot of wombo potential, but you lack damage towards the end of the game, having to rely on the Zeri, and because of how much magic resistance came through, they weren't able to find that mid-game impact to then start the snowball. This was
the attempt too.
Yeah, this was a good attempt here from PSG to set up those flanks, but this is a spot where you really need someone to come in from the bottom of the map, coming in through that try, and it didn't look like they were fully cognizant of that. And Burry, first time onto the Wukong this split. Perhaps the coordination between him and Hanabi, not quite there.
Not quite yet. So good cleanup coming out of CFO. Also, some hero plays. Gemini on the Lee Sin played incredibly well off that steal. I think we're going to get to see it. This, I believe, this was the fight that set up the Baron, and then it flipped all around. Like instant burst. Hanabi's build paying off to take out the Sivir, but the Sivir's not the main threat. Mission is, and he lives.
Yeah, because they weren't able to kill Mission in this instance, it throws a wrench into their plan afterwards. But the thought process was there, right? We get 2 kills, we turn over for the Baron. This is just good play coming in from Gemini, right? He gets the steal, and it's sort of like all hell panic ensues for PSG, because you've lost the Baron. Now all of a sudden you're trying to look for the fight, and then you've realized you don't have a lot of resources left to you. You've burned all your cooldowns trying to finish off the Baron, and this is CFO's comfort zone, right?
Yeah.
It's when you highlight the individual play rather than the full team fight coordination,
which is what you highlight from PSG's side. But in that particular instance, they didn't get cold feet, perhaps when they should have, on the Baron, as it was about 2000. They hesitated, trying to bait out the Lee Sin, and, well, Gemini was the one who held his nerve. So really a hero play coming through there. I think Rest just took it from there. Really good with the Gnar takeaway, and you can definitely tell the difference for Hanabi on some of these more comfort picks versus some of his more legacy picks, which ones he certainly prefers even throughout the nerfs on things like Gnar. Rest played spectacularly outside of lane. He would be my MVP, but I think everyone on CFO definitely did well outside of the early game to come back into that. We're going to take a look at how the game went down. It was a very long one yet again, 39 and almost a half minutes, but by the end, the snowball was rolled down the hill, and PSG, well, they got splattered by it.
And Mission, 30k damage, putting
That's
in
a lot of damage.
And you also compare it to the fact that Sivir was pretty much a non-factor because of how much attention was thrown onto this champion. So I wouldn't say Shun performed poorly. It was just very difficult because of how many angles he did have to consider. But Mission,
he became an ult bot by the end, and that was okay.
Yeah, at the very least, you do still provide utility for the rest of your squad. But Mission was really the highlight when it came to putting out damage for his squad. This time he goes for early defensive item in the Banshees and pays massive dividends. But MVP has to be Rest. Definitely consideration for Gemini being able to get the Baron steal to throw things into motion. But Rest really ended the game with how he played in the side lane and not dying.
Yeah, that was a brilliant performance from him, just overall. In lane phase, it looked like it was going to be a bit scuffed. It looked like it could be a rough time and Hanabi would run over him, but he held firm, and he was able to get back into the game just like the rest of his squad and had incredible use around the Gnar bar, then got into the side lanes, and it was off the races. There was no stopping him. I love the late hole breaker build because it just kind of drove the nail into the coffin. And, well, 2-1 up now. CFO, they could be looking to close this one out. We'll see if they can do it right after this.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Oh my. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, it's nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
I couldn't find nobody else like you. Been let down each time that I've tried to find another, but I always come back to you. We're a perfect match made in the fire. You know you can't fulfill my desires. Many try, but I only got you in my eyes. In my eyes.
take you through to the end and love you till the end of time. You always get what you want, that I won't stop fighting till you understand, that I'll love you till the end of time. Till the end of time. Till the end of time. Girl, I want you every night. Come on over. Girl, we do this every time. Come on over. You always get what you want, that I won't stop fighting till you understand, that I'll love you till the end of time. Till the end of time. Till the end of time. Love you till the end of time. Girl, I want you every night. Come on over. Girl, we do this every time. Come on over. Love you till the end of time. Till the end of time. Till the end of time. Love you till the end of time.
And welcome back once again to the PCS Summer Split Playoffs. Whew, it has been a long ride to get here, and this series has certainly delivered, Mr. Nightstar. We are on match point here for CFO versus PSG. We will see who triumphs and goes forward. But before we do that, I want to shout out our sponsors one more time. Let's hear it for CTBC Bank for always being by our side, for China Airlines, for soaring with us for this playoffs. Now, Nightstar, CTBC Bank, Flying Oyster, that is. They are 2-1 up. They currently running things in this series. They have come back in that game, and now they have a chance to do a repeat of spring. Knock PSG Talon down to the lower bracket. They were vanquished by them in the end, but they will be that much closer to the World Championship.
And this time, even if they do lose to them in the finals, right, that would be the only time they would play them again. They've already booked their World's ticket at the very least, you know? You can go ahead and give them the trophy, I guess, to a certain degree. I'm sure they
But they
don't
do
want
have
to.
a lot. Yeah, exactly. They do have a lot to get through. Should they even prevail on this one, they will still have to set up a win over Megabank Beyond Gaming, who they did 2-0 in the regular split. The stakes are so different, night and day, for whoever wins the series, because the winning team gets 2 shots at the World Championship, 2 shots at the finals, really, and the losing team has to face J-Team in an elimination match, a team that is going to be gunning for whoever they have up against. It is not easy any further, and, well, there's a little bit of pattern here for CFO right now. They could still lose one game going back, but they look like they've been learning, they've been evolving over the course of this series, and I think the biggest surprise has been their drafting is just so much better than we expected from this brute force squad.
Yeah, they've been a lot more consistent on how they're executing these drafts as we go into possibly the last one of the night. PSG, they've swapped over to the blue side. Doesn't look like bans will shift a whole lot, except for maybe the last ban. There was a Wukong ban that did get dropped in game number 3, and Bury on the pick didn't do too shabby. It was just really the composition that really limited how effective he could be, though.
Yeah, for a first time, it certainly wasn't bad, but Gemini just really showing up in that Lee Sin, showing him up. Draven ban carries through the Vibe ban for CFO. I do like that, keeping Bury off the point-and-click champions, but PSG this time, realizing they might have been limited a little bit in the mid lane, will grab the Azir for themselves the first time this split. Remember, Gory's undefeated on this champion.
It's not just undefeated. He's played 6 games of it, and he's had a ridiculous highlight plays. He's been an absolute highlight reel on just this champion. I'm sure every single game he's brought it out, he's had that big 3-4 man shuffle that changes the entire scope of a fight. And CFO, for the handshake, they do opt for the Sivir as a choice, and most likely here we go for a jungler, unless if they're confident in Gemini's depth of pool, which, you know, definitely
they've done this before.
Yeah,
they've done. It has been banned away from them that previous game, and I think that did hurt. Again, this is still a flex. I think at this point, though, it's probably safe to say it's a likely mission champion. Still could be Koala, or could be Rest, but
yeah, most likely going into Gemini's hands. As PSG, they'll go back towards the Wukong. Bury gets his hands on this champ once more, and it should also be a much easier time to execute because they have a lot more damage sources. It's not all on him to get the perfect engage into the back line. They go ahead, lock in a mission champion in the Victor, and there's not like a ton of gap closed that he has to be worried about, so we could see him really bring out the styling shoes here.
Yeah, it's starting to look like a late game for CFO. You got a Sivir, you got a Victor. I mean, like, how many CS does it take to get to the center of the Nexus, right? So Orange going to get taken away again. This time Renata also falls away. They don't want to give that as an anti-dive opportunity. PSG could be setting up for a good dive comp.
Could just be the Renata Yumi banned away by the side of PSG for CFO. They could look to take away the Gnar, but because they have the first pick, they might just snap up the Gnar themselves, and it will be them that ban away the Yumi. So clearly they're not looking for the Yumi on this pick, which leads me to think that they'll just snap up the Gnar, move that Sejuani into the jungle, and once more save counter pick for Koala.
Man, I feel like it doesn't matter how much you nerf Gnar. In a PSG series, it's a hot contested champion. There's the hover. I do think this could come through. They have a fair bit of damage late game from that Victor no matter what. So making sure you can protect him as much as possible. Rest also had a heck of a game last time around on it. And PSG, let's see if Bury gets his hands on the Lee Sin. As
this would be
wait a minute, hold on. I was about to say, there's a Wukong.
Because it would mean the
top
Wukong goes top lane, which has been a traditional matchup that you would take into the Gnar.
What? Oh,
this would make a lot more sense.
GP
this
locked in now.
Makes a ton more sense here for Hanabi. A fantastic lock-in with the Gangplank because he just tosses the Gangplank ultimate on top of Mission and Shun. They're on 2 carries that are gonna struggle to get out of that ultimate because they don't have any mobility spells. So, or at least gap close capabilities. And then you layer on the Recon Engage. I love this team fight pivot coming in for PSG and for CFO. The Tom Kench will have its value, right? Because you're able to save one of these big carries, but it will be... You can only save one of them.
Yeah, I think if it comes down to it, it's probably going to be Mission. This looks like a Protect the President comp to me. And PSG Talon, they have so much damage to work with. They've got Gory on his undefeated Azir, Buri back on the Wukong, and Hanabi, an old favorite. Man, past 12.14, these 2 champions in the top lane are nerfed. It doesn't matter. PCS still loves them.
And this was one of the lessons they learned in the spring finals, right? Because they did get bopped out by CFO in the upper bracket in their first head-to-head. They tried to play a lot of tempo. They were playing a lot of Rise, just kind of strong-arming him into compositions. It didn't work out. They realized that all they had to do was just play scaling team fight. And they were able to turn the tides in pretty dominating fashion in the finals. It looks like they've gone to that angle a lot sooner than the grand finals.
Yeah, it's obviously is the first series that PSG have had to play. They have been put hard to the test, and they do need to win this one if they want to stay alive in the upper bracket to force a game 5 to hear some silver scrapes tonight. We'll see if they can pull it off. But the CFO, they close this one out, and that's it. They're ready. Moving forward for Megabank Beyond Gaming. We'll see if they can do it. Do like this adaptation on the draft, giving Rats the blind pick Gnar, putting the Tom Kench down bottom. So much protection, so much CC. A lot of potential to keep Mission alive. Let him just pew out the lasers. CTBC Flying Oyster certainly looking to be flying high, and we'll see if they can be making themselves all the way into the upper bracket finals. If they can take the win here and repeat what they did, PSG Talon last time around. We're loading up onto Summoner's Rift. A little foggy out there. Marine layers settling in, perhaps, Nightstar?
Yeah, because
oh no,
pause.
We're in a sepia layer right now as we got the game pause kicking off.
Real
that's
foggy.
Just building the tension. Yeah, that's very foggy. I hate to see it, but hopefully we get that one fixed pretty soon. Anyways, let's go back a little bit to the stakes for this game, right? Right. PSG have to stay alive. They're the number 1 seed. They somehow managed to get back into it after what looked like they might lose it out to a number of our strong teams in this league that have really been building it back up, and given a lot of competition to PSG, but they still got that number 1 seed. They are on the verge of being knocked down to the lower bracket in their first series here by the team that did it to them last time. They don't want to see history repeat itself, at least not this part of the history.
And for the side of CFO, this is a way for them to knock them down without much trouble, right? They don't want to send it to a game 5, even though they've done still well under pressure. Don't want to tempt fate. And I love how both of these compositions do shape out, because it's a lot of comfort champs coming in from both of these teams, and it will also boil down to 5v5 team fight execution, which you would favor PSG, but the individuals have definitely had their moments on CFO. So this is lining up to be really the capstone of this series.
Could be a big banger for sure. For PSG, you can see a little bit of a difference in approach as Koala licks Skywing to start things off. Gory, while we've seen Azir in Mission's hands, he has been all about that first strike, and he continues it with the Victor. Gory's like, no, put that away. I'm taking a comment.
Yeah, opting to get a little bit more damage
Mm-hmm.
in these poke trades rather than just try and push itemization forward. And this is a pick we have not seen in a very, very long time in the PCS. It's that GP. And
Yeah, it would be Hanabi to bring it back, wouldn't it?
for the most part, it's because of the prominence in a champion like Fiora, right? The Fiora against the GP, it is just absolute hell for the GP after a certain point, and he just cannot stand tall against that champ.
But this
in this
matchup,
particular series, yeah, traditional matchup. And Gory, he's going to be first one under fire.
Oh, Gemini dashing right on in, and now he's forced to flash and dash, and oh boy, feels like Azirs are always under fire.
Our Azirs, I mean,
Ours ears, their ears, whose ears?
At the you know what? At the very least, Gory did use the flash, right? He didn't,
That's true.
He didn't go for the overswag
Mission
play.
holds on to that way too much. But I do think it's kind of hard to get too ego on a Victor. I mean, okay, I say that, but like, you don't have the gap closed, right? It's hard to
move
overextend. That's true, I guess. I don't know. Mission has been slowly getting a little bit better, I think, ever since he kind of fell flat in game 2. Picked things back up in game 3. His landing phase was still a little rough, but he had a lot of help from Koala and Gemini. I can't expect he will... Okay, he is moving forward, but like Gory's so under fire right now. Buried could be around, but yeah, Mission just plays with a lot of swag.
He knows he still has flash, right? And as long as he flashes at the right time, there's no kill, right?
It's true.
And it will be double recalls into double teleports into the mid lane. I'm surprised Mission just teleports straight back. Had the opportunity to just walk on back without really losing much. Ops to just save time, I suppose.
He's all about that lane, man. He doesn't want to miss a single CS. Checking him top lane, though. Gangplank matchup into rest, and so far, keeping him at bay.
And this Gangplank is just going to have so much value in these team fights. You just throw down the cannon barrage, and all of a sudden, Shun's going to struggle to move through terrain. Mission will also struggle, but Gemini making his way over. Rest about to hit Mega 2. Does look like it's just going to be a 1v1 duel.
Yeah, I think Hanabi walks away from this. He's got an orange. He eats it. It's K. Gemini even tanks tower. So, able to walk it out. And Hanabi just knows these matchups, right? Like, it's back in his comfort zone. We were worried about him in the latter half of this split because a lot of the champions that were going to be meta, so we thought anyways, didn't necessarily favor some of the playstyle. A lot of his champions almost seemingly like target nerfed down, and nope, he's back in the Nara, he's back on the GP, he's fine. He's Hanabi.
Yeah, we also see a little bit coming in from LPL, right, where they still strong-arm these champions into their compositions, and it's been fine. And it's... Yes, the champs have been nerfed, but the amount of comfort of having these champs and played with these champs for such a long time just makes it very easy to sort of plug and play.
Yeah, it makes all the difference, right? There's that muscle memory to work with, and at the pro level, you need to be able to play just about any champion in situations. But the game has so many at this point; it's completely understandable. You want to go back to some favorites, especially not having to deal with newer ones in some cases. Checking in on bottom side, pretty even farm fest. That game 1 was such a huge swing in favor of CFO, but it's definitely turned a little bit when things like the Sivir come through, especially with Tom Kench. You're not going to have nearly as much aggression and lane dominance. Yes, Sivir can push, but Unified's been just fine, and he's failing himself on this area. He had a pretty solid performance on the Aphelios the other game, too, and I don't know if Unified's fully back on form, but he's definitely stepped it up.
Unified playing better than game number 1.
That is like a statement that is absolutely true.
Say because of the fact he was just outright dumpstered by the Draven. But when you're playing bot lane, that's the champion I hate the most. It's playing against Draven, because every time you walk up to auto a minion, you take an axe, and then you've lost 10% of your health at level 1, which is kind of stupid for a level 1.
Draven is very fun for the Draven player and very not fun for most other people, unless you just get absolutely mercilessly camped. But that didn't happen, so here we are.
Yeah.
PSG, though, holding out pretty strong. I mean, this is going to be a little bit of a slow game in a sense, right? We are looking for the late game 5v5s. Gemini is going to potentially interrupt that. If he can find Gory in this mid lane, that could make the difference. But Bury is here as well, or at least nearby, but hasn't dinged 6. And here comes the Abyssal Dive. They're actually going to get on to Bury himself, and he might even be zoned off his own chickens.
Fight for chickens. This is actually sort of important here because Bury
huge.
now will have his level 6 continue to be delayed. And they also will leave one of them up.
Wow, that's just rude.
Yeah. And this looked to be a very good lane phase, and still is for the side of PSG, because put on come for champions in pretty advantageous lane matchups. It's so far lined up for their strongest lane performance yet here.
I like this roam from Koala as well. It means that Kaiwing has to respond. So you like getting solo farm for both these bot lanes. Now Rest could be in trouble.
Level 6.
Furry does have level 6 now, and that Nar's not got the strongest health bar, but they don't opt for it. PSG play it safe instead. They decide to go for Rift Herald here, and they should be able to secure this. I don't think CFO are in as much of a rush to try and contest things with this composition.
Yeah, and they don't go for that top dive play because of the fact that they knew Gemini did wander up top side, but now a collapse onto Hanabi.
Oh, they look for Hanabi, and he already used his orange. Does turn around with that cannon barrage, and immediately Kaiwing tags his way back in. Rest gets a big Gnar against the wall, but they still take him down. Bury with the second effort for first blood. So the cost of interrupting that Rift Herald was the life of their top laner.
Big pickup for the side of PSG. This lane should just get better and better for Hanabi, as right now Gemini looking for a 1v1 solo kill. He has red buff.
Oh, he might find it. Let's see, it's a lot of damage, and he does knock him down. Hit him with the biscuit.
Bolo.
You gotta love it. So revenge is sweet for CFO,
and it stops the Rift Herald, Pyro.
Yeah, that's the crucial thing. They don't actually get anything off that. So I still feel if you're actually both junglers got kills, honestly, this is fine for CFO.
And the big thing is Gemini gets a bunch of extra farm. I believe he crashed that top lane. So he is at a slight advantage over Bury. At the very least, the levels do get
It's not a tax. It's not a tax if your top laner's not around.
Yeah.
It's just saving farm.
Oh,
Koala. Oh, man, he likes Gory. They're looking for that one. He slides, he glides, Kaiwing as well, and this is a big old zone out as the Herald is sure to drop soon. Early smite for the health, and they take it as there wasn't an answer, and Bury almost bites it to the Chaos Storm. You can't check into Victor that easily. CFO are out-muscling PSG talent.
And this is Mission's comfort zone when he can just play a stat checker. Like Victor. Once he gets going, you just start poking with those lasers, getting the evolved laser as well. In this slow early game, you know, I mean, it favors both of these squads, right? Because CFO just want to keep laning. In fact, an interesting stat is I believe they have the lowest first blood rate for a team. But then you look at their gold differential at 14.
They're really good in lane, okay?
They are good. Insanely far ahead. They're like 1,700 gold ahead. So, yeah, this is a team that plays to their limits for better or worse. And right now, it's looking like they're starting to come back into their own, even after, you know, this bit of a slow start of the game.
Yeah, that's okay, though. Like, it's slow by their own standards, but as you mentioned, they do like it early on in Mission. Oh, he just fully baits out that Emperor's Divide. Burns his flash, though. So, for Gory, the cooldown traded is more effective. This is going to open up the opportunity for this Dragon. Bit of a late Drake once again. We've had a long series on our hands tonight. Now the Bolo comes through, finding Gory, and into the gravity field.
Oh, he's going.
They go, here comes Koala for the second wind effort, but they don't want to fully commit to that. Instead, PSG, they were opting for the Drake. They looked to open it up, but they got muscled out again. CFO were just bullying PSG down.
Now they throw down the Rift Arrow, they're going to get more plates into this Victor. Get him
all for mission too.
Extra gold.
Around. Okay, they share and share alike.
I mean, it was Gemini's Herald as well, so it was going to be a split regardless. And the reason why PSG don't commit to that fight, they don't have the Emperor's Divide, and also it did look like Shun had the first roam priority when it comes to joining that fight. It would have been Unified, even though he's on his area and able to join quickly with his jump. Would have taken him a little bit to find a good angle to actually rejoin his squad. But because of the Rift Herald and the reset coming in from CFO, they give over priority over to PSG on this first dragon. And it is an ocean dragon, which is why the dragon did come a little bit late.
Yeah, stats not quite as valuable for some of them. I think we saw
and it's
a later
Cloud next.
Yeah, Cloud next, which means we're probably gonna have some serious combat sets. We haven't seen a single Hextech dragon this series. I just want to point that out. Maybe we're overdue here as the 900 gold lead for CFO continuing to try and push that one, Nightstar. They would love a Hextech, actually.
Hextech would be great, coming in for both sides. Rest now coming in the fight. He's getting ganked.
That's from downtown. Kaiwing finds everything he needs, and he will actually even claim the kill credit on the Ignite. But meanwhile, Turnabout's fair play down bottom. They find Unified completely isolated from the back as he tries to duck, dip, dash, dive, dodge away, but so much CC layers on top of him, and Shun sends the boomerang blade into his back, and now they can take back even more plates. The last second ones before they fall going to be in favor of Shun. Gemini looking at Bury to keep him away, and the action just doesn't stop here. 14 minutes, 2-2 in kills. CFO in the lead. Looking to grow it. I found Bury
actually getting turned on.
Yeah, Gory's here on the other side. However, they throw the Chaos Storm down, and the Empress Divide finds two! That's the effort they're going to be able to do. Just one and then two as Koala swallows up Mission. Gets him out to safety. He might give his life for it. But the protection was there. Mission throws a gravity field to no avail. Hanami takes down Koala in the end. So a kill over the GP.
It is going to be a teleport expended by Hanami, though, to actually get that kill. And then you look at the gold differential, even though they are up 4 kills to 2, they're still down in gold as we get to see the replay in this bottom lane. CFO, they've addressed the fact that, hey, if they're making a play elsewhere, we can just immediately turn on to Unify. They get the kill and get a bunch of plates. And with the cash in onto the Cull as well for Shun, he's got a lot of gold invested into himself. So he's in a spot where he can spike really hard onto items when Zeri will be stuck on 1.5. So that would be a big timing window. But this is why we love Gory on this Azir pick. It's because he can do things like that.
Yeah, I only see that on the side of Mission. And honestly, this whole play, it kind of feels like Gemini caught something from Mission in the previous games, because he was way out of position, feeling like he could bully Bury, and it just didn't take into account the fact that the play could turn on him. So, I don't know. Yeah, as you pointed out, though, gold advantage still for CFO. And again, this team, really good in the laning phase. And they get out 16 minutes on the clock, still have that lead, have the tower advantage. And we will see what else they can get done here. 2 of PSG's kills onto Bury's Wukong. Yeah, the Divine Sunderer in tow now.
Got such item acceleration in that bottom lane for Shun.
Oh, yeah.
That's a big barrel with just that Triforce proc. As Mission could be stuck in this choke point, we'll be able to walk away, and that means Gemini is fine as well. Yeah, so our next fight, I don't think will happen around this dragon, right? Even though 80 seconds left, yes, CFO, if they can get it, they'd love it. But I don't think they're like super enthused to try and test their luck if they don't feel comfortable.
What happened last time?
Come in from Mission has teleport? No, he doesn't. So he's actually too far away for this play to happen.
Yeah, this would have to be a smite fight. Gemini also sees the ward. He knows what's up. I think they have to see control of this one. PSG picking up Herald for themselves this time around. That'll be the last one on this game. And Dragon will now draw the attention of both squads. But as you mentioned, it's a cloud. It's, you know, building a stack for PSG is important. CFO maybe want to cut it off. As you know, you're going to get combat stats no matter what for the soul.
It's going to be a
we'll see,
hefty soul. Really, really important for either of these teams to contest soul dragons. But for this cloud dragon, the extra movement speed is of course going to be beneficial for CFO, as you know you are running the Sivir and a Victor, so mobility not exactly the best, but at the same time, you know, you're not willing to put the game on the line for this.
No, and I think for PSG, they're going to try and push on the side. Gory can get a fair bit done on this Azir early on. He will take it, and that's the price that CFO are going to pay to get Prio on there. They'd love to pick off someone like Unified, as they are just having Gemini solo this out. One thing you can do on a big beefy support or a beefy jungler like this, but
this is a great
PSG
play.
are not done. They're going to go for the Herald pop onto tier 2. They're going to get dinner and dessert.
Big charge here. They get gold split onto just 2 people, so there is a pretty big influx of gold, especially into Gory. Whereas on the flip side, Shun, Mission, they'll be the ones to split this tower gold, but not as much, as it's only a tier 1.
No one's dealing with Shelly. Teleport comes in way late here. Oh man, they almost lost to base turret. That was a lot.
It would have been a very early base turret there. And I mean, I think PSG would have been okay with either result, right? If they secure that, great. If they don't get it, well, it's kind of whatever.
Gold flips back to them.
You're not going to take that tower anytime soon anyway, so things are okay. But carries online across the board, right? Shun, Mission, they are very, very strong. Completed 2 items for Shun. Shun should be very close to his. This is a clear fight window for CFO. Completed 2 items. That is a massive spike in comparison to what Gory he'll still be able to produce, but the Zeri pick is not going to be able to until later on. Hanabi actually goes for a very cost-efficient build, completing the LDR for the hardest spike he can
And look
find.
at this. He just clears the wave, completely shreds it, so Mission can't side lane push the way Gory is, and Gory is just dirty farming through this, like the minions do the hard work for him. Yeah, man, this is here. What a difference looking at the way Gory plays this champion versus Mission.
Yeah, he's just getting so many resources poured into him here. And it's also PSG funneling him more and more gold, right? They understand Gory is just such a terror on this champ, whereas for CFO, they kind of use the Azir more so as a distraction, allow Rest to go unperturbed in his lane. And Mission, though,
Mission's right back.
I mean, on the Victor, he knows he has a lot of dual potential with the amount of burst damage. And he's trying to match the pressure, but PSG have much better tools to answer back.
Yeah, this is the thing about a Gangplank. It's easy to forget when he's been out of the meta for a while is, hey, you can't really push into him because of barrels and cannons and just about everything. The GP will just keep on stacking damage onto waves. But as we reset, 21 minutes on the game clock, a split of dragons right now with a Mountain Soul on the board if this game goes late enough to secure it. Based on how they've gone so far, I think it may be probable. But a gold lead of about 1,000 in favor of PSG Talon, who need to stay alive here in the upper bracket. A win would be huge for them to force a game 5 as they look for Buri. Oh, baited out by the Wukong clone, though.
Good use of the Warrior Trickster. And now it's 2 items being matched by the side of PSG. So the item differential is really just a half item coming in, jungle, top, and AD carry. But Mission, I feel like we've seen this scene before.
Yeah, we have the Chaos Storm is on. They will get the knockup, and the rest of the cavalry tries to arrive. Mission on limping away, but the shutdown goes to Gory before CFO can arrive, and that is the difference right there.
The range of engage is just so much different from the side of PSG with the Zir versus the Victor, who's so stationary, has no mobility, and this is a fight that CFO might be forced to try and contest. Actually, it's just going to be everyone pulling off, seeing the extra teleport come through. I mean, 90-10, right? I don't think the Baron was a 90-10.
That was 60-40. That's a little too close for comfort for PSG. Nonetheless, they get teleport. They use teleport. They got the Victor, and that's gold into Gory's pocket. I mean, you see these two mid laners duking it out. They're going to extend that lead a little bit more, about 500, but it's a very close game. Dragon is going to hit the Rift in about 40 seconds. That should be the next theater of battle.
And for CFO, this is where sometimes their solo laners can run into trouble, is that they press too hard. They're so far up, they just get caught out, and there's no exchange on the other side because there's no objectives. And that was definitely a case of CFO. They couldn't actually punish Mission getting collapsed upon, so they had to kind of handshake the situation. And now Gory is just so far ahead with the death cap completed. Chunk out is massive here, but CFO are still pretty bold.
Yeah, they look for Bury. He was able to withstand most of the damage and clones out as well. That's going to draw that ultimate out of GP. That opens up this Dragon. PSG, they're not going to be giving it up for free as the Chaos Storm comes down. They landed on a Hanabi. Oh, good flash from him. That's going to get them just out of harm's way in time for the tower to fall. This will be CFO picking up a Dragon in exchange, but PSG extend their tower lead as well.
PSG get a little bit more map control, but on the flip side, CFO, they get that first Mountain Dragon. Extra durability with the fact that they are sort of playing two big, beefy frontline champions with a Tahm Kench. Gonna make him a lot more robust and just kind of dead-balling into the river fights. So it's definitely a big boost for them, and PSG, it's essentially a neutral game state because they have a slight gold advantage, but that gold advantage is mitigated by the bonus stats.
Just what we would expect, how close the series really has been. And game number 1 was a stomp. You know, there was murmurs, whispers. Oh no, we saw 3-0 last night. Could we see it again? No, this series is already delivered. Whether or not we go to 5 games, it's definitely going the distance already. Long games, but very back and forth in some of them. And PSG, they can force a game 5 here. We get some silver scrapes for all the marbles going forward in the upper bracket. CFO not keen to let that slip away, to let that happen. 25 minutes the game clock. They are behind in the gold, but have a Dragon win condition. And PSG trying to bait around the Baron, just clearing vision for now, though.
It's 25 minutes into the game, so death timers are starting to climb up. Any pick will have massive ramifications, especially on these carries. Like if it lands onto either Rest or Gemini, at the very least for the side of CFO, they do have one more tank to frontline for them, right? So it's not doomsday.
Not yet. And that's for sure. CFO going to keep that vision clear as well. Again, we see the tendency to split from PSG, trying to find angles around the side. CFO, they deathball it up. A Mission is isolated. Gemini gets knocked up. He's tanking through it. Rest on the Narbar. Mission's going to rejoin the team this time. He almost has flash up, and they could take a 5v5. Send some laser poke Kaiwing's way.
I think they're just buying time for Flash to come back
up. Here goes Murray. They get that big knockup, and Koala gets the Grey Health on almost a little bit too late, but now they are second winding this one. Kaiwing goes in with the quickness, but they don't get anybody down. Blinking health bars on the CFO side. PSG.
Whew. Yeah, that's huge, because if they were able to secure the kills onto those low health bar targets, that would be a 5v3. They'd be able to go for recalls, get the teleports channeled in, heal all up. But because it doesn't go their way with the picks, now CFO, they've essentially survived that incredibly dangerous period where Mission doesn't have the flash. Now for this next fight, he will have flash. Gory will have his own, so he's going to have that playmaking tool available to him. So all eyes are going to be on our big ticket carries.
Banshee's Veil on for mission as well. Learning from past mistakes, hopefully. But such a close game, teeter-tottering back and forth right now, and a kill would make all the difference in some of these fights. Mission, yeah, they ping him out on the PSG side. They know he's far forward as he just tries to chip away at that tower. A little bit too squishy to force the issue on his own and risk a PSG collapse. And we'll keep Rest on the bottom side of the map, who is still pretty darn tanky. Maybe not going to be able to deal with the GP one-on-one, but can certainly keep him locked up for now. And no Cannon Barrage just yet, CFO. Eyeball the Baron, but they will not commit to starting.
Non-committal. Perhaps waiting for the waves to shove out in this bottom lane. Hanabi.
Here's Rest. He's got a level advantage, and he actually has a lot of damage. Narvar about to come up. He's looking for the chase on Hanabi, but he doesn't go too far under tower. Meanwhile, what's going on back at the Baron? It looks like CFO were looking for a chase themselves, but they didn't find it. Now with the Death Brush, or at least Gemini waiting and baiting. See if he can find Kaiwing on that one. He does. Also a Sand Soldier in his face, but he tanks through it.
And the 3-item completions on both Victor and Sivir will make the difference in this next fight until Unify is able to get to his Infinity Edge. And even then, Shun
Gory's 3rd item
has a status advantage with the extra stopwatch. Mission, he has to really be careful at this stage in the game not to lose his flash, because it will make team fights much more difficult for CFO, and because he's the clear early damage source to then set up for Shun to mop up these fights.
Oh, look at this PSG. They're trying to bait this out. Let's see if CFO can find the fight. Rest. Nope. Kaiwing playing this one at arm's length, so the Dragon gets taken, and immediately CFO realize they've been bamboozled, so they make a beeline for the Baron. Will they be able to get it in time? Rest is trying to keep them locked up, and look at Mission in the brush. He'd love to drop a big Chaos Storm on Gory's head, only finds the Death Laser, and Gory tries, but the Emperor's Divide does not find it into the gravity field. He goes, and that Ice Bullet was way out of left field, didn't end up finding anything, and CFO, I think they could have had the Baron, but they peel off. Right back to it again.
Reset the situation, go straight back onto it, but this is going to be a straight up 5v5, and this could just be the series.
Teleport coming in from Gory.
They back off.
CFO get cold feet on this. They take a lot of damage from the Baron. Rest looking to cut off Bury, doesn't find him, and
everyone resets.
Everyone resets. At the end of the day, PSG, they click the Drake
feet.
Stack and get themselves a mountain.
They get a little bit of cold feet. They have the health bar advantage. And now,
they're laying backs.
Okay, there we go. They see that, hey, if they go ahead and reset, we'll just turn our attention onto it. But
that's going so low.
Taking a lot of
damage.
damage.
Keep your eyes on Gemini, though. If he goes in for the hero play, can't quite get it this time. Bury has the right smite, and the fight will go flashing away from the Chaos Storm out of the Iceland, but Bury goes back in for the second effort. They manage to get the shutdown onto Shun, and he's out of this fight. No boomerang blades, no ricochets, and no damage as Unified is just bursting away. They find the damage, picking CFO apart, and they get everyone but Rest. Massive fight for PSG to stay alive in this series.
And my apologies to PSG. I said that they were having cold feet. No, had it all calculated.
CFO had cold feet
in their brain.
That happen?
They knew the recalls would come through, and once they threw those recalls down, it would give them clear open space to start the Baron themselves. They secured the Baron, they get those kills, and this looks like we are in a clear position to go to game 5.
I think we are, barring a big mistake. Let's take a look at the start of this fight against CFO.
Rest only
they're
halfway.
Trying to make the hero play again, but Gemini, it's not Lee Sin, it's not the same thing. They look for plays, CFO, try for it, but
Bury
it's a scatter and a bait. Bury is clutch, not just in the smite, but also for the fight. And even though he loses his life in the end, it opens up the opportunity for everyone on PSG to just go buck wild.
Yeah. Court side of CFO, the fight conditions weren't quite right because Rest was still halfway on his Narbar, so he didn't have that teamfight tool available to him. You just have to imagine if That was if he had a little bit more stacked up, fight definitely would have looked a lot different. But it doesn't. And PSG, this is a massive lead for them. 6K gold up. And they do have...
See if they can close it.
Yeah. They have those advantages though, right? Like, CFO, yes, they got themselves a mountain, but PSG at the very least have matched in the number of stat drakes.
Yeah, that's all tied up. That win condition very delayed here, and I don't think PSG are keen to give CFO that late game already at 32 minutes. And we know these two teams like to take their time in terms of their average game time. Well, I think this one's giving us a run for our money here, as we're already well and past that. Hanabi finding rest in the mid lane. The siege is on with the Baron buff for another 35 seconds. PSG going to take it nice and easy, slow ride in to make this one a 5-game series. Looking like we're going the distance unless CFO can find a miracle of a fight.
It's going to take a pick for CFO to get back into this. As Kaiwing, he's actually looking to engage.
Keep your eyes on rest. That Narbar coming up
Mega
soon, but it's just Bury that's getting caught. No, he's able to walk away. PSG respect it. Again, the 90-10, that's the rule. Unless you're very certain you're going to win it, you don't go in it.
But eventually they'll have to pull the trigger to go win it. Is it?
I see what you did there.
Okay, go lead. Oh man, tension once more.
It's so tense despite the lead, right? Because you know CFO is capable of this, right? It's not a done deal. That's why PSG talent aren't going in, because one false move, one lost team fight, the death timers are long enough, CFO are decisive enough, it could end right here. And then you could be knocked down to the lower bracket, forced to play up against J-Team in a match for your lives. For CFO, pressure on them too, although they have a little bit of breathing room. Even if they lose this game, there's still game 5 on the board, but now 10 seconds till Dragon. This will be soul point for whoever achieves it.
E completed by the Gangplank. Any barrel that lands will just chunk massively. And this could just be PSG one-shotting their carries with the barrel laser combination.
Yeah, gonna be the Dragon already taken before CFO can get into position. PSG Talon building advantages, building themselves this lead, extending it. As we are approaching 35 minutes of game time. What a long series that this has been, but it has not lacked for action or excitement. This is an epic, right? If yesterday was like a very like sad short story, the Requiem of Deep Cross Gaming, this is like the Odyssey, you know? CFO are just trying to get to the upper bracket finals, and so are PSG.
And you can see as the game progresses into the late game stages, CFO are getting slowly choked out of their map when it comes to setting up vision. And it harkens back to their playstyle. They like to stay in lanes. They like to continue farming waves out. As a result, their ways back into the river to contest these objectives is going to predicate on them having priority. Whereas on the flip side, PSG, they just go ward. They just go ward out of the squad.
And they see Koala coming up from below and just completely deny the play that they're trying to make. Rest on the side lane, has teleport if he needs it. Not going to be matched by Hanabi for now, but Hanabi can still get involved with those cannon barrages. Another benefit of the Gangplank as the attention now shifts towards the Baron. 30 seconds till it respawns. PSG trying to set up a trap to bait.
Objectives coming up for that Baron, and Koala getting chunked out is important. He doesn't have a teleport. He's going to have to go ahead recall.
Hanabi?
And Hanabi!
Oh, they've caught him! Right to the Chaos Storm, forced to flash away. He's able to walk it out for now, but that's some crucial cooldowns used. Nothing on this side of the map for CFO to take, though.
It does cost them missions flash to pull off that attempt. And that is a massive return cooldown. Because when you look at Hanabi, he can still contribute to these fights with that ultimate. Yes, he's not going to get massive damage outputs unless the situation really arises. Allow him to do so. But for mission, it constricts his ability to play the fights now because he doesn't have an escape tool. He has to be reliant on Koala really babysitting him, making sure he has that ultimate available for him, and that leaves Shun perhaps out to dry. And Rest, he's in no man's land.
Yeah, he is. Gets charmed up for days, and his Narbard's about to come up, but will this all be a big bait? He just has to use it on a single target. Koala swallows him up, so
Gory
that's going to be
can look for the
expended. Now,
play.
here comes Gory. They actually have the Cannon Barrage drop. Koala forced to flash out, and even though PSG takes some serious damage on that one, CFO looking far worse for wear, and they can't afford to back with the Baron right there staring PSG in the face.
Koala has to go for the recall, get himself a reset. He will be able to do it.
Whew. What a
And
tense game.
what do you know, Pyra? Back to tension. Still no kills. It's been 9-3 for seemingly like 10 minutes.
Yeah, but not for lack of trying. This is PSG starting Baron, though. It's in full vision. The control ward's there. Everybody knows what's happening. The teleport expended by Mission. They get it. Will they commit? They're going to try to take that one. The smite's right again. Bury, learning his lessons from last game. They get out. They even force that Chaos Storm. It's a smash and grab.
Yeah, and it's because they had the ward on that red buff. So when Gemini recalled, they knew there would be so long for them to have free time without a smite contest. And they were able to finish before Gemini returned. So massive, massive steal coming in from PSG. And now they've got a little bit more to play with. Extra gold, extra Baron stats, extra Baron minions. They can...
Not to mention Soul Point Nightstar coming up. 35 seconds here.
Impactful Soul, too. This is not a Cloud Soul where you're going to be left wanting a little bit. But Rest!
Oh boy, he's gonna get
Gory's
caught up
cut
in this one right now. Gory!
What?
Oh, here we go. The turret
Mission's
once again
down.
unified.
Mission's down.
That's gonna make a huge difference in this fight. CFO, they're scattering to the winds right now. Koala can't outlast the double kill. I think we're doing it. I can hear the silver scraping right now as Unified on that front line, just looking for a third kill. Won't find Shun here, but the siege is on with the Baron in tow. I don't see any other way this one's going. Down goes the inhibitor. The base is broken. CFO desperately scrambling to save it. But I don't think it's happening. Here comes Bury. He manages to get the big knock-up. Yeah, Hanabi, he's taking tower shots. Doesn't matter. Bury, he goes golden for just a second. The Nexus is laid bare, and PSG see a way back into this series and take it just shy of 40 minutes. Game 5 is on the horizon.
Even with their slow, methodical play style, the amount of poise they played in this game number 4 just paid dividends at the very end. You gotta respect the amount of guts shown by Rest to try and go for the play onto Gory. It was the correct play, but Gory plays it correctly using the stopwatch just in time. Emissions, missing flash, and the lack of mobility on this Victor pick does come back to bite him in the end as he gets picked off, forces the rest of his team to overcommit. They fall down in the wayside.
Fall down like dominoes at the end. And Gory Zazir remains undefeated. PSG Talon showing us why they are the defending champions. Back to back to back, 4 times in total. PSG Talon looking to move forward, set themselves up for that matchup against Mega Bank Beyond Gaming in the upper bracket finals, and all but look to lock up Worlds again. But CFO, they've still got chances in this one. What a series we have had, Nightstar. It's come so far from a Game 1 stomp by CFO.
Yeah.
PSG back time and again. Both of these teams just trading blow for blow, and it has been close down to the wire. That game was an absolute nail-biter right to the finish.
And it's going to come down to the very last map where, no doubt, it's going to be the side of CFO going back over to the blue side.
So, I think you're right. I think it's got to happen. This team is a different beast on that side of the map, and draft is going to be real interesting. But let's break this down again. What happened in this particular game, because it was the Azir first pick for PSG. That did make all the difference because Gory is so darn good on this champion, And I think CFO, they're getting caught into some of their tendencies again. Mission, he still got a little caught a few times. Individual mistakes.
Had to burn Flash prematurely quite a few times as well. This is why I was saying PSG should just first pick Azir, because Gory is just unreal on this champion, still remains perfect. The amount of gold he was getting into him, the ability to play forward, unlike Mission, and not get punished, right? Because he has the extra escapability from the glide. It just shows the amount of familiarity PSG have with playing with the Azir, and then CFO not quite there with understanding how to play around their Azir.
Yeah, I think you are seeing the difference on the way that the drafts do shake out for both these teams. It is about the individual performance level and comfort, more so for CFO, but just really looking good there on the side of PSG Talon. We're going to Game 5. We're going to be scraping some silver. We're going to take a look at a replay as this game went down. For a second, I really thought this one was going to go all the way the Baron up to the 50-50, but CFO, they're normally the gung-ho team. They backed off, and that was the beginning of the end, it seemed.
Yeah, they go for the reset here, and because they reset, they give up positioning, right? And yes, Shun was there, everyone else was there, but because Mission has to teleport back, that gives you some amount of time to reset the situation. And Rest, unfortunately, I'm able to build that Narbar fast enough for them to actually take the fight.
This turn, Bury, absolutely beastly. Not only does he outsmite Gemini this time around, but he sets up the fight after the rest of the members get away. He gives his life for the cause, but it opens up so much damage, and Unified's off to the races. Again, Unified may not necessarily be like back to his full form or anything, but when his team sets him up for success, he just runs away with it and had so much damage on this area. We're starting to see him come alive, and I think Shun on Sivir duty is not necessarily giving him his full potential. I'd like to see that shift up for CFO in this Game 5.
But I also think in that game, it almost had to be Sivir, right? Because if Mission plays this Victor pick, he needs extra ability to kite a fight, and that's what the Sivir ultimate is going to help us with. So I think because, again, of Mission's playstyle, it forced Shun in a bit of a catch-22 situation. We'll get to see the damage output, and it's very clear the mid laners were the most influential, and it boiled down to which mid laner did get caught. In CFO, they almost caught Gory, but this would be the game where you almost thought you caught Captain Gory Sparrow.
Yeah, exactly. Just this is the thing. He just knows the ins and outs even more on the Azir. I think Mission Azir good, Gory Azir godlike, and even though he got very much out damaged, I mean that's a Victor. It's not really a fair comparison. Doesn't matter. Comfort was still the rule of the day, and I think between the GP for Hanabi keeping the side lanes cleared, able to set things up, and of course the Azir was great. But Bury, second game on Wukong, competitive in the PCS, and he wins himself an MVP. And that one replay we saw, I think that really earned it. Like, how many times on this star-studded roster do we talk about Bury as a most valuable performer?
Yes.
Well, yeah, no doubt this time around. Really, really great to see this young player excel.
Yeah, they've been a little bit hesitant on putting him on just big team fight carries, and this time he does deliver. And when it matters most, right? This is Game 4. You're down 1-2. And also just the fact that they drafted a team fight composition this time around. Instead of forcing him to do everything himself, they gave him the tools that, hey, it's not all on you. We have the Azir. We have the GP. So do what you can, but don't feel pressured.
Well, it's all down to this last game, so what can I say? But let's play some Silver Scrapes. We'll be right back.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
And welcome back for the final time tonight. Everyone, the PCS Summer Playoffs certainly is delivering, and this series, absolutely no exception. PSG Talon tied it up 2-2 with CTBC Flying Oyster. We'll have to see who takes it at the end of this game to set themselves up for an upper bracket final match up against Megabank Beyond Gaming. Before we get there, one more time, I want to shout out our wonderful sponsor, CTBC Bank and China Airlines, for making this whole thing possible. Now, Mr. Nightstar. At this point, you're going to be Mr. Daystar. I can see the sun creeping up. We have been playing a long heck of a series, but we have got one more game on the docket. CFO moving to blue side. What's your call? What's going to happen here?
Someone's going to throw their attention onto that Zir pick. Whether it gets banned by, I would assume, PSG on red side, right? Or it does get snapped up by the side of CFO first pick. And my question is, if they do go to the Zir first pick, what is the answer from PSG? Do they go back to the Talia? Because it's been very mixed success on that champion.
I agree. So far, the band's staying similar here. The Poppy Callista continuing through for PSG. Ari Silas, they've already thrown 2 bans at Gory, and they will ban Azir themselves. CFO, 3 bans at the hero mid laner of PSG Talon. Sensation coming in from the LPL's FPX.
And it will still be the Draven ban, so now I'm looking at maybe it's the first pick Wukong here.
Could be. Take away from Buri. Gemini more than competent on this champion. First pick to ooh, that would be
the triple
different.
ban into
They
the
do it.
Talia.
Okay.
Not a bad option. For PSG, where do you go from here? Because it's only been Talia and that one Azir pick for Gory. They will still go for the handshake here. And
I want to say Galio, man. I think it's Galio.
I don't know if it's going to be the Galio pick here. It could just be a Victor coming in from Gory.
Oh my goodness, how the turntables. Well, the Sivir comes through for Unified. He will get his chance to shine on this champion. The Wukong still left up. Don't want to give that one away and even have more of your recent success taken away from you and into the hands of the opposing jungler. So on the hover, you can see some discussion happening, but the Wukong lock does come down at the end of the day. Uri has certainly looked solid on the champion, especially in his second game on it.
And here for CFO, they could go Zeri Sejuani. This would be very interesting, going for the Diego.
It's been banned second rotation.
Coming down to the team fight. But CFO have also early picked the Sejuani, right? They had the opportunity to snap up the Diego for themselves, and it does offer PSG the ability to lock in the Sejuani on this last pick first phase for CFO. Surely it becomes the Zeri?
Yeah, I think so. And now you kind of force out the Yumi ban, right? It's something that both these teams have been respecting in the bottom side. It's a fair bit of roam potential, some ganks. Things could change a little bit with Gemini on one of these reset-oriented champions. Maybe, yeah, the value is in the Nautilus for Kaiwing because he does look a lot more aggressive, a lot more assertive, and also a lot safer when he's on a big stat stick.
Does those get locked in here? Lanes available to get banned out in the second phase, and I would assume for CFO they would just go ahead double ban mid lane once more, or take away both of the top lane tanks and prevent Hanabi from playing safe side. I love the Alistar ban here because against the composition that has Sivir and it has the Wukong, any rundown comp, you just get so much value out of the Alistar, and they might also go ahead ban away the Renata because of the counterplay against how hard they would look to force on the side of PSG.
Yeah, I think that's what PSG are opting into right now. Would give away something like the Yumi, but not nearly as much of the lane threat or a counter dive threat. It's going to be the Leona actually sticking to their guns with the big all-in support. So the Renata is left up. CFO balls back in their court for their final ban of this game and this series.
Could be Sejuani. Could be something like the Victor.
Oh, Syndra.
Go for the Syndra. Is really interesting.
It's not a champion Gory's shown, but it's a mission champion, and it's kind of a self-ban.
They already have the Talia here, so
yeah, I guess it did. Yeah,
I also
doesn't really make a difference.
the Syndra doesn't offer you enough damage, anyways, especially in the current meta game. I don't like the value provided, and it will be Akali locked in. Once more, we get a big playmaker coming out from Gory. Remember, it is 12-14, so the energy buffs haven't happened, which are on 12-15. But nonetheless, it's a playmaking carry for Gory and an opportunity for him to just carry and make one last highlight reel to send PSG into the upper bracket finals.
Mumu locked in as the support play. Blind top should come through here. Likely to be the Renekton for rest. You can see
would be a
tension.
GP counter.
Would be a GP counter play for sure. You can see tension on the faces of both these of all these players on these teams. Shun, the rookie, the lone rookie in this, showing it a little bit more. I guess you could argue Bury as well, and there could be that counter, but I think PSG might be opting for more of a team fighting tank. Oh, wait.
I mean,
maybe
not. Surely not.
Oh my! No, okay. We got baited to the last second.
Surely not in game 5.
Sejuani, after all.
It will get locked in Sejuani. It makes a lot of sense here. It gives you another primary engaged tool to make Bury's life a lot easier. I love this composition from PSG. And for CFO, I like the Zeri. I like the Mumu. The Talia pick for Mission, I do enjoy.
Wait.
My big drawback is, well, I mean, I would assume this is probably some sort of trade bug.
Yeah, might be. I think we might end up getting reset, but we'll have to see if that gets confirmed. I was about to say, is this some like 5D chess? But I think you're right.
There's no way that is going to be the setup run by CFO.
Mission's playing bot lane this game.
But the big thing here that sticks out for me is they've gone for a more team fighter jungler in Viego. But Viego is one of those junglers that really struggles in the early phase. And what Mission has done in the past when it comes to these more roaming mid laners in the Galio, in the Talia, is that he does all of Gemini's work for him. He's ganking these side lanes, offering side lane pressure, and just making sure Gemini hits 6 really, really quickly. I don't know if that's still replicable in this current game, but that might be the avenue they take.
It might be. Now, we are hearing that what you were suspecting was confirmed. There is a bit of a hiccup in the trading system, so we should come right back into it, and it will be, of course, the same comm. So we're going to have a little bit of time while that goes underway to try and get things done. And you can see this is just going to have the effect of adding to the tension for these players because they have played a long series back and forth. It is not an elimination match. That is critical to remember as we go forward into this game. But the stakes are very, very high. If you win, you go to the upper bracket finals. You are so close to Worlds, you can taste it, which is massive for all of these players. For PSG, they have been our Worlds representatives just so many times. But for 3 of the 5 players on this CFO roster, they haven't been able to go since 2020. And that was when they were part of Machi Esports. For Shun on your screen there, he's a rookie. He's never been able to go, and he's not lifted that trophy just yet. And of course, if you talk about Rest, it's been even longer, back to the LMS days with J-Team, since he has been able to lift the trophy in this region. It means a lot to these players to be able to make it all the way through. They were so close in the spring split, but they did not accomplish it. They fell to this team right here. But PSG Talon have been hard put to the test with their revamped roster, with their new mid-jungle duo, who have not only delivered this series, but we have seen them step up huge. Even Gory, who had some struggles on champions like Talia, was able to find ways to deliver. Bury earning an MVP in the last game for a Wukong performance. I think we're really seeing this team ramp the heck up, and they have been hard put to the test to do it, and that is great to see.
And it's been through a completely different method than previous iterations of the roster. It hasn't relied on Unified to be the big damage carry in the mid-late game. It's actually been all about resources into him. Even during the Maple iteration, eventually it was about pouring resources into Unified for him to perform. Unfortunately, he hasn't really lived up to his own standards, very lofty standards. So as a result, it's been a reallocation of resources.
Yeah,
it's gotten them this far, and it could very well take them back to Worlds. So hey, you don't hate the method.
Absolutely not. I do want to talk a little bit about, you were mentioning the Maple days. Well, it's almost feeling like a throwback to the Maple days when we see Akali in that mid lane, calling back to the last time we actually saw Gory playing this champion. You have to actually dip back to his FPX days, because if you look at it, the last time he played it was in the LPL Spring, only a single game, and they did not win that one. He only has a handful of games on it in total competitive, a couple in the Demacia Cup from last year, and I'm curious to see what he will do dipping deeper into his pool. Nobody has really been able to pinch this champion pool of this player, Gory, like CFO have today. I think we're seeing what happens when they're put to the test. You can see the coaching staff talking to them, working their way through the rest. I do think nerves could be showing here, even for our reigning champions, especially for the younger players. And you know, Burry, a lot of conversation with staff in the background as they are getting underway. He's performed admirably, but you never know what could happen when push comes to shove.
It is the phrase, you know, you can have as good of a plan as you can, right? Things can change very easily when you get punched.
No
in the
plan
face,
survives
right?
first contact with the enemy, for sure. And I think that's been the case for both these teams today. We have seen a lot of assertions challenged. We've seen things changed. And I am hearing we are finally going to be loading into the game. So once again, as a reminder, here are your compositions across the board. Teams picking to their strengths, but also denying away the strengths of others. This Talia in Mission's hands. And remember, he played quite a lot of it over the course of the split. We'll see if he's able to channel up that performance again. The Akali, a debut pick here for Gory in the PCS. Have not seen it from him since the spring split of the LPL with Fun Plus Phoenix. And, well, we'll see if he is going to have some better luck on it as we are on the Rift for the final time tonight. This series, it has gone the distance. Nightstar, what else can we say? Let's play some darn League of Legends.
Setting up for a damn banger of a weekend, right? This is of course Friday.
Right?
We've got 2 more best of 5s to follow in the next 2 days. Invade coming in from CFO. They want to get early knowledge of where Gory is going to start. That's really important because I feel like this composition from CFO, they are pivoting in a certain direction because it does look like it won't be about mid lane. It will be about top lane. Get rest, some extra gold, funnel him in. Maybe they find a dive onto Hanabi before he gets super tanky. And then you start leveraging that 1-3-1 power.
This is exactly what we talked about all the way back in the pre-match discussion. A win condition for CFO. Look to put rest ahead because he's an aggressive player. He's a snowball player. It plays to CFO's strengths to try and hard stomp lane. And Hanabi, up until this series, had been facing some struggles. I think he's silenced some of those questions. He's put to bed some of those doubts, but he is undoubtedly in a weak side matchup where he has been historically for a lot of his career. Nonetheless, rest, he picked the Renekton, knowing this would probably be the matchup. We'll see what he can do with it.
And he did bring it out, I believe, in game 2. That was also game loss. So, you know, things considered.
Not into the Sejuani, though. I think that was a Aatrox matchup, if I recall correctly.
Not exactly the best success with it because he did also play it in Frank Esports. And while he had a good time in the lane phase, it eventually did get outscaled by the Camille. And Frank Esports were able to win out that game. Koala clearing out the ward, allowing for a possible gank coming in from Gemini as he is in that bottom half of the map. And that might also indicate for PSG that he's around.
And all the excitement, we hadn't even talked about the Amumu setup. There's the bandage toss as they get Kaiwing locked up, and Gemini with those double buffs starts off, forces the flash. They're going to go for this one. First blood to Zeri. That couldn't have gone better for CFO. They burn a lot of sums to secure it, but that they do.
And look at the amount of sticking power coming in from CFO.
Yeah.
The bandage toss lands straight into the stun from Gemini, straight into the next bandage toss. And I gotta say, Kaiwing did play it pretty much perfectly. He stood...
Not good enough, apparently.
Yeah, he stood in a way that Unify could still auto wave and get what he needed while being that sort of bodyguard to make sure if Gemini did come, he wouldn't be able to engage onto the Sivir. Unfortunately, not good enough. Too much CC. He goes down early on, and this is a very early first blood into Zeri.
Yeah, Viego Gemini hits different. I mean, worth keeping in mind, this is his far and away most played champion over the course of the regular split, and he's pretty darn good at it. And even though Viego fell a little out of favor, he's still a champion that when you can get those resets, you can go huge. Gory taking a lot of damage and punishment in this laning phase as, oh man, the threaded volleys are just stinging even on the worked ground. And Gory's just not able to close this gap. He's going to get shoved under turret. At least he's keeping pace on the farm, and those shuriken are helping him do a fair bit of work, that 5-point strike. But CFO, it's looking like they've got a lot more tempo to them this time. They're winning out the top side. They're winning out the bot side. Mid's getting shoved in. And we know what happens when CFO have 3 winning lanes, Nightstar.
Yeah, it's an uphill climb. However, still
it is
a better laning items, I would say, for PSG down in that bot lane. Having the pickaxe onto Unified versus the attack speed boots. Yes, it's going to allow Shun to be much more mobile, but his trade power maybe not as good because of the extra damage already coming in from Unified, and he will also be able to clear waves a lot easier too.
Looking to try and freeze this one just a little bit, start to stack that wave up. I think the boot buy tells me that Gemini's probably coming down bot again. Pretty easy to say with the flash still burned on Kai Wing.
And of course, both these junglers will be Divine Sunder users, so they both have themselves a Sheen rest. It might be a
Cloud.
It's actually a Cloud started off. Does mean with such an early Cloud, this is massive for CFO. And when we've seen PSG look for the first dragon, it's been very, very late. This is a much different look. CFO, once more, hitting up the Drakes when they have the opportunity very, very early. And that changes the pace of the game, too, because you don't have the luxury to take your time to fish for the best fight. You can't just take that 90-10.
No. Got to be able to take more chances, otherwise you are going to be dropping in this one. CFO looking good to kick things off. Already have themselves a sizable gold lead at 6.5 minutes, plus the dragon. And we will get a Ocean coming up next, which means we probably have some combat stats in the Soul once more. Not to see. I think we still are on 0 Hextechs this game. I need to go back to double check it, but I believe that's the case in PSG. They are going to be set a little behind from the get-go. You're right, the pickaxe does mean better trading stats, but Shun and Koala are really right back to game 1 form, which is bullying this Unified Kaiwing lane out and a level advantage for the AD carry. Hard to keep a Sivir from farming, admittedly, but Gemini is around the bot side if he wants to go in for another gank, and he just dinged 6. So after that back, he will have the Heartbreaker available to him.
Russ actually sort of hovering in that top river. Like that, just try and clear out vision, open things up for Mission to possibly pull out of Rome. And look at the amount of clearing they are doing, throwing down that additional ward, spawning out where Bury is. They're being a lot more active in trying to track Bury in this game. Slow him down.
Not letting him get in for the ganks.
And once more,
this is actually
Gemini
pretty good.
Hitting level 6.
He finds Gory as well on another seismic shove, and I think you can see the difference in the levels. Keeping Bury from catching up to Gemini has been a win condition for this team earlier in the series. They try it again. So far, so good. Blue buff going to be given over to Mission as well, who's playing very, very well on this Talia. I think it's kind of night and day with this performance. It also allows him to play a little bit safer because he can play further back, just get the poke on. Gory could try for an all-in, but the jury is still out on this Akali and how good it's going to work. Here's Bury,
though, about the face check.
Face checks. He does get him, does not have Curse of Sad Mummy, so that's the knock-up. And he moves in for Shun, actually zones him off of his own red. And that's going to be enough to actually open up the takeaway while Gemini is not even around. He's soloing out on Herald.
Yeah, it's like exchange of pressure, right? Knowing that, hey, we don't have to play around Dragon here. We're going to try and secure our own red buff. If we get it, that's great because we deny it away from the enemy jungler. But the big thing here is just PSG trying to answer back for the play top side. Now Bury actually in the mid lane. This could be a 2v2.
Has no Cyclone though. That's the charge. I think he was just bluffing, and he will stop the push from Gemini and Mission. in the end as they just meet each other there around that mid lane river brush. 9 minutes on the game clock. It's a lot of plates, and gold advantage extends. It's growing at this point. About 2,500 in CFO's favor, not to mention the Drake.
It's only 9 minutes into the game. You can't be slapping them down. This
is a CFO. This is a CFO gold lead. This is what they do. They also got first blood on the Zeri. You're ticking all the boxes right here for CTBC Flying Oyster.
Man, this is unreal start for a side of CFO. Living up to their bank sponsor, right? Just raking in the money. And
yeah, I guess that is a reason to stack as much gold as possible, right? It's all an investment for later.
Yeah, exactly.
Oof, Luden's complete.
Luden's complete. Big power spike. Although he doesn't have the extra movement speed, right? So there could be opportunity for Gordy to try and force a pick. And Hanabi understands there could be a jungler up top side. He has to just go ahead, back off.
Yeah. He's familiar with the weak side play. I mean, this is not going to be the rest snowball game. I think this is going to be rest on tank duty the rest of the game. But that's fine. They started to accelerate Shun a little bit. Gemini is also a damage dealer. They really don't actually need rest to be anything but a stat stick as the game goes on.
A lot of hovering here. Just hoping Gory opts for the all-in and just be there to counter. And it's still, you know, the exchange of sides. PSG, they are hovering bot half of the map. For CFO, they are very happy to give up this Ocean Dragon if they need to. I wonder if it's going to be Mountain Soul again. I think we've had
that is a sub 11 minutes Divine Sunder, or if you are Mad Magical, you cast a friend Sundere. As they look for the play,
this is a big pig.
Wall, and they find Bury in here, able to take him down.
Reset.
Skywing's left in no man's land.
This isn't
we'll see if they can do it more because Shun just comes out of nowhere, and all of a sudden, CFO come alive, looking for more Shun over the wall. Body blocked by Skywing, but he's able to find the damage on that burst fire even further, nearly gets the kill. And they're going to get themselves another dragon, this time earned. But they do lose mission in the process. A 1-for-1 trade on kills, but tempo advantage, CFO.
They were a little bit cautious on just starting it up, and actually they will reset the situation. I think part of that came from the fact that Sejuani did show in that mid lane for a brief moment, and perhaps a little bit concerned there. They go for resets. See the replay. I thought this would just be CFO running away with it, getting the early pick onto Bury. But great play from Gory. And Kaiwing landing the hook right afterwards means that they actually get mission down into lethal. And Shun, I mean, if it pays off, that would have been for sure the dragon. And here it will still be them securing their second dragon and putting that dragon stacking to work here, as it will be Fire Drake to close out this series. What an explosive way to end.
Absolutely. That's what I was going to say. It couldn't have happened any other way, and it should come down to it. CFO, we look to stack even more damage in this one. 12 minutes and 45 seconds on the game clock. That gold lead, 3,000. 2 dragon advantage. PSG are getting hit with a wallet early.
But I would also say they rolled perhaps the best Drake for them.
Yeah, they did.
Shun in trouble.
Shun's isolated here. They're going to get the chase
Speed.
on. That's on the
Diego's
hunt.
on the way.
Shun would love to get the outplay on this one. It wouldn't be easy, though, as he gets knocked up. Nowhere for him to go. Rooted down as he tries to buy a little time in that blast cone. And he's going down here.
Here's a reinforcement.
Koala, mission looking for the
wall.
dive. Weaver's wall comes through. They will be able to separate. No! The wall, it's not long enough! They get around the side. They still take Kaiwing anyways. A 1-for-1 trade, but better for PSG as they move into mid to look for plate damage at the last second.
Will be just to get one, maybe even a second, because they do have the Wukong. Does pretty good tower damage, and yeah, that is going to be a third plate. The third one might be over forcing their hands.
Yeah, they
will.
Okay, very
here
close.
Now, and it does get answered back in the bottom lane, and this time it's also solo plate gold for mission. So even it out essentially on the gold when it comes to these mid laners. And it was a good play coming in from PSG. CFO do answer. And CFO is still out to a 3,000 gold lead at 14 minutes. Plates just falling off. This is still a very nuts early game from CFO. And we see a Black Cleaver already completed by Rest.
Oh boy.
And also has that call about to tick over too.
Yeah, is definitely living up to the bank sponsor for sure. Unified will be able to shred through some waves as well, but meanwhile, CFO, they're moving back up with 2 members, Gemini and Mission, on to this Herald. Completely contested. And you can see the lead that they've opened up for themselves allows so much map control. It's the comfort zone, the pocket for CFO. Yeah, Mission's got a bargain bucket right now, but he's also got the Ludens. So he's going to be able to stack it up. Unified will be able to take down the tower. This is going to be first brick, and that does give PSG some relief. But Unified is going to need to work real hard to stack it up. That Sivir, pizza delivery, looking to stack the tips to try and make up for the gold difference.
Yeah, he's going to have to put in a lot of work in these team fights because Mission should be on Shadow Flame very, very shortly. Farming up a lot of gold, I would expect, from this first strike. Playing into a melee matchup allows you to really put the hurt. And you can see there, like, he's almost like
first strike
2 completed items. Gory's also going to get his rotation slowed down.
Yeah, just the Spectral Maw, sniffing for it, didn't want to go for the commitment. Gory has done pretty well so far in this Akali. He's made up in that fight, managing to find the kill and get out alive. That gold definitely helped him get to that rocket belt as well.
Oh
Still,
my god, that is
what
disgusting. Yeah, it is absolutely filthy what's happening in this mid lane. Yes, the CS deficit isn't there, but the item completion's already on a completed 2 items. Yes, he doesn't have the sword boots, but he does have the magical boots, which is more than enough movement speed right now to help compensate. Maybe some of that outplay potential, and especially when you play around the walls, the extra movement speed from your passive. Rift's Herald going down mid. They carve out mid lane priority, which opens up the opportunity to make their way over to this 3rd dragon. But looks like we have a fight. Second charge does go through.
Yeah, PSG can't finish it off in time. Fight would be what CFO want right now on their terms. 30 seconds until the dragon spawn. PSG starting to group. This is not their comfort zone. This series, they've looked for the flanks, they've looked for the angles, but they're the ones potentially getting flanked right now. While on one side, Renekton on the other, and the Ice Bullet doesn't go where Hanabi wanted it to. They can't find a pick.
Mission still has the wall available. He could just section them off of the dragon. This is a very good dragon roll for the side of PSG because the extra open space will make it harder. But
they find Hanabi.
Possible pick.
He's still pretty tanky, but they just on top of him right now, and there's no answer. Meanwhile, Gory in the backline trying to find the play out of Mission, but he can't quite get it because Gemini's right there at his back. The defense is there. Shun turns onto him as he dashes over. Now Rest, the big croc, is looking to rock, and that's going to be PSG. Unified's isolated. Unified's down. Bury and Gory caught in the pit right now with nowhere to go. Gory's forced to flash away. The knockup from Bury, but he will be shredded down as 2 kills are picked up by the Renekton, and the Dragon is going over. Meanwhile, to stop the heartbreak, Gemini would love to reset this one, but Gory goes in for the perfect execution, finds a kill back for himself. Suddenly things aren't so certain, but I think it might be the consolation prize, Night Star, as the chase still is continuing. He dashes over to the Krugs.
He should eventually fall, but okay.
What's happening to the pit right here? Gory, he's still up on this one. Okay, it's done. It's done. It's done. But Gory, he's on the hunt. He sees the health bars. He knows he's only going out one way. Shuriken flip. He's out for now. My goodness, what a turn of events.
And it looks like he should just be gone. Extra space to work with. Will eventually get back to his team, and for the side of CFO, they don't commit to the chase as well. Smart of them.
But the Dragon, Night Star.
Yeah.
The Dragon goes to CFO. It's Soul Point. It's not even 19 minutes.
Yes, if this was a slower game, PSG would still be okay. But the issue is this 3rd dragon comes so quickly that now they don't have the item pacing to keep up with the side of CFO. Really nicely done from Mission to not be greedy with the flash. Shun as well, right? We've seen these very mechanical players hold on to the flash much longer than they should. And then the wall timing coming in from Mission on the Talia pick forces out the pick onto Unified, because once more PSG have sort of left their AD carry out to dry, because this is more of a flank approach with the Akali, with the Sejuani.
And they're not done yet. Rest is right back on top of Hanabi, but it's a solo at this point. He doesn't have a tower to go back to. I don't think he's going to be able to take him down just yet. However, CFO looking to muscle in on top side. Gory, he may get out alive, but I don't think his tower will be so lucky as Flying Oyster look to accelerate this game state. Third tower going to fall. That's the last, not the last of the outers. They'd already gotten the inner two. And Baron's not even live yet, Nightstar. This is a CFO gold roll.
Look at this item build coming in from Rest. He went for Black Cleaver straight into Sunfire Cape. He wants to be a frontline champion. He's not looking for the 1v1 duels against Hanabi. His one damage item is the Black Cleaver, which will help Shun pump out a little bit more damage, right? Also helps Gemini get that first kill. And I like the utility builds coming in from Rest. He's taking very interesting item pathings, but I think we can say with the results, it's paid off more often than not.
Yeah, Rest has definitely been the X factor in this series. I think it's safe to say for CFO's side. Past 20 minutes, gold lead 5,000 and gaining a lot of that gold into Mission. He secured plates for days, got a couple kills as well. And yes, Nightstar, he has a stopwatch. This is the safety mission we were hoping to see all series long. No longer the liability that he had been in previous series. Mission accomplished for sure. We thought it was Mission Impossible, but apparently not.
On the flip side, though, Gory does have his own stopwatch, so it will allow him to be a bit more of a playmaker, right? And with the Rocket Belt, a lot of playmaking available to him. The only issue is they don't have the playmaking, or they have to be more bold in how they take their fights, because you're not going to get a 90-10 situation. It is going to be incredibly difficult at the very least, unless CFO make an egregious mistake.
Yeah, and I think that's something that PSG are going to have to hope for at this point. You have to play out of your comfort zone because it is all on the line and you are very far behind. Scaling game 2, you don't necessarily win either because there's a Zeri on the other side. This Talia from Mission has been such a different approach. Yeah, he's still first strike. Yeah, he's still looking for aggressive plays, but you're right. He has learned and he has changed over this series. Finally, he's using his flash when he needs to. He's setting up plays. The Talia means he's not the big damage threat. That's going to be the Zeri. That's going to be the Fiego. And he's fine with that. He's setting up plays. This is a good look for Mission. And I guess, who says you can't teach an old dog new tricks, eh?
This is what we expect out of him with this Talia pick, too. He's shown it in a couple of games, and he's been insanely good on it. Now, when it comes to this next objective, yes, there's a lot more room to work with on the side of PSG with the Infernal Rift, but it's still one of those objectives that they have to contest, but they're 6k gold behind.
Oh, Kai Wing pops his stopwatch, buys himself a little bit of time as he flashes back into safety. His Rest is on the front line. Here comes Burry with the second wind effort. Do they have enough to actually get the kill? But no, Rest is going to open up hostilities by taking down Kai Wing. Burry falls as well. Yes, Rest is gone, but that's well worth it. And Hanabi, he's going to be caught out in no man's land here, and it's clean up duty for CFO. The Dragon is live at the worst possible time for PSG. This will be the earliest soul we have seen today.
Holy moly, and you would say, hey, maybe the Talia starts falling off as the game goes on. No, that's not going to be the case, Pyre, because this is an Infernal Soul Talia. And not only that, it's not first item Archangels into the Saros, which is a very much lower damage build. It's just full on pure damage, raw force, and you can see that raw force coming in to play right there. Kai Wing throwing on the shield just in time for the Shadow Flame to kick in and do even more damage to him. I love Burry's play though, going in, trying to occupy as much space for his team to try and reset the fight. Unfortunately, it's just nothing left.
You want a sustained battle, you're not going to win it against a Renekton, especially not the way that Rest is building. He's level 15 too, and this one hits it faster because he's been at an accelerated pace this game. It means that all the time that Kaiwing bought on his stopwatch and Bury setting up a really nice play with the Cyclone, it's all for naught, Nightstar. Yeah, they get Rest. So what? The damage dealers are still a threat. 10 kills to 4 now. The gold lead continues to grow. The soul is on. This is CFO's series to lose. But look at Bury on the long flank. Can he pull the mission impossible?
I mean, there's so many control wards on his way up, so this is going to be, yeah, it will be mission impossible here. He will eventually be spotted out.
He's still sitting. Not if he doesn't leave the bush.
It's just like, I don't see this monkey. Where is this monkey? And also Rest, right? Look at all of them just playing so far
back. They don't need the Baron.
Where's the monkey?
They don't need to worry about it right now. They were looking for a flank, but it doesn't matter if they can burst down the tank front line. Hanabi's gone already.
Gone. Extra burst damage. That Infernal Soul and Bury still fishing for the flank. Can he actually find it? Koala is exceptionally low. He's in spot.
Bury reveals. Gemini's the only one caught, though. The Heartbreaker resets with the team. Shun turns it back around. Here comes the Weaver's Wall. Rest into the back of the sea. It's going to be unified. Falling down to mission before things even begin. And Gory tried to be the hero. Couldn't even take down Koala. Shun with the chase onto Bury. It continues to be Flying Oyster all the way this game. Shun did not want to be denied that kill, but the big purple worm is on the hook next, and there's nothing PSG can do about it.
Too far away. In the gold, in the distance on the map.
It's at 10,500 gold. Yep. Soul to no dragons. 13 to kills. To 4 in kills right now. This is CFO. This is a stomp in their favor. It's not even a game 1 stomp. It's a bigger gold lead than they had this time around.
We can finally see the approach they should be taking more often. Just give Mission this Talia pick. He's shown it time and time again. Yet he went to the Victor. Definitely, in my opinion, the ego pick, right?
And the Azir, not to mention the way he played it.
Yeah, and the Zir as well. You can have a little bit of reasoning to the Zir though, right? Because you're denying Gory's best champion. But in this critical game, he's just playing the way it's supposed to be played. He goes damage Talia, and he gets an early Zhonya's. He did this early on in the series. Man, this
might not be 5 games.
Different series. Just, at least the hourglass, right?
Yeah. No. It's good. He's adapted. He's learned. I think also this game just went so well in favor of CFO early on, and now we're seeing the dividends paid off. Definitely looking to cash this one in, take it all the way to the bank. Stonks are rising. I think I've officially run out of financial references as we have seen PSG trying to hold on to their base here at 27, 28 minutes. But with the Weaver's Wall cutting them off, the Baron power minions are doing the work. They get the stun onto Hanabi. He tanks through it, but they're still able to find the damage. And Unified just gets smacked.
Oh my
as
God,
he is going to have to go back and heal up.
So much poke damage. And look, they have double cannon. They can't reach it. But now we're coming in behind. This is Hanabi's
going to be Gory looking for the hero play. Can he do it? They're looking for the desperate fight. They find Koala. The burst is their mission. Getting the godlike kill. Will they be able to find it? No, they run out of steam. They run out of damage. They pull the trigger, but the gun backfires. That's going to be it. And CFO, CT, BC, Flying Oyster are going to the upper bracket finals. They've set themselves up for a date with Destiny. And a matchup against Megabait Beyond Gaming. Just shy of 29 minutes. CFO win it in 5 games. What a banger.
And and they cap it in style. Start to end. Lane phase was not close. And at long last, we see perhaps CFO's final form as they head into the Battle of the Banks to lock in a spot in Worlds, Pyra. They are literally 3 wins away from going to Worlds.
Yeah, big smile on the face of Shun. You could tell in Pixapan as a rookie, very strong performer, even a little bit nervous in that one, but yeah, he's got a big smile on his face now, and I think the rest of the team can be very happy. In a Battle of the Banks for an upper bracket finish, I can't think of a better way to send at least one of those teams to Worlds. For PSG, it has to be disappointing to stumble at the finish line, but they will have a chance for revenge. Yep. They did it once before in spring. Perhaps they can do it again, but the road is long, and the opponent that stands in their way next, Nightstar, none other than JT.
PSG knocked into the lower bracket does mean that they have to win 3 matches in a row. It's not 3 games, 3 matches.
What a
start
gauntlet.
With J Team, then it's the winner of Frank Esports and DCG, and then a possible rematch against CFO in the lower finals before they get into the grand finals.
Yeah, there's a lot of games to go for sure in these playoffs still, but focusing on the winners once again, CFO, they come back into this one. They gave us one heck of a series, and you gotta love how their drafting has developed. It's not been without mistakes, even on the execution level, but they came together as a team. Experienced core roster from Machi back in 2020 have not lifted the trophy since those days, but at the same time, a rookie player in Shun steps it up and delivers. Up in the top side, we saw Rest just handling Hanabi. It does start to feel more and more like CFO are ramping up, and I cannot wait to see that matchup in the upper bracket finals. We'll take a look at this final games draft because it was all back to comfort. The Talia goes back in favor of Mission. He suddenly looks so much more controlled. He knows exactly what he needs to do. Gemini with this Viego takes it to the bot lane early, sets up a first blood for the Zeri, and we were off to the races from there, Nightstar. This Flying Oyster squad, not just their players, I think the coaching staff deserves massive praise for how they handled this series.
They found the adaptations as the series went on, and they found the method to success. And I think this is also a recipe other teams can draw upon to possibly even knock PSG out of Worlds contention. Because
hasn't happened for a long time.
It was a lot of focus on Tagori, and when he isn't in a 1v9 position, it does become a lot more difficult. So PSG, they need to kind of go back to the drawing board. Maybe they've learned some lessons in this particular series from how, you know, CFO try and play more side lane focus to reset the map. I thought the Zir game, of course, was brilliant, but just not enough gas in the tank.
No, definitely ran out at the end. Man, what a long series we had. What an exciting series we had right down to the wire. Ends up being a fast finish at the end of that one. But let's take a look at the play. The chase down, it starts. This was a bit of a whiff from PSG, but they didn't stop sniffing for it. I think this is the one where Gory ends up coming up with a hero play, but really just kept it close. Hanabi gets caught. Yeah, that's where this one. That's where there were so many plays back and forth, and Hanabi tanked for ages, but it just wasn't enough.
Long series. Yeah, Hanabi gets caught out. The amount of damage pours through, and I mean, Gory on the back end, able to sort of pressure Mission, but a good flash here, sort of just puts everything that could have gone right for PSG. Unfortunately, resets the situation, and when you reset the fight, all of a sudden, CFO can redirect their energies. They find the pick onto Unified. There's just no damage left.
Yeah, not much left for them to be able to do. And you can see the execution. It was just ease at this point. They had the wallet diff, and Gory, yes, he pulls a great escape in this one and even manages to take out Gemini, but it just wasn't enough to be the hero. Tried to 1v9 the Akali. Perfect execution. It just wasn't perfect enough for the whole thing. And hey, Nightstar, well, you got your prediction correct. You're right back in the game. I believe you're joining Ririchu for that one. And It's getting not only is this race for the crown of the PCS heating up, I think the prediction race amongst us English broadcasters is as well. So congratulations.
Yeah, it's tightening up once again. And this playoffs has delivered from the PCS perspective, right? Last split was pretty cut and dry.
Right up until the upper bracket finals and the end, right? I think that was the biggest challenge with PSG and CFO.
Yeah, not a whole lot of surprises in the bracket up until we got to that top 4, even top 3 spot. That's when things got interesting. This time around, it's been interesting top to bottom, right? The opening upset coming in from BYG onto J Team, and then Frank Esports struggling against Impunity to finish. Yes, they still got the win, but it was definitely very shaky. So we get into post game. CFO booked their ticket into the winners finals, put themselves one match victory away from clinching their world's ticket. And this game was off the back of Mission honestly chunking people out repeatedly, but also from the early game action coming in from Gemini Koala playing as a tandem.
This is what happens when CFO complete their checklist early on in the game. They just do so much work, and Rest was a big part of that. He earns the MVP for the second time tonight. His Renekton was off to the races, and he never really gave Hanabi a chance to get back into this one. It wasn't about lane dominance. It was about team fight dominance. The early skirmishes, when he had that power window, he just absorbed all the pressure, was able to use that Sunfire Cape to its most effective, if you will, or rather Aegis, I should say. A little bit of an old school reference on that one. But at the same time, CFO, they earned themselves a victory. As you said, they are one series win away from qualifying to Worlds. The top 2 teams in our league will be going to the World Championship this year, as always. But whoever it's going to be, Nightstar, it is certainly going to be fantastic. I'm really, really happy we got to see that series today. And both these teams, I think, have a lot to take away from it. But CFO will definitely be the team that is feeling a lot happier.
And this is a team full of veterans, again, with a hotshot 80 carry, and Shun also stepped up to the table. And all across the board, they performed. So, congrats to them.
Absolutely. Well, we will be having an interview with the rookie 80 carry from CFO right after this, so don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss it.
Taking my pain away, nothing else more to say. Everything that I have, I'll give. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game, make it to the end. I wanna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof. All the mistakes I made, now I can change my fate. No one can take this heart away. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game and make it to the end. I wanna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again.
我是主持人 Li Ju。首先恭喜 CFO 拿下今天本场比赛的胜利。Hey guys, I'm Riri Ju and welcome to the post-match winner interview. Today we have none other than CFO's AD carry Shun. Can you introduce yourself, please? 那今天很高兴邀请到 AD 位的小顺来到采访席，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 CFO 的 AD 顺，可以叫我阿顺。 So you won the spring split finals matchup today and are in top 3 in summer with this win. How do you feel right now? 那今天又是终于为了春季决赛而复仇，并且锁定了前3名，现在的感受如何呢？
很开心嘛，复仇成功。春季赛输了他们总是要血死的，今天就血死回来，这样很开心。
So he said that the fact that they managed to get the revenge match win, of course, they're very happy about it. He still remembers that they lost to PSG during the spring splits finals, and the fact that they were able to win today, that they managed to do it, just makes him happy. So the next question I want to ask is that in the first game in Picks and Bans, PSG first picked the Kalista, and then you pulled out the Draven to counter her. Can you tell us more about this matchup? 那接下来问题就是关于第一局，中对面亮出了克里斯塔，然后你们是后首选出瑞文做应对，可以分享一下就这2只角色的应对方式吗？
这就是在我们 BP 之内吧，就是比谁凶，他们克里凶，我达瑞文更凶，这样就不怕。
So he said that for Kalista and Draven, the matchup to him, it's just a matter of who plays more fierce in terms of lane, who's more aggressive. He says that usually, like if you're going up against a Kalista player and they're playing a bit aggressive in lane, he says for him, he plays Draven even more aggressively than anyone else would play Kalista. So as long as he's not afraid of playing aggressive in the matchup, then he would win it. So the next question I want to ask is that PCS compared to other regions tend to pick less squishy supports. So how would you personally rank tank versus squishy supports in terms of pick priority? 那 PCS 赛区似乎比较少选软辅，那顺选手个人对于软跟硬辅的优先级别是什么呢？
我是觉得，当然其他赛区都软辅比较多嘛，可是觉得 PCS 的风格就是比较偏硬辅的，需要支援中路之类的。这是 PCS 的风格吧。
He said that he thinks that it's down to a stylistic preference and it's down to the PCS playstyle because even though other regions tend to pick more squishy supports, he thinks that in PCS the general playstyle is we like to play tanks and we like to play support champions that can go over to the mid lane and help them out and kind of help out the other lanes as well. So it's not just a 4-lane pick. So my next question that I want to ask is, who do you think are the top 3 AD carries within PCS? Can you rank them in order? 那顺选手个人认为 PCS 前3名的 ADC 会是谁呢？能够帮我们排名一下？
应该第一名，心中第一名应该是 Unify， 第二是Wako， 第3是 NN， 大概这样。
也可以包含你在内哦。
那我就第0名吧。
第
0名。
第0。好。So he said that within PCS, he thinks that the best AD carry would be Unified. The second best AD carry would be Wako, and third he would give over to Eminem. And that he said if he would have to rank himself amongst the mix, he would rank himself as number 0. 那对于 Unify 就是顺选手心中的第1名，今天的表现有什么想法吗？
今天后面几场可能有点混，都是队友 carry，就感觉今天都压不太到，这样。
So he says that if he had to rate Unified's performance today, he feels that especially in the last few games, he thinks that Unified was getting pressured in lane as well as pressured by the rest of his team, so he wasn't able to put on a carry performance. So I want to ask about week 6 of regular season because you played that Nautilus for one of the series. What was the experience of playing support like for you in a competitive match? 那之前有在例行赛玩了一把纳蒂鲁斯，那时玩辅助的经验会是什么呢？
蛮特别的吧，就是我平常都射手了，忽然间要我去开战，而且又是打比赛，当然会有点紧张，但是自己觉得开的还可以嘛，对。
So he said that especially because he was playing a champion such as Nautilus, and it was in a competitive game, and it was a key game as well, where he had to suddenly play support. And playing Nautilus, he was responsible for starting those team fights, so he was, of course, pretty nervous going into that one. But he thinks that he did pretty well. He thinks that that he was able to start off those team fights pretty good, especially for a Phil. So my next question is, this is your first year playing in the PCS, and now you're just one best of 5 series away from qualifying for Worlds. Are you nervous for your next game? 那这项问题就是今年毕竟是小顺第一年参加 PCS 职业联赛，然后现在离世界赛的门票就只剩下1场多5的胜利，会紧张吗？还是说会有没有一点小期待呢？
比赛的话，当然难免会有点紧张嘛，但是期待还是多一点。就对，期待还是会多一点。
有没有考虑到，就是下一场赢了之后就能去世界赛？有考虑过吗？
当然会有，就是在心里这样子想，有那个澎湃嘛。
So he said that, of course, in his heart, he's definitely thought of the fact that as long as they win their next match, he'll be able to participate in Worlds. He said that it's also a bit difficult to avoid feeling nervous before any type of competitive game. So of course, those feelings of nerves are always going to be there. But as to the next match, he's actually more excited and more looking forward to that than nervous. So my last question for today is, how do you feel about facing off against BYG next? And this is a BYG who's been on fire lately. Did you expect to meet BYG so far along in the playoffs in week 3? 那这一个问题想问的就是对于下一场比赛需要面对现在在非常火热的状态中的 BYG 有什么感受呢？然后之前有没有想到会在胜者组遇到 BYG 呢？
我就觉得我们就做好我们会的，就去这样子去面对他们吧。至于有没有想过在圣卓会遇到，应该是有啊。我觉得全代班的实力都蛮接近的，就是看谁状态好一点而已，这样。
So he said that they don't really focus on who their opponent is going to be. He thinks it's more important to concentrate on yourself and your team and do everything that your team needs it to do going into the competition. As to whether or not he expected BYG to make it so far into the playoffs, he says that he thinks that all of the teams in the top half of the PCS regular season bracket are all very close together in terms of strength and just where each team eventually places or how the team does in playoffs depends on the team's condition around those couple of days. All right, thank you so much, Shen, for the interview, and of course, good luck in the upper bracket semis next week. 好的，那非常感谢小轩接受今天的赛后采访，当然要是 CFO 在下周的胜者组半决赛加油，拜拜，
谢谢，拜拜。
拜。
Thank you very much, Ririchu. Always good to hear from Shun, the rookie bot laner. Looking forward to the next match. I think I know why he's excited. Because CFO's an early game team in a lot of cases, and Beyond Gaming are the comeback team. So I think there is a lot to be said for that one. Now, Nightstar, after this series, what a heck of a 5-game slobber knocker it really was. Oh boy, man. I don't know what else to say about that. This playoffs is delivering on a level I think we really haven't even seen in this region in some time.
And the big thing here is PSG only have 1 day to recover from this grueling best of 5 to now come back and play against J Team, who've had a little bit of time to prepare.
That they have.
And while J Team did look shaky in their loss against BYG, hopefully they've ironed out their issues and figured out how to approach this PSG series, because it will be a tough test for both of these squads.
I think that's going to be the start of a long road to try and get themselves back into it. Let's refresh ourselves where we are in the bracket. So, as we see with our upper bracket all taken care of up until the finals of CTBC Flying Oyster facing off against Megabank Beyond Gaming. It is the Battle of the Banks, and whoever wins that one is absolutely going to Worlds. Meanwhile, though, we will have Frank Esports taking on Deep Cross Gaming. That will be happening tomorrow, August 27th, the Saturday, and the day after. As you said, just one day for PSG to rest and reset from a 5-game marathon to take on J-Team. And there really are no teams left in this bracket that I think are easy to call as an out. We have reduced it down to a mere 6, Nightstar. Eliminations in that bottom half. 2 more teams are going home before the weekend. We'll be down to 4. And I have no idea who it's going to be. Everything has been upended. No perfect predictions. Everybody's been wrong at least a few times. It's been exciting, though, I have to say.
What a wild start to playoffs, because both of our top seeds are now in the lower bracket. They combined for 2 games. And wow, I cannot wait for tomorrow, and of course Sunday, especially tomorrow. Like this is my Frank Esports back on the Rift, baby.
Yeah, we had to talk about it. They've been surging, even though they had some trouble against Impunity. Deep Cross just imploded against Beyond Gaming. So somebody has got to come out ahead on that one, and I honestly don't know who it's going to be. We are seeing quite a lot of strength to strength for our teams leveling up in the PCS. Who's going to take the title? We'll have to find out. But for right now, that is it. The end of this long road. We will be heading off for the night. So we'll see y'all tomorrow, same time, same place. Until then, be good to each other. We'll see you soon. PCS signing off.